A Family Affair in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Chelsea Workman pulled her SUV to a stop in front of Good Hope High School. She turned in her seat and offered her kids a bright smile. "Have a good day." Emmerich stared at her as if she'd spoken in a foreign language. At 13, he was taller than her by a good 2 inches. His wavy blonde hair, worn longer than she'd have liked, suited his angular face. Emily, the older of the twins by 3 minutes, had inherited her father's dark hair and blue eyes. She appeared equally incredulous. "Have a good day? Seriously? We hate it here." Emmerich spoke in a flat tone. "You can't hate it. Not yet. You've only been here a week," Chelsea pointed out in a calm tone. "That's not long enough to hate anything." Emmerich smirked. "It's long enough when you're stuck in the middle of nowhere." Emily nodded her agreement. Time was ticking away, but it was important to Chelsea for the twins to start their school day with a positive attitude. She wanted them to realize there was much to be grateful for. Like the fact that the principal had agreed to allow them to start their day by taking an accelerated math class at the high school. In the private school they'd attended in Seattle, they'd both been a full grade ahead in math. As the middle school and high school in Good Hope were next to each other, they could simply walk to the middle school after math for the rest of their classes. Perfect solution. "You get to take advanced math at the high school," Chelsea injected enthusiasm into her voice. "That's exciting." Emmerich's laugh sounded like a snort. "You should try being the nerdy new kids in that class. And the youngest," Emily added. Grudgingly, Emily opened her car door and slid out. Emmerich followed suit, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. He leaned in before shutting the door. "You don't have to pick us up after school. Me and Em talked. We're totally cool with walking." "Everyone walks," Emily added. As if seeing the worry on Chelsea's face, she offered a reassuring smile. "We know the way, and it's not far." "Okay, you can walk." Chelsea spoke quickly as they turned to go. "Look, I know it's been a lot of change really fast, and that's hard. It's hard for me too. So please, work with me and try to have a good day. Go inside, talk to the other kids, pay attention to your teachers, and then tonight, when you get home, we'll order pizza. And you can tell me what a terrible mom I am." Chelsea planned to head straight back to the house after dropping the kids off, but decided to treat herself to a coffee and something sweet first. Bloom's Bake Shop had always been her and Aunt Barbara's go-to spot when Chelsea had visited. A parking spot open in front of the popular shop said this detour was meant to be. Bells jingled when Chelsea pushed open the door. Stepping inside, she inhaled the enticing scents of yeast, cinnamon, and sugar. She emitted a happy sigh. Coming here had been a good decision. Glancing around, Chelsea realized that the bakery had been enlarged and completely remodeled since her last visit. From the antique chandelier to the exposed brick wall painted a soft turquoise, the trendy shop known for its scrumptious pastries and desserts could have found a following in any big city. She recognized the woman behind the counter as Amy Bloom, or rather, Amy Bloom Cross. Amy, the oldest of the 4 Bloom sisters, was one of those people you liked instantly. "Chelsea!" Amy flashed a warm, welcoming smile. "I heard you were in town." "We moved in last week." Chelsea walked to the counter and gestured to the empty shop. "And to think I worried I'd have to wait in line for my cherry Danish fix." The second the words left her mouth, Chelsea wished she could call them back. What had she been thinking? It was incredibly rude to comment on a shop's lack of business, especially to the owner. "The benefits of the off-season. March is usually slow. Next month it'll start picking up. But come the end of May, pow!" Amy coupled the sound with an exploding gesture with her hands. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to imply—" "No offense taken." Amy waved off the apology. "Seriously, I savor the slower pace. I love these months with more time for my customers." "Well then, I need to make sure and stop in as often as possible during the next couple months." "I'd love that." Chelsea had known Amy since they were children. Though Chelsea was closer in age to Amy's youngest sister, Marigold, she'd quickly discovered that if you knew one Bloom sister, you knew them all. If there had been other customers in the shop, Chelsea would have ordered immediately. But now that there was time to catch up, she would seize it. "How's Marigold doing?" "My baby sister is incredibly busy." A fond smile lifted Amy's lips. "She wouldn't have it any other way." "I drove by her salon this morning. It's a lovely building." "When you have time, you'll have to stop and check out the inside. It's equally gorgeous." Amy shook her head. "I don't know how Marigold manages to do it with 3 little ones, but she makes it look easy." Barbara said something about Marigold and her husband adopting a baby while Marigold was pregnant with twins. Chelsea knew what having twin babies was like. She couldn't imagine adding another little one to the mix. "She and Cade are over the moon, and neither seems to mind the chaos. They waited a long time for children." Amy's gaze turned serious. "Speaking of Barbara, I want you to know how very sorry I am for your loss. Your aunt's death came as a shock to everyone. She was much loved." Tears stung the backs of Chelsea's eyes. She blinked them away. "I couldn't believe it when my mother called me with the news. Barbara and I had talked that morning. She was planning to fly out to celebrate Christmas with us. I remember thinking, how could this be? Barbara was so healthy. I mean, I know she was in her upper 70s, but she was a young and fit 77. From what I understand, an aneurysm can strike without warning." Sympathy filled Amy's voice. She'd been in the shop the day before it happened. All she could talk about was how excited she was to see you and the twins. "I considered dropping everything and flying here when I got the news, but Barbara had put in her will that she wanted to be cremated, so that was already in the works. Your husband was so kind when he called to tell me about the will." Chelsea paused, remembering the other information he'd shared about Barbara's house. "Since there was no funeral, I'm thinking about having a memorial this spring. Maybe also do a tree planting in her name or—" "You know what she might have liked more than a tree? Barbara—" Amy stopped herself. "I'm sorry. It's not my business." "No, please tell me." "Well, Barbara regularly volunteered at the animal shelter and did her share of fostering." Amy offered a hesitant smile. "Instead of a tree, you might consider a bench in the outdoor area where people meet their prospective pets. Barbara was always complaining that there was no place for anyone to sit in the outdoor meet and greet area." "That sounds perfect." The rightness of that idea washed over Chelsea. She gave a decisive nod. "I'll contact someone at the shelter today and see if that's okay with them. If it is, I'll order a bench. Perhaps we can do a dedication in conjunction with a memorial service." "There's a park adjacent to the shelter that would work for a memorial service, as long as the weather cooperates." "I was thinking early May?" Chelsea arched a questioning brow. Amy considered, then nodded. "That would give you 2 months to order the bench and an appropriate placard and have it installed. And it should, emphasis on should, be warm by then. I'll keep my fingers crossed, but we can always push back the service if the weather doesn't fall in line." The wintry weather and the holiday, Christmas in Good Hope was huge, were 2 reasons Chelsea hadn't tried to arrange a service in December. "I'm happy to do whatever to help." A softness filled Amy's eyes. "I cared a lot for Barbara. She was an amazing woman." Before Chelsea could respond, the bell over the door jingled, and a group of 4 women stepped inside. "This is such a darling shop!" The comment came from a tall woman wearing Uggs and a coat more suitable for Arctic temperatures than a breezy March day. Something told Chelsea that this woman and her friends were off-season tourists. "Welcome to Bloom's Bake Shop," Amy called out. "If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be right with you." Chelsea ordered a cherry Danish and coffee to go, then stepped from the shop into the bright sunshine, feeling energized. Once she got home, she'd start cleaning the house. But first, she had a couple of calls to make. The director of the animal shelter couldn't have been more kind. Amy had been right. Barbara had been a valued volunteer and friend. Knowing her aunt, Chelsea hadn't been surprised to hear the director rave about Barbara's caring and compassionate nature. The director agreed that a bench in the outdoor meet-and-greet area would be a fitting tribute. Talking about her aunt's wonderful qualities and hearing the kind words had only made Chelsea miss her aunt more. It didn't help that the faint scent of Chanel No. 5 still lingered in the house Barbara had called home for the past 40 years. The fragrance, which always reminded Chelsea of a woodland filled with flowers on a warm summer day, wrapped around her wounded heart and squeezed. She still found it hard to believe that the woman who'd been as much a mother to her as her own was gone. Now, Chelsea was living in Barbara's house and making her home in Good Hope. When Amy's husband, attorney Beckett Cross, had called to tell her that Barbara had left her the house and its furnishings, Chelsea hadn't been surprised. Other than Chelsea's mother, an urbanite through and through, Barbara had no other close relatives. Despite being the new owner of a mortgage-free home, Chelsea hadn't initially considered relocating to Good Hope. Then she'd received notice of a massive tuition hike at the private school her children had attended. Chelsea's career as a voice actor had always paid the bills. Coming up with the tuition for 2 children had been a stretch, but she'd managed. She'd known there was no way she'd be able to handle such a substantial increase. Even if she'd sold Barbara's house and auctioned off the furnishings to help fund the tuition in the short term, Chelsea had known she'd only find herself in the same predicament again down the road. Chelsea had called a family meeting, and the twins had reluctantly agreed with her assessment of the situation. Moving quickly had ensured that she wouldn't need to pay any of the tuition at the new rate, which would start in April. Once they'd moved, though, Emmerich and Emily hadn't been excited about immediately starting school. On that point, Chelsea had been immovable. One of the things she'd learned from moving frequently as a child was that it was better to start school at the end of a school year rather than wait until fall. That way, she'd been able to meet other kids prior to summer. Rising, Chelsea crossed the room and picked up the cobalt blue urn, Barbara's favorite color, that held her aunt's ashes. "I miss you, Barbara, so very much. You were always my rock, the one I knew I could depend on. I wish you could tell me that coming here was the right decision. I didn't see another option, but I wish the kids were happier and—" The doorbell had Chelsea's head jerking up. She set the urn back on the mantel and turned just as the doorbell rang again. Obviously, whoever was at the door wasn't going away. Pulling the band from her hair, Chelsea did her best to fluff her straight brown hair with her fingers. The bell chimed for the 3rd time just as she reached the door and pulled it open. A man stood there. He wasn't old, and not like Hank Greenwood across the street, who'd stopped by this morning with a loaf of banana bread his wife had made to welcome her and the twins to the neighborhood. Instead of being nearly bald, like Hank, this man's hair was lush and full, a rich mahogany brown. Chelsea guessed him to be about her age, maybe a few years older, with a lean, muscular body and a strong, handsome face. In one hand, he held a leash clipped to the collar of a golden retriever. "Good afternoon." His voice, deep and husky, was as pleasant as his appearance. Drawn in by the warmth of his smile, Chelsea returned the smile. "How may I help you?"
"It's amazing. You look just like your photos."
He shook his head.
"Barbara was always showing me pictures of her Chelsea. She was so proud of you."
"Well, you've got a leg up on me. I haven't seen any pictures of you." He laughed, a deep, pleasant rumbling sound, and motioned with his free hand toward the house to the south.
"I'm your next-door neighbor."
That's where James and Mary Shinstock lived. Chelsea had enjoyed hanging out with the couple. Whenever she'd visited Barbara, the twins would play with the Shinstocks' kids.
"I purchased the house from them in October, when they moved to Ohio to be closer to family."
Chelsea recalled Barbara telling her that she'd had a new neighbor. "You're Liam."
"That's right."
He flashed a smile.
"Liam Gallagher. And this is Serenity."
At the sound of her name, the dog's tail swished slowly from side to side. Liam gazed expectantly at Chelsea, as if the name should mean something to her. "It suits her." Though the dog was on a leash and appeared friendly, Chelsea took a half step back. After being attacked by a feisty Chihuahua mix when she was 3, she remained wary around dogs.
"I didn't know your aunt for long, but we quickly became friends."
Liam's gaze searched her face.
"You must miss her very much."
"I do. Please, come in." Chelsea motioned him into the parlor. Once they were seated, her on the sofa and him in a chair, her gaze drifted to Serenity. "You have a beautiful dog."
"She's a beauty, all right."
Liam bent over and stroked the dog's head.
"Except she's not my dog. She's yours."
Chelsea inclined her head, a tentative smile hovering on her lips. "I'm afraid I don't understand."
"Serenity belonged to your aunt. Barbara fostered her, fell in love, then adopted her in November."
"She never mentioned that to me, but—" Chelsea studied the dog, then paused. "I may have seen a couple of pics of her."
"Are you certain she didn't mention adopting her?"
Liam spoke cautiously.
"I only ask because Barbara was crazy about Serenity and excited about her decision to adopt."
"It's possible." Blowing out a breath, Chelsea offered Liam a rueful smile. "Barbara was constantly texting me pictures of her fosters and giving me endless details about what they liked and didn't like. I'm not much of a dog person. I'm embarrassed to admit I got in the habit of skimming those particular texts."
Adoptions plummeted at the shelter during the winter, and most people looking for a dog wanted a puppy, not a senior.
Liam's eyes took on a distant look.
The holidays were approaching, and the shelter really wanted to clear its kennels.
Barbara had a soft heart.
She did.
After a beat of quiet remembrance, Liam cleared his throat.
"Well, like I said, Serenity is technically your dog now."
"I need to be honest with you, Liam." Chelsea knew interrupting was rude, but it was clear where this conversation was going. She cast a quick glance at Serenity, who thumped her tail against the hardwood floor and gazed at her with hopeful eyes. "I'm really not equipped to handle a dog." Chelsea saw no need to mention her fear of any dog, big or small.
"Serenity is an excellent dog, house-trained, well-mannered. She—"
The door banged open, and the twins rushed inside. "Mom, we're home!" Both Emmerich and Emily skidded to a stop when they saw Liam and the dog. "We didn't know you had company." Emily exchanged a glance with her twin. "This is Mr. Gallagher, our neighbor." Chelsea pushed to her feet. "He bought the Shinstock's house."
"It's good to meet you."
Liam rose.
"Emmerich and Emily, right?"
"Close. I go by Rick now." Her son cast a pointed glance in Chelsea's direction. In the past months, he'd been trying to get her to make the switch, but after years of calling him Emmerich, it had proved difficult. Rick's eyes lit up.
Is that Serenity?
You know Serenity? Chelsea's voice rose. Emily crouched beside the dog and began stroking her fur. Aunt Barbara adored Serenity. She sent us the cutest pics.
When she adopted her, I put together a video for her from the pics she sent.
Rick smiled at the memory.
I wondered what happened to her.
Emily continued to pat the dog's thick coat. Looks like we inherited more than a house.
Rick grinned. I've always wanted a dog.
Slow down. Panic shot through Chelsea. I was just telling Liam that while she seems like a perfectly lovely dog, and I hate to turn her away, We want her! Emily exclaimed, her eyes growing wide. She was Aunt Barbara's baby.
You can't toss her aside like garbage.
Rick's tone turned heated.
I have an idea.
Liam interrupted, his tone affable.
Why don't I hold on to Serenity a little longer? You and the kids can come next door and see her whenever, maybe even help out when I'm at work. That will give you a chance to get to know her and decide if she might work in your household.
Thank you, but... It was obvious, at least to Chelsea, that the dog really liked Liam. Right now, the animal's body rested against the side of Liam's leg. I can see that she has clearly bonded with you. Perhaps it's better for Serenity just to stay with you permanently.
She's our dog, Mom,
Rick protested. Liam lifted a hand.
Like I said, I'm happy to keep her for now.
Serenity's plume of a tail moved slowly back and forth as she stared at Chelsea. Was that reproach Chelsea saw in Serenity's deep brown eyes? She certainly saw the disappointment on her children's faces. Interestingly, Liam's expression showed no judgment.
I'm sure you're busy. I won't take up any more of your time.
Liam strode to the front door with Serenity at his heels. When he reached the door, he turned back.
It was great meeting all of you. If you need anything at all, you know where to find me.
Serenity surprised them all by looking back and emitting a low woof. Liam smiled.
And where to find Serenity.
Chapter 2. Gladys Berthoff, along with her friends Ruby Rakes and Catherine Spencer, had decided to boycott the Monday evening meal at Good Hope Living Center. Normally, the food prepared for those who had apartments at the Independent Living Center was top-notch. For the past 3 days, it had been, in Gladys's opinion, horrendous. I think the powers that be brought in someone off the street with no cooking experience to fill in for Antoine. Ruby, a petite woman in her 80s with champagne-colored hair, brought a glass of water to her lips. Whoever is planning and preparing the meals is certainly no Antoine, Catherine concurred. The woman's analytical mind was still as sharp in her 90s as it had been at the height of her accounting career. Gladys nodded her agreement.
I was happy to hear Antoine's back is better, and he'll be back in the kitchen tomorrow.
Going out for pizza is a nice change. Ruby's gaze slid around the interior of Bayside Pizza. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the restaurant offered a breathtaking view of the waters of Green Bay. Though I am surprised that, for a Monday, the place is packed.
I'm sure it's the special they're running, Catherine informed her. That's why we're here. Otherwise, we'd probably be at Muddy Boots. We eat at Muddy Boots all the time, Gladys reminded her friend. It's good to mix things up every now and then.
We've got Antoine's replacement to thank for that. Catherine's lips twisted in a wry smile. She lifted her goblet of water. To change. Along with Ruby, Gladys raised her glass, and the three clinked glasses. Gladys settled back in her seat. Now that they'd ordered, it was time to get down to business.
With Dexter and Sage's wedding on the horizon, I think we need to consider who next to match.
The threesome had fallen into matchmaking several years ago as a pleasant diversion from their regular activities. Not that Gladys wasn't busy. After a long career on the community theater stage, Gladys had moved on to directing. Early this summer, she would bring The Enchanted Bookshop to the stage. But nothing, not anything, matched the satisfaction she got from bringing couples together. "What about Evie and Hunter?" Ruby asked. "They're so cute together." Catherine shook her head. "Evie isn't ready to settle down with one man. Plus, she's young. She's in her mid-20s, Ruby countered. "Not that she needs to be in any rush, but if she's met the right man—" "I don't mean the number. Evie is young in that she's got some maturing to do before she settles down." Immediately, Catherine raised her hands in front of her. "Mind you, I'm not criticizing her. I think she's darling." Gladys nodded and reassured her friend. "Of course you aren't. We all love Evie. People are ready for relationships at different times. Evie isn't in that place yet, even if she thinks she is." They were running through several other names, discarding them as options, when Gladys's gaze settled on a table across the dining room. She gestured with her head. "Isn't that Barbara's niece and her children?" The two women's heads swiveled to gaze in that direction. "I believe you're right." Catherine narrowed her eyes. "She's prettier than I remember." "Let me see." Ruby pulled a pair of glasses from her purse. Her cat-eyed frames with tiny jewels suited the woman's oval face. After a second, Ruby nodded. "Yes, that's definitely her. I think." Gladys pushed back her chair. "There's one way to know for sure." "What are you going to do?" Ruby asked. "I'm going to welcome the woman and her children to Good Hope." Gladys smiled. "If I determine she's Barbara's niece, I'll find out if she's still single." Chelsea found it easy to fully relax in the warm and welcoming environment of Bayside Pizza. She remembered vividly the varied and unique pizza toppings and the wonderful conversation she and her aunt had engaged in each time they'd stopped in here for a slice. This evening, Chelsea had let the twins pick the pizza toppings. Emmerich had chosen the more exotic barbecued pulled pork and pineapple, while Emily had gone with the tried and true pepperoni. When Rick and Emily reached for the last piece of the pulled pork at the same time, Chelsea held her breath, anticipating a battle. Gazes locked, neither of them budged. After several heartbeats, Chelsea was ready to intervene. Then her son released his hold. "You can have it," Rick told his sister. "I've eaten more of it than you." "Thanks, bro." Emily added a smile, while Rick grabbed a slice of pepperoni. Chelsea's heart swelled at the camaraderie between the two. Love flowed like warm honey through her veins. Discovering she was pregnant at 16 had been life-changing, but she considered the twins to be the best part of her world. She noticed both of her kids were eating more than usual this evening. Her brow furrowed in concern. Last week, they'd complained about the food at school and insisted they could barely gag it down. "Did you have anything good for lunch?" Chelsea asked, forcing a casual tone. Rick lifted the slice in his hand. "Not as good as this." "I liked it." Emily offered her mother a smile. "Loads better than that tuna casserole last Friday." "Yeah, lunch was okay," Rick conceded. "What was on the menu?" Chelsea asked with a bright smile. "Chili with a small cinnamon roll, carrot sticks, and celery." Emily took a dainty bite of her pizza, and her gaze turned thoughtful. "A girl asked me to sit with her and her friends at lunch." "That was nice." Chelsea tried to keep the relief from her voice. Emily nodded. "Her name is Zoe Goodhue, and she came here from California a couple of years ago. She says she remembers what it's like to be new." "Zoe." Chelsea rolled the name around on her tongue. Cute. After school, she introduced me to her BFF, Bryn Chapin. Bryn is a freshman, and I found out she's in my math class. Emily's lips curved. Bryn sits near the front, and since I'm in the back, we hadn't talked. Now I know her and Zoe. How cool is that? Very cool. Chelsea felt the weight around her heart lift. Finally, things were moving in the right direction. How about you, Emmerich? She prompted when her son only continued to chow down. Rick. The boy looked up and met her gaze, his brown eyes serious. You promised to call me Rick. I know, I'm sorry. I will. Chelsea loved his given name. After all, she was the one who'd chosen it. Her son had once liked his name. Not anymore, apparently. Things go better for you today? Probing for details risked a shutdown, but Chelsea had learned her son wasn't one to share unless pushed. 2 guys in math were friendly enough, I guess. Rick popped the last bite of pepperoni into his mouth and chewed. Chelsea waited patiently while he took a long drink of soda. The teacher assigned us to groups of 3 for this cooperative exercise. She called it a round robin. Rick made a gagging sound. I thought it was kind of fun. Emily took a sip of cola. Though the name is lame. How did this round robin work? Chelsea asked, eager for any insights into her children's day. We each got a different colored pencil. Whoopee! Rick circled a finger in the air. Once we completed a specified operation, we moved the sheet on to the next person in our group for them to do the next operation. Why the colored pencils? Rick shrugged and took a drink. It was so the teacher knew everyone in the group had participated, Emily explained. Not that you couldn't just give all the colored pencils to one person. Not wanting to give credence to any deception, Chelsea shifted her attention to Rick. You said the 2 boys in your group were friendly. What were their names? Callum and Connor. They're twins, he told her. Not sure of their last name. Brody. Chelsea and her kids shifted their gaze to the woman standing at the edge of the table. Though Chelsea didn't recall everyone she'd met over the years in Good Hope, no one forgot Gladys Berthoff. Dressed in a caftan of purple and yellow, her dark hair sporting a bold stripe of silver, Gladys qualified as old. Despite her advanced years, her pale blue eyes showed sharp intelligence and an unwillingness to suffer fools. Pardon? Chelsea finally managed to push out the word. Callum and Connor. They're Max and Prim Brody's boys. The woman might have smiled warmly, but her gaze remained sharp and assessing. If I'm not mistaken, and I rarely am, you're Barbara's niece. She paused a moment, as if waiting for confirmation. I am. Chelsea offered a hesitant smile. You're Gladys Berthoff. A pleased look crossed Gladys's face. I wondered if you'd remember me. I'd say you're pretty much unforgettable. Gladys laughed. Barbara talked about you and your children all the time. She shifted her gaze to Rick and Emily, who both smiled politely. I am one of Barbara's oldest and dearest friends. I'm so sorry for your loss. Your aunt was a wonderful woman and is dearly missed by all who knew her. Tears stung the backs of Chelsea's eyes for the second time that day. Thank you. She hurriedly blinked back the moisture. Recalling her manners, Chelsea introduced her children, careful to use Rick when she got to Emmerich. You've grown since the last time I saw you. Gladys refocused on Chelsea. Only the 3 of you for dinner, then? No one joining you? Perhaps a spouse or partner? It was an odd question. Chelsea shook her head. No, I'm not married and have no boyfriend. It's just my children and myself. Good. Another odd remark. This one Chelsea let slide. Would you care to join us? Gladys glanced across the dining room, then gestured with a vague sweep of her hand.
I'm here with friends, but when I spotted you, I wanted to stop over and extend my condolences.
I'm glad you did. Chelsea's smile came easily now. Thank you for being such a good friend to my aunt all those years.
You're very welcome, but our friendship went both ways.
Gladys studied her for a moment.
I hear you're living in Barbara's house.
We are.
Which means you live right next door to Liam Gallagher. He's a wonderful man.
Gladys's gaze turned speculative.
I doubt you've had a chance to meet him, but—
Actually, I have. Chelsea stopped short of mentioning the dog. As far as she was concerned, there would be no more talk of Serenity in front of the children. Rick shot a pointed glance at Chelsea. He came over with a dog that is supposed to be ours, but Mom won't let us keep her because she hates dogs. I don't hate dogs. Chelsea fought to keep her voice calm. They are just a big responsibility and can be dangerous. Dangerous? Emily's voice rose. Serenity isn't dangerous. Chelsea ignored the comment. Right now, we have a lot going on and— She might have said more, would have said more, until she realized with some embarrassment that they were fighting in front of Gladys. Their peaceful dinner had been ruined, and all because Gladys had brought up Liam.
It's true, animals are a big responsibility. Of course, it's also true Barbara loved that dog like a child.
Gladys's expression softened.
I'm sure you'll figure out the right thing to do for your family.
Gladys took the rest of the week to gather information about Good Hope's newest resident. The old-fashioned method she preferred, which involved asking around, got her nothing, which meant that Gladys had been forced to pull out the laptop that her son, Frank, had given her a couple of years ago and do her research online.
I found a lot of information out there about Chelsea's mother,
Gladys told her friends as she batted a ball to them over the pickleball net. 2 against 1 wasn't really fair, but Gladys was up to the challenge. Besides, the 3 were merely hitting the ball back and forth, not keeping score. Determined to be more physically active, but not really into running after balls gone astray, they'd each brought a bucket of balls with them. Once those were scattered across the court, the playing would cease. Catherine tapped the ball back in Gladys's direction. Gladys hit the ball to Ruby, who didn't even raise her racket, but merely watched the ball sail past her as she studied a dove in a nearby tree.
Point Berthoff,
Gladys thought with a smile, though, of course, they weren't keeping score.
Jennifer Workman is that motivational speaker who wrote that book, The Summons,
Gladys reminded the 2. When they only stared blankly at her, she didn't hold that against them. Barbara had rarely mentioned her sister, and Gladys couldn't recall the last time Jennifer had come for a visit.
I read that book,
Ruby said, finally pulling her gaze from the dove.
A long time ago.
The Summons was a worldwide bestseller, Catherine added. I'd forgotten the author was Barbara's sister. Gladys picked a ball from the bucket at her feet and hit it with extra force. Catherine, clearly her main competition. Okay, her only competition, as Ruby had now stepped closer to get a better look at the dove, returned the volley. They volleyed back and forth for nearly a minute before the ball ricocheted off the edge of Gladys's racket and headed straight for the dove. The bird flew out of the way in the nick of time. You almost hit her! Ruby spoke in an accusing tone.
I didn't mean to,
Gladys responded. Catherine chuckled.
If you would have hit it, you'd likely have said it counted for 2 points.
Ruby inhaled sharply.
I wouldn't have hit it on purpose,
Gladys reassured her friend.
I adore doves.
Appearing mollified, Ruby smiled. Enough about Chelsea's mom. What did you find out about Chelsea? As Catherine and Ruby moved to sit on the white lacquered bench in the shade at the edge of the court, Gladys decided the game was over and joined them. "Yes, what did you find out about the girl?" Catherine pressed. Gladys exhaled a frustrated breath. "There's a lot out there about her professional accomplishments. She is a voice actor and has won numerous awards. From what I understand, people in that industry can work from anywhere, which explains why she could so easily relocate. In terms of her personal life, there isn't much. I believe I'm online more than she is." While Gladys might not be a tech wizard, she prided herself on keeping up with what was going on in the cyber world. For her, it was a matter of pride. She might have spent over 9 decades on the planet, but no one was going to accuse her of living in the past. "She's not married, right?" Ruby worried her bottom lip. Gladys understood. They never wanted to waste time considering someone for their matchmaking, only to discover they were already married. But they'd already covered this ground. "Remember, I told you that when I spoke with Chelsea at Bayside Pizza. She confirmed she isn't married or involved." "Oh, that's right." Ruby had been studying the dessert menu when Gladys had returned to the table to relay what she'd learned from speaking with Chelsea and her children. While Ruby had pretended to be listening, this confirmed her friend had been more focused on choosing between the tiramisu and the fruit tart. "Has she ever been married?" Catherine asked. "Not as far as I know." Gladys hated to admit that, on that point, she couldn't be absolutely positive. "She's got 2 children," Catherine pointed out. "She had them in high school, remember?" Gladys tapped her red lips with her finger and tried to retrieve the information stored away in her slightly rusty mental file cabinet. "I remember when Barbara went to stay with her for a couple of months after the twins were born." Ruby's lips curved. "That's right. Barbara bought all those cute baby things. We all chipped in money for diapers." Catherine nodded slowly. "I remember now. Chelsea's mother was on a speaking tour at the time." "Barbara adored Chelsea." Ruby sighed. "I recall her saying more than once that the girl was like the daughter she never had." Gladys knew that to be the truth. "Which is why we need to make sure we do what we can to ensure Chelsea's happiness." Chapter 3. On Friday, once the children were off to school, Chelsea spent the morning prepping a manuscript for recording. With her laptop open, a cup of coffee at her side, and a script in front of her, Chelsea was in the zone. She'd promised to have this author's 3-book series recorded by May 1st. Though it was nearly mid-March, she'd completed books 1 and 2 and was now on 3. As long as none of her other projects went off the rails, she'd meet her deadline. When Chelsea glanced at the time around noon, she decided to take a quick break and toss together a lunch, utilizing whatever food was left in the refrigerator. The sparseness of the options and the sunshine streaming through her windows had her reconsidering. Today, she would treat herself to lunch outside these 4 walls. Muddy Boots, the iconic cafe in Good Hope's business district, got the nod. 15 minutes later, Chelsea strode through the doors of the popular eatery. The "Please seat yourself" sign had her glancing around the crowded dining room. Her heart gave a leap when she spotted an empty 2-top against a far wall. Keeping the table in sight, Chelsea was nearly to her destination when someone stepped in front of her. She stumbled back. "Excuse me, Standing as straight and tall as the proverbial oak tree, Gladys beamed at her. "Oh, good. You saw the email. Even though we hadn't heard back, we knew you'd come through. We wouldn't expect any less from Barbara's niece." Before Chelsea could respond, Gladys pulled a chair out from the table she stood beside. "You sit here." Slightly dazed and still trying to figure out what email the woman could possibly be referring to, Chelsea sat, noticing for the first time that Liam and Prim Bloom were sitting at the table. Both offered smiles, but neither had a chance to say anything as Gladys continued to talk while elegantly lowering herself into the seat beside Chelsea.
"Technically, I'm not on this committee," the older woman clarified, "but I'll stay for a few minutes to get you started."
The email Gladys referred to came from the Cherries, also known as the Women's Events League, Prim explained, apparently sensing Chelsea's continued confusion. While the Cherries are not in charge of this particular event, several members, like Gladys, have jumped in to help with event coordination. Chelsea remembered her aunt talking about the Cherries and all the work they did in promoting local holidays. Now that Prim mentioned the group, Chelsea vaguely recalled receiving an email from some kind of women's league, but she'd only half read it before relegating it to the spam file.
"The children's festival that will be held this spring was your aunt's brainchild."
The comment drew Chelsea's attention back to Gladys.
"As you know, children and animals were Barbara's passion. Despite all the events and festivals that we already have in Good Hope, Barbara noticed that none were specifically for children. Getting this event approved meant the world to her."
Gladys paused, her pale blue eyes searching Chelsea's face for several heartbeats, before she continued.
"I have taken over Barbara's position coordinating volunteers."
Gladys's voice turned persuasive.
"As a parent, you have a vested interest in making sure the young people of Good Hope have activities that excite them."
Barbara championed this festival. We thought, as her niece, you might want to be involved. Prim paused. None of this is ringing any bells, is it? My aunt may have mentioned the festival? Chelsea offered a weak smile. You don't have to serve if... Prim began.
"Whether she knew about this opportunity prior to walking through the doors of Muddy Boots is inconsequential,"
Gladys interrupted, sweeping her hand in an airy gesture.
"Fate brought her here today, at the exact time this committee is meeting."
Chelsea wasn't sure about fate, but if this festival meant a lot to Barbara, it meant a lot to her. I'd love to join the committee. I'm happy to do what I can to make this event a success. When the call had gone out for volunteers for the Children's Festival, Liam had told Barbara to put him where he was most needed. He viewed the activity committee focusing on tweens and teens as a perfect fit. From what Prim had said, the goal was to meet the needs of all children in the community. As Prim had 2 teenage boys, this goal was near and dear to her heart. Before Prim could say more, Kyle Kendrick strode into the cafe and dropped into the chair Gladys had recently vacated when she'd made her excuses and left the diner. He flashed a smile at Chelsea, then half stood and extended his hand across the table to her.
"Kyle Kendrick, I don't believe we've met."
Tall, with a muscular body and an easy smile, Kyle carried himself like a man who knew his place in the world. Chelsea returned his smile and shook his hand. Chelsea Workman,
"You're Barbara's niece."
Sympathy blanketed Kyle's face.
"Barbara was an amazing woman. I'm sorry for your loss."
Thank you. Chelsea gestured with her head. You just missed Gladys.
Actually, I ran into her on my way inside.
Kyle's lips quirked upward.
She scolded me for being late.
He shifted his focus to Prim.
I am sorry I'm late. This morning, everything that could go wrong on the job site did.
I hate hearing that. I've had those days. Prim's voice softened. If you need to skip the meeting today, I can call or email you an update.
Thanks, but all is under control now.
Kyle chuckled.
Or it was when I left.
Chelsea cleared her throat. Gladys said the Children's Festival was my aunt's idea? Prim nodded. Our committee is here to make sure all children, even those in the difficult-to-please teen years, enjoy the festival. Chelsea's gaze shifted from Prim to Kyle. Do either of you have children that age? Kyle shook his head. My wife Eliza and I have 2 children, Ava and Austin, a toddler and a baby. I have twin boys who are 14, Prim told her, and a 4-year-old girl. Chelsea's eyes lit up. I keep thinking of you as Prim Bloom, but the email came from Prim Brody. Callum and Connor are your sons? They are. Prim inclined her head. Do you know my boys? My twins are 13, Chelsea began. Rick and Emily! Excitement filled Prim's voice. They're all in the same math class. That's right. Chelsea paused and might have said more, but didn't when she observed Kyle glancing at his watch. We're a couple of men down at work. Kyle offered an apologetic smile. I need to get back as soon as... Chelsea and I will do the personal stuff later. Prim shot Chelsea a wink and immediately got down to business. If we are all in agreement, we'll bring in the climbing wall. It's always been a big hit with this age group. Prim waited for everyone around the table to nod, then continued. I'd really like it if we could find 2 or 3 other activities that will capture the interest of children 10 and up. Kyle's gaze turned thoughtful. The sports-related activities at different festivals are always a hit. Football tosses, that kind of stuff. You're right, and those have been popular, though most have been geared more toward boys. Prim tapped the tabletop with a pen. Is there any sport any of you can think of that would appeal to girls, too? Lacrosse. Perhaps because Liam had recently unpacked a large box of old trophies his mother had shipped to him, the sport was fresh in his mind. Lacrosse? Prim's brows pulled together. It's a great suggestion. Kyle gave an approving nod. I grew up in Kentucky. Back home, there were teams for both men and women. But none in this area, Prim pointed out, which means not many will be familiar with the sport. All the better. Liam found himself warming to the idea. Everyone will start on an equal footing. There are several great drills I can think of that we could run. I played in high school. That was a while ago. Kyle gave a little laugh. I'd be happy to assist. Perfect. Prim added the item to her phone. We have the climbing wall and lacrosse. I'd like 1 or 2 more. What about a ninja course? Chelsea's eyes lit up, and her smile drew Liam's attention to her full, wide mouth. Seattle has some great ninja warrior training courses. It was really popular with teens. I can see both boys and girls liking the challenge, but... Prim hesitated, and her brows drew together. What's the concern? Liam asked. The cost. Prim blew out a breath. A course like that could be built, of course, but we don't have money for the supplies or the manpower. Don't worry about that. Kyle sat back in his chair. I'll provide whatever supplies are needed and secure the manpower. At Chelsea's confused look, Liam clarified. Kyle owns Kendrick Construction. Understanding filled Chelsea's eyes, even as her voice rose as she asked, You own Kendrick? My father does. Kyle waved a hand as if being part of a multinational billion-dollar company was no big deal. I simply do the bidding, as well as run a construction crew in this area. Thank you, Kyle. Prim smiled at him. Anything else? Chelsea and the other members shook their heads. What we have is enough. Prim glanced at the 2 men and got their nods of agreement. If you or anyone else on the committee needs help, please let me know, Chelsea told her. I can also help wherever needed, Liam interjected. Perfect. Prim smiled. If everyone is in agreement, I believe we have our activities. The climbing wall, lacrosse drills, and the ninja course. Kyle's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and glanced at the screen, then rose.
I'll do the research on ninja courses, order the supplies, and figure out when we'll need to start construction.
The smile that Kyle shot Prim was filled with apology.
I need to get back.
We're nearly done here anyway, Prim assured him. Just email what you find out to the committee loop.
Thanks again for choosing this location, Prim, Kyle told her. It made it easy for me to attend. So far, Liam thought, serving on this committee has been a relaxing experience.
Then Prim fixed sharp hazel eyes on him. In terms of lacrosse, would you be able to research where we could rent equipment and figure out how many kids you could run through at a time if you and Kyle were supervising drills?
Of course.
I can help you, Liam. Rick played for years, so I know all about the necessary gear, Chelsea advised. His former school gave the team a whole list of drills. I'm sure I still have the information about them somewhere. Liam shot her a warm smile.
I'll take you up on that offer.
Thank you, Chelsea. Prim glanced down at her phone. I'll check with the Y about the rock climbing wall. I know Hadley Chapin has helped us out in the past. I'm sure Lars and Anissa will help if they're not working at the Y that day. I'll follow up with them. As she spoke, Prim keyed the info into her phone, then shifted her attention to Liam. Thanks for the lacrosse suggestion. Never in a million years would I have thought of it.
It just popped into my head,
he admitted. Well, I'm glad it did. Prim's phone dinged, and she gave a little yelp after glancing at the screen. I need to scoot. Adeline is at the birthday party of a preschool friend. I told Max I'd pick her up on the way home. They were all on their feet now. Prim turned to Chelsea, placing a hand on her arm. Thank you again for your willingness to serve. We definitely need to find a time to reconnect. I'd like that. Chelsea returned Prim's bright smile. Let me know when you're free, and we'll make it happen. Prim hurried off, leaving Liam alone with Chelsea. The meeting couldn't have gone better. He liked knowing he'd have a part in making sure the festival offerings appealed to a frequently overlooked segment of children. And, on the personal side, he'd been afforded the opportunity to spend time with his new and very attractive neighbor. As far as he was concerned, it was a win-win. After the meeting ended, Chelsea walked out with Liam.
I don't know about you, but I'm hungry.
Liam paused when they reached the sidewalk.
Would you be interested in grabbing some lunch? Muddy Boots offers brown bag lunches to go. It's a beautiful day. We could eat outside.
Chelsea hadn't eaten, and part of her wanted to accept the invitation. Liam appeared to be a genuinely nice guy. She just worried that accepting might give him the wrong impression. Her children were her priority, and, as if sensing her hesitation, Liam lifted his hands.
I know Gladys ambushed you, but you were a good sport, and you're a great addition to the committee. Consider this my way of saying thank you for being willing to serve.
I'm happy to help. Chelsea spoke quickly, feeling her cheeks heat. I was just thinking of what I had on the schedule for today. I'm afraid I need to get right home. The light in Liam's hazel eyes dimmed, though an easy smile remained on his lips.
I should probably go into the clinic and clear up some paperwork anyway.
Clinic? Was he a doctor? Chelsea tried to remember what Barbara had told her about him, but couldn't recall her aunt mentioning Liam's occupation. Are you a physician?
I'm a clinical psychologist, board certified in child and adolescent psychology.
As Chelsea started down the sidewalk, Liam fell into step beside her.
My partner, Trinity Goodhue, and I own and operate Connections, a local mental health clinic.
Goodhue? Chelsea pulled the name into sharp focus. Any relation to Zoe?
Zoe is her daughter.
She and Emily have been friendly.
Zoe would be a good friend to have.
Liam stopped beside a red RAV4.
This is mine. Have a great afternoon.
You too. She started to say more, but Liam was already rounding the vehicle and slipping behind the wheel. Quickly. Too quickly for her to tell him that she'd reconsidered, and maybe she had time for lunch after all. Chapter 4. The following Wednesday, Chelsea switched gears on work and became the voice of the protagonist in an online multiplayer game. She finished just before the twins arrived home from school. Flush with the knowledge of a job well done, Chelsea was in high spirits when she heard the front door open. She sprang to her feet and called out, "In the kitchen!" "I'm going over to Liam's house," she heard Rick say to Emily. "Don't you want a snack first?" Chelsea smiled, hearing the disbelief in her daughter's voice. She wasn't the only one aware of Rick's voracious appetite. Rick laughed. "You're right, I'll grab something first." "I've got hot ham and cheese sliders on Hawaiian sweet rolls waiting," she told the twins when they burst into the kitchen. "Yes!" Rick pumped a fist in the air. The twins made short work of washing their hands before each grabbed a slider. "These look yummy." Emily smiled at Chelsea. "Thanks, Mom." "Yeah, thanks." Rick had already downed one and was reaching for a second by the time his sister bit into her first. "What's for dinner?" "I've got pot roast in the crock pot." Chelsea had never cooked a meal before the twins were born. Then again, before she'd learned she was pregnant, her most pressing concerns had been passing trigonometry and what part she'd wanted to audition for in the next school play. Thankfully, infants did just fine on breast milk. By the time they had grown up enough to be interested in full-blown meals, she'd learned what she needed to know. "I like pot roast." Rick nodded his approval and bit into the second slider, his gaze darting toward the window. "I heard you tell Emily you're going over to Liam's." Chelsea kept her tone deliberately offhand. "Liam is working late tonight." Rick tossed out the words. "He came home at midday to let Serenity out, or at least that was the plan." "I think I heard his car when I was making my lunch." Chelsea shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. Though the dog had technically been Barbara's, Liam appeared to be the one doing the heavy lifting on taking care of her. "I promised I'd stop over after school and spend some quality time with her." Rick smiled at the thought. "We each have a key to his house," Emily advised. "That way we can play with Serenity whenever we want." Though Chelsea felt confident that neither of her children would abuse Liam's trust, she still wasn't sure how she felt about the kids having keys to his house. Emily settled a curious gaze on her brother. "Are you taking her for a walk?" "Maybe. Probably. Why, you want to come with?" "Yeah, maybe. Text me when you're leaving." "I'm going to throw the ball to her for a while first, work off some of her energy." Rick pushed back his chair and stood. "I don't want to keep her waiting." "Why don't you bring her over?" Emily suggested. "Our backyard is fenced." Rick glanced at his mother. "Are you okay with that?" "As long as you take her back when you're done throwing the ball. We don't want her to start thinking of this as her home again." Rick opened his mouth, but when Emily elbowed him, he snapped it shut. "No," Emily said. "We wouldn't want her thinking that." After bringing the dog over to their yard, Rick spent the next half hour throwing a tennis ball for her. Chelsea had to admit it was entertaining to watch the dog quiver with anticipation, then scramble for the ball. Emily spent time with her brother and Serenity before joining Chelsea at the kitchen table. Rick's voice filtered through the open window. "This is gonna be a high one." Then, seconds later, he called out, "Go get it, girl!" Chelsea chuckled and sipped her tea. I'm not sure which of them is having more fun. Spending time with Serenity has been good for Rick. A thoughtful look crossed Emily's face. Moving here was harder on him than on me. Serenity fills that void. Void? For a second, Chelsea felt as if she were speaking with her mother or another fellow adult. Void? She prompted. Not having lacrosse? or even the possibility of lacrosse. Emily's brows pulled together. Friends, activities, stuff like that. Chelsea nodded and kept her tone deliberately offhand. What about you? When Emily hesitated, Chelsea rushed to add, I realize you've only been in school a week and a half, so it may be too early. I like it here. Emily smiled. Bryn and Zoe are great. I already like them a lot more than I did my friends in Seattle. That's interesting. I guess. Emily shrugged. I'm headed up to my room. Zoe is having trouble with our Spanish assignment. I promised I'd help her before dinner. That's nice of you. Emily surprised Chelsea by leaning over and giving her a hug. Later, Gator. And just like that, Chelsea was alone again. The past few years, she'd had to get used to her own company more and more often. It seemed the twins were either spending time with their friends or participating in activities. The last time Chelsea had spoken with Barbara, she'd told her aunt that, while she was happy to see her children growing up, she just wished it wasn't happening so fast. Barbara had said something to the effect that life was a series of letting go and embracing the new. Well, Chelsea decided as her phone buzzed and she saw Prim's name on the screen. Embracing the new was what she would do. Chelsea and Prim had decided to meet on Friday morning at 9. As Chelsea had had no preference as to where, Prim had chosen Book and Cup, a bookstore on Wrigley Road. Prim had assured Chelsea this location would be a lot quieter than either the Daily Grind or Muddy Boots, two popular meeting spots. It was drizzling, so Chelsea dropped the twins off at the high school. By the time she reached Wrigley Road, the rain had stopped. Traffic in the area was light, allowing Chelsea to slow down to admire the anamorphic art on the buildings. Her aunt had sent her pictures, telling her that the images that appeared to loom from the buildings were the work of a local artist. Chelsea remembered when Wrigley had been a dirt road with the Ding-a-Ling Bar as the only business. Now there was a variety of stores and businesses in the area, and, according to Barbara, the addition of the anamorphic art had made this area one of the must-sees in Good Hope. Sticking her small umbrella into her bag, just in case the rain decided to do an encore, Chelsea took a moment to stand on the sidewalk and breathe in the clean air that smelled faintly of pine. When she stepped into Book and Cup, a woman about her age offered a welcoming smile. "Welcome to Book and Cup, Chelsea." Chelsea hesitated. Had she met this woman before? It seemed as if everyone in town remembered her, but she recognized so few people, which was incredibly embarrassing. "I appreciate the warm welcome. Remind me of your name?" The woman gave a little laugh. "I'm sorry. I've heard so much about you from Amy and Prim. I feel like I already know you. I'm Bea Chapin. It's great to finally meet you." "Same here." Chelsea considered. "Any relation to Bryn?" "Bryn is my niece." Bea's violet eyes lit up. "Do you know her?" "I haven't met her yet, but she and my daughter Emily have become friends." "Bryn is a lovely girl. Your daughter couldn't ask for a better friend." Chelsea inclined her head, struck by something. "The principal at the school my children attend, his last name is Chapin. That's my husband, Clay." "Really?" Forget 6 degrees of separation, Chelsea thought. "He seems very nice." "He's a sweetie." Bea flashed a smile. "Of course, I may be just a teeny bit prejudiced." "He's been very helpful to me and wonderful with the kids." Chelsea glanced around the store, inhaling the scent of richly bound leather. Then her nose caught the scent of freshly brewed coffee, and she stiffened like a hunting dog catching the scent. "You have coffee?" "I do, freshly made. I can also make you a latte or a cappuccino if you prefer." "Black coffee will be great," Chelsea told her. "The stronger, the better." "I like mine that way, too." Bea moved behind the counter, then dispensed a cup of steaming brew into a tall ceramic mug. Though I try to limit my intake of caffeine because I'm still nursing. You have a new baby? Chelsea sighed the question. Though the early years with the twins had been chaotic, the feel of their bodies in her arms was a sweet memory. I do. Mia is 9 months. She's incredible. Bea handed the cup to Chelsea, but waved away her money when she pulled several bills from her bag. First cup is free. Thank you. Chelsea smiled. 9 months is such a cute age. We're certainly enjoying her. We're. A simple word that said so much. Chelsea didn't know what having a partner or a husband involved in the day-to-day was like. Barrett Landers had never been involved in their lives. She'd been lucky that her mother and Barbara had stood by her and supported her and the twins during those early years. It had been nothing but radio silence from Barrett and his family. Even when she'd given in to impulse and texted him the day the twins were born, she'd received no response. In the years that had followed, she'd heard nothing from him. Then, in December, 2 days after she'd learned of Barbara's death, a note with a check from Barrett had arrived. The gist had been he was sorry for leaving her to parent alone all these years. Circumstances had changed, and he now wanted to be a part of his children's lives. Too little, too late, and too much, coming on the heels of Barbara's death. She'd torn up the check and moved to Good Hope. She hadn't heard from him after that. Until yesterday. Recalling the email she'd received through her website and had yet to respond to, had Chelsea's heart rate picking up speed. She shoved the worry aside. Nothing had to be done about that right now. I'm supposed to meet Prim here this morning, Chelsea said to Bea. She's already here. Bea gave a little laugh. She gave me strict instructions to send you back once you arrived, but I got caught up in getting acquainted. Chelsea followed Bea through a maze of bookshelves to where the strawberry blonde with the massive curly hair sat drinking a cup of coffee and flipping through a book. Obviously hearing their footsteps, Prim turned in her seat and her eyes lit up. You found me. I wouldn't have if not for Bea. The bells over the shop door sounded, and Bea sighed. Duty calls, but if either of you need anything, you know where to find me. Thanks, Bea. Prim smiled, then turned to Chelsea and motioned to a chair. What do you think of Book and Cup? When Chelsea sat, Prim closed her book and slid it to the side, giving Chelsea her full attention. I love being surrounded by books. Chelsea once again glanced around. It's amazing. We've had committee meetings here. Prim sipped her coffee. I enjoy the vibe. Chelsea found herself eager to speak with Prim. Back in Seattle, it had felt as if the parents of Rick's and Emily's friends were all so much older than her. Prim wasn't as young as her, not many parents of teens were, but she was close enough. How are you liking Good Hope? Prim asked with an easy smile. I thought our neighborhood in Seattle was quiet, but the only thing I could hear out my window last night were crickets. Our neighborhood is like that too. Prim chuckled. My first husband and I lived in downtown Milwaukee for a number of years. Loved the city, loved the people, even loved my job. But once the twins and I moved back here, I can honestly say there is no place like Good Hope. Not knowing the circumstances of Prim's first marriage, Chelsea kept her tone easy, determined not to pry, as she asked, You were married before? I was. Rory passed away in a rock climbing accident when the boys were young. I stayed in the city for a while, but I missed my family, so I moved back. Prim smiled. That's when Max and I connected. He was my next-door neighbor. Why, Chelsea wondered, did her thoughts immediately turn to Liam? I seem to recall that Liam Gallagher lives next door to you. Prim's gaze took on a wicked gleam. You gotta watch out for those neighbors. Liam and I are just friends. The declaration shot out before Chelsea realized she was inadvertently upgrading their relationship from neighbors to friends. Prim placed a hand on her arm. You can never have too many friends. He is cute, Chelsea admitted. For a friend. Chelsea laughed. It's been so long since I've dated. I'm just glad I can still recognize a cute guy. Come on, Prim scoffed. That can't be true. You're too young to have sworn off dating. I wish it was as simple as me swearing off men. Chelsea took a long drink of coffee. The fact is, not every man wants to date a woman with one child, much less two. Plus, who has the time? Surely there's been someone. No one who lasted long enough for the kids to get to know him. Chelsea took a contemplative sip of coffee. There were two I thought might get to that point, until it became clear that the one saw my kids as unwanted baggage, and the other assumed a woman who got pregnant at 16 must be a mess who needed saving. He lost interest when he realized I had things together. For the most part, anyway. I'm so sorry. Reaching over, Prim squeezed her hand. I was glad to find out how they really felt before everyone got attached to each other. Chelsea gave a little laugh. The kids are my world. I can't imagine loving anyone as much as I love them. There's a whole world out there filled with things we can't imagine. Doesn't stop any of them from being real. Chapter 5. Though they hadn't had to be done today, once she got back from having coffee with Prim, Chelsea recorded several commercial spots. By the time she stepped out of the sound booth, Barbara's former sewing room, it was 7, and time for dinner. She found her kids in the kitchen. Leftovers or chicken stir-fry? Rick pulled his gaze from the open refrigerator. I already made myself a PB&J. Does that mean you're not hungry? Chelsea asked as Rick shut the refrigerator door without taking anything out. Not for leftovers or stir-fry. Chelsea turned to her daughter, who sat at the table. What about you, Em? Emily looked up from her phone. I had a yogurt. I'm not hungry either. Something told Chelsea if she mentioned ordering a pizza, the twins would be all over it. But after a trip to the market yesterday, they had food, lots of healthy food, in the refrigerator. I'm going upstairs, Rick announced. At Chelsea's raised eyebrow, he added, going to play my guitar. When Rick turned to go, Emily pushed back her chair and stood. I'm going up too. Maybe Bryn or Zoe will want to FaceTime. You could FaceTime down here. Chelsea made a sweeping gesture with one hand. I'll keep quiet. A smile tipped the corners of Emily's lips. Thanks, but no. You think I'll listen to your conversation, don't you? Chelsea teased. Emily hesitated. I wouldn't want to risk you listening like a troll under a bridge. Rick laughed. Then he and Emily headed upstairs. Chelsea shook her head. Like a troll under a bridge? What did that even mean? She wandered to the refrigerator. When nothing inside interested her, she decided she wasn't hungry yet either. Following Emily's example, Chelsea sat at the table and began scrolling through her phone. A scratching sound at the back door had her looking up. Cocking her head, she listened intently. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then she heard it again. Chelsea rose and slipped close to the door. She glanced through the glass, and as she gazed into big brown eyes, she expelled a breath. Serenity. For a moment, she considered calling Rick or Emily to secure the dog and take her home. When a low whine filtered through the door, she told herself to buck up. Though she hadn't been around Serenity much, she knew she didn't have anything to fear from the animal. The red leash Rick used when he walked the dog hung on a hook by the door. Taking it, Chelsea eased the door open. She thought she'd opened it only a crack, but the retriever pushed into the kitchen, her body trembling with excitement. Without slowing down, Serenity raced into the parlor, then returned, spinning in a circle before sitting at Chelsea's feet. The dog smiled up at Chelsea, her tongue lolling and tail thumping the floor. The dog's smile showed a mouthful of teeth. Chelsea's fingers tightened around the leash. Once again, she considered calling the kids down to take Serenity home. After taking a steadying breath, Chelsea bent over and snapped the leash onto Serenity's collar. When she did, the dog licked her hand. Chelsea straightened and expelled the breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Come on, girl. Let's get you home." She thought about taking Serenity to Liam's front door, but reconsidered. He'd obviously put the dog in the backyard, so that's where Chelsea would return her. Crossing the yard to the fence that separated the two properties, she spotted the gate that was slightly ajar. Mystery solved. She would take Serenity far enough into Liam's yard to ensure the dog didn't slip back through the gate with her. She tightened her hold on the leash and stepped into his yard. "Chelsea!" She looked up, and there was Liam. Not just Liam, she realized. The backyard was filled with people eating, drinking, and talking. Lights draped across the back of the home added a festive glow to the area. She should have heard the laughter, and would have if she hadn't been so preoccupied with Serenity. She handed the lead to Liam. I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't realize you were entertaining. Serenity showed up at my back door, and I was just bringing her... Well, it doesn't matter. I'll let you get back to your guests." "Don't leave." Liam's hand on her arm stopped her escape. "Join us." Before Chelsea could decline the polite offer, a tall girl with blonde hair and big blue eyes stepped forward. "You're Emily's mom." "I am? Where is she?" "She and Rick are at home," she told the girl. "Go get 'em," ordered a lanky boy with red hair and a face full of freckles as he walked up. "Callum, manners." Prim spoke sharply as she joined them, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Chelsea, this is my son. Callum, this is Ms. Workman." "You can call me Chelsea," she told Callum. "Cool. Can you get Rick now?" Prim expelled a long-suffering breath, but before Chelsea could respond, Liam said, "I'd love for you, and the kids, to join us." "Yeah, tell them all their friends are here." Callum shot her a cheeky smile. "At least the important ones." His guffaw of a laugh had his mother shaking her head. Chelsea couldn't keep from smiling. "It'd be fun for you and your kids," Prim told Chelsea. "And Callum is right. Their friends are here." "I'm Bryn Chapin," said the girl who'd originally greeted Chelsea. "Tell Emily that Zoe Goodhue is here, too." Chelsea found her gaze shifting to Liam. He didn't push, but his warm smile put her instantly at ease and told her all she needed to know. With her eyes locked on his hazel depths, she found herself nodding. "I'll get the kids." The 16-year-old Chelsea, who had loved being on the go every second of each waking hour, wouldn't have recognized the version of herself who'd hesitated to accept a party invitation. "Hey, kids! Come downstairs," Chelsea called from the bottom of the steps. "It's important." "What is it?" Emily stood at the top, gazing down. The music coming from Rick's room stopped. Seconds later, he stood beside his sister. "What's up?" "Come down and I'll tell you." With exaggerated sighs, they tromped down the stairs. "What is it?" Emily's dark brows pulled together in concern. "Is it bad?" "Not bad at all. We've been invited to a party." Chelsea laid it out for them, beginning with the scratching at the door and ending with the invitation. She made sure to include that Bryn and Zoe were there, as well as Callum and Connor. It should be fun.
You say that now, but I bet they had to push you to say yes. Rick smirked. You never go to parties.
Chelsea offered her son a cool smile. So maybe they had pushed just a little, but she'd agreed to go, hadn't she? The reason I don't attend many parties is because I'm not invited.
You don't get the invites because you give off an I'm not interested vibe, Rick informed her with that sureness of youth.
Har har. Chelsea shook her head. You think you know so much. Let's go. Mom? Emily cleared her throat. I'm going to take a few minutes to change. You might want to do the same.
Don't you want to look your best for a,
Rick paused, then added,
Everyone? Liam, well, he invited you, right?
You said it's a party with lots of people, Emily rushed to add. Chelsea glanced down at her yoga pants and t-shirt that proclaimed, Don't make me use my drama voice. Remembering how the others were dressed, she flushed. Good idea. We'll meet in the kitchen in 10. In less than 10 minutes, they were ready to head next door. The day had been unseasonably warm. Even with the sun setting, temperatures hovered in the low 60s. Still, Chelsea had spent enough time in Good Hope to know that with each passing hour, the temperature would drop. She'd pulled on leggings and a favorite dress in a gold shade that was perfect for the transition into spring. Although Chelsea had gotten out of the habit of wearing makeup around the house, she'd put on some for her meeting today with Prim. She took a minute to add more mascara and a bit of color to her lips. Rick studied her for a long moment.
You look different.
Chelsea's hand flew to her hair. She'd braided the hair around her face on one side and tucked it behind her ear. Does this look stupid? I saw someone do it on TikTok and It looks great, Mom. Emily shot her brother a warning glance. Don't pay any attention to what he says. Rick lifted both hands, palms out.
I didn't mean different ugly. I meant you looked good. Not like a mom.
I like looking like your mother, Chelsea assured her son. Rick rolled his eyes.
You know what I mean.
I do. She smiled as her heart overflowed with love. I appreciate the compliment. Since she'd had the twins, Chelsea had concentrated on only two things, being a good mother and building her career. Now, with excitement coursing through her veins at the thought of spending time with Liam at a party, she wondered if maybe it was time to add having fun to the equation. Chelsea opened the gate between the 2 yards, and she and the twins slipped inside. Serenity raced over just as Chelsea latched the gate. She stiffened, but the dog ignored her and headed straight for Rick. The boy grinned and ruffled the top of Serenity's head. Liam left a group of guests and strode over. Chelsea took her time studying him. His khaki pants and plaid madras shirt suited him. The waning sunlight highlighting the hint of red in his dark strands made him look so handsome.
You made it,
Liam said, as if he'd had his doubts. He widened his smile to include the twins.
I'm glad you could come.
Emily flashed a smile. Thanks for the invite.
Why the party?
Rick asked, curiosity in his brown depths. Liam's lips quirked upward.
Did you ever think that maybe I'm the kind of guy who loves to entertain?
Not you. Rick shook his head.
You're like my mom. There has to be a reason.
Liam's explosion of laughter took them all by surprise. Don't feel bad, Chelsea added, in case Liam was offended. He told me I don't get party invitations because I give off a don't ask vibe.
I haven't sensed that vibe.
Surprise skittered across Liam's face.
The only reason I didn't invite you initially is that this party started out as a way to say thank you to everyone involved with Connections. Then the guest list took on a life of its own. Connections? Rick asked. At his blank look, Liam explained. Connections is a mental health clinic on the edge of town. Trinity Goodhue, Zoe's mom, and I are partners. Liam shifted his gaze to Emily. We received an award recently, and we wanted to celebrate with everyone who had a part in it. Congrats, Chelsea offered. Yeah, that's cool. Rick's gaze drifted over the yard. Why are Callum and Connor here? Their parents are our accountants. Though he was responding to Rick, Liam kept his gaze on Chelsea. As their eyes locked, a pleasant wave of warmth washed over Chelsea. She told herself to look away, to break the connection. But she couldn't. Will you be okay if I leave you to, fend for yourself? Rick's question shattered the spell. When she glanced at him, he inclined his head. That's when she saw the mischievous twinkle in his eyes. I appreciate your concern, darling son, but I'll be fine. Emily gave her arm a squeeze. Catch you later. Just like that, Chelsea found herself alone with Liam. That's my partner, Trinity, and her husband, Ryder. Liam gestured to a willowy blonde standing next to a lean man dressed in black. The couple they're speaking with is our receptionist, Peyton Lenz. The man with Peyton is her +1, Grant... Liam paused, his brows pulling together. I don't know his last name. He's relatively new to Good Hope. Barbara liked to say everyone knows everyone in Good Hope. That's likely true for those who grew up here, but even though I've been here a handful of years, I'm still very much a newcomer. You, at least, deal with the public. I work from home. Chelsea expelled a heartfelt sigh. Which means it'll take me forever to get acquainted. You have kids in school, Liam pointed out. I predict by the end of the year, you won't be able to walk down the street without running into someone you know. I like that prediction. Chelsea's lips curved. Though I'm not sure I believe it. Oh, it'll happen. Liam's tone held no doubt. Just wait until December. You'll see that I was right. She smiled and glanced at the bottle of wine in his hand. Got any more of that? Absolutely. He slipped easily back into the role of host. We have both red and white, as well as beer and sodas. White wine would be nice. Once he'd gotten her a glass of white, instead of mingling with the other guests, as she'd expected, he insisted on showing her something at the back of his yard. These are African daisies. Liam pointed to a patch of flowers with orange blooms. While other daisy varieties do well in Door County, these aren't supposed to be able to survive the winters, much less thrive. Chelsea bent over and fingered a soft petal, conscious of Liam's gaze on her. She straightened and turned to him. They give off a good message. Which is? Don't count anyone or anything out. Chelsea thought back to her teen years. I was 16 when the twins were born. Some people didn't think I would be able to raise one baby, much less two. She glanced over to where Rick and Emily stood, surrounded by friends. Yet, just like your plants, my children are thriving. Liam smiled and nodded. Something tells me that anyone foolish enough to bet against you and your kids would live to regret it. Tell that to their father. Only when she noticed Liam's puzzled expression did she realize she'd spoken her thought out loud. Sorry. She blushed. He, the twins' father, contacted me in December for the first time in, well, ever, and Chelsea let her voice trail off. What had made her blurt out something so personal? Granted, Liam had a calm, reassuring manner, but he was a neighbor, and this was a party, not a therapy session.
Liam's kind eyes met hers.
Barbara said he wasn't in the picture.
He hasn't been. A couple of days after I found out Barbara had passed, I received a check from Barrett and a note that he wanted to be a part of their lives now. The words tumbled out, despite her resolve only seconds earlier to change the subject. There was just something about Liam that invited confidences.
Horrible timing.
The worst. Chelsea blew out a breath. I couldn't deal. I tore up the check and tossed his note in the trash.
He hasn't given up.
Liam spoke in an easy, conversational tone. Chelsea wasn't sure how he knew that, but he was right. He emailed me again, more insistent about arranging a time to meet. The empathy in Liam's eyes was nearly her undoing. He never even showed up when the twins were born. Her fingers tightened around the wine glass. Not once in all these years did he reach out. Now he decides he's ready to be their father? Well, he's got another think coming if he thinks that's going to happen. The vehemence she heard in her own voice surprised her. Then again, Barrett hadn't been simply a guy she'd had sex with. Her 16-year-old heart had been convinced she loved him, and she'd thought he loved her. When he'd tossed her and the babies they'd made aside without a backward glance, Chelsea had been devastated.
Having him walk away hurt you deeply.
Tears stung the backs of her eyes, but she quickly brushed them away. Then she gave a shaky laugh. I think maybe Rick was right. I'm not good with parties.
Do you want to talk more about—
No. The word burst from her lips. I wish I'd never brought up him or the situation.
The email was on your mind.
Liam spoke in a smooth tone that reminded Chelsea of butter on hot toast.
I feel honored you felt comfortable sharing your concerns with me.
Chelsea gave a jerky nod.
You'll make the right decision. I have every confidence in you.
Forget I said anything. She shifted her gaze to the partygoers. Why, oh why, had she brought up Barrett? Liam's gentle hand on her arm had her looking up at him.
If you ever need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Chelsea wouldn't take him up on the offer. She'd grown used to handling anything tossed her way on her own. Still, she appreciated him listening. But now it was time for both of them to return to the party. I'd love to meet your guests. She forced a bright smile. If I'm not going to be able to walk down the street at the end of the year without seeing a friend, I need to get started making some. Chapter 6. Chelsea strolled with Liam toward the house, chattering happily. She stopped talking when she saw Prim step away from one of the groups of guests gathered on the lawn and head straight for her. I was hoping you'd be here. Prim gave her a quick hug. Before Chelsea could respond, Prim offered Liam a bright smile. Amy needs to speak with you. Don't worry about Chelsea. I'll take good care of her. Liam hesitated, then met Chelsea's gaze.
Catch you later?
Chelsea's heart fluttered. You know where to find me. His gaze lingered for half a heartbeat more before he strolled off.
Ooh-wee!
Prim fanned her face. The heat generated between the two of you takes any chill from the air. I seem to remember you as the quiet one, Chelsea teased. What happened? Teenage sons. Prim's lips quirked upward. I learned I need to be bold to survive. Chelsea chuckled. A guy with sandy-colored hair and brilliant blue eyes stepped up to Prim and brushed a kiss across her cheek. He offered Chelsea an easy smile.
Hi, I'm Max Brody, Prim's better half.
Even as Prim's smile widened, she rolled her eyes. Max grinned and slung an arm around his wife's shoulders. Chelsea smiled. Your wife told me you were her next-door neighbor when she moved back to Good Hope.
True. He inclined his head. Did she also mention the important stuff, like the fact we were mathlete partners in high school?
You were both mathletes?
Chelsea shifted her gaze from Max to Prim.
I'm impressed.
We had fun. Max and I make a pretty good team. Prim shot her husband an indulgent smile, then reached out and grabbed the arm of a passing woman. Finn! Prim spoke quickly when the woman whirled. I want you to meet Chelsea Workman. Delphinium Finn Bloom had always been beautiful, even during those gawky preteen years. The second oldest of the Bloom sisters, Finn had been just enough older back when they were kids that she and Chelsea hadn't had much in common. Chelsea, hello! It's been a while. Finn offered her a warm smile. Marigold will be sad she missed you tonight. She's not here? Home with Cade and their darling babies, or should I say, darling toddlers. Finn shook her head. Just wait until you see them. They're absolutely adorable and bursting with energy. My boys love playing with them. How many boys do you have? 3. Finn smiled again. I like to say doing PR for Good Hope and corralling those 3 keep me busy and out of trouble. I remember when my twins were small. Chelsea shook her head. Back then, taking a shower was a luxury. The 2 women shared looks of understanding. Finn must have decided that Chelsea might want to talk about something other than babies, because she changed the subject. I understand you're a voice actor. Chelsea took a sip of wine. I am. Before I returned to Good Hope, I worked in LA in the entertainment industry, so I had contact with voice actors. Finn studied Chelsea thoughtfully. That's a hard field to break into. It can be, Chelsea agreed. I was lucky. I'd done a lot of acting in high school, and I've always had a knack for voices. Did you continue acting in college? Finn inclined her head, appearing genuinely interested. I didn't go to college. Chelsea spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. I did all my voice studying online. The twins were born when I was in high school. If Chelsea had expected Finn to be shocked, that wasn't the look that crossed the woman's face. Instead, it was sympathy mixed with admiration. You've traveled a difficult path, Finn said softly, her gaze sliding to her husband, who'd strolled up several seconds earlier. Chelsea recognized him as former Good Hope Mayor Jeremy Rakes. Without saying a word, Jeremy stole an arm around his wife's shoulders. It was, but... Chelsea's gaze slid to the deck, where the teens stood clustered together, watching something on Callum's phone. I wouldn't change a thing. Finn nodded. Are you the voice of anyone we know? I'm Shigara, from Shigara and Spike. Chelsea's mother was the one to thank for that role, or at least for initially getting her the chance to read for it. Jeremy glanced at his wife. Is Shigara the one with the hedgehog sidekick? That's the one. The boys are obsessed with Shigara, Finn told Chelsea. They're also crazy about Spike, the mutant hedgehog. I love hearing that. Chelsea smiled. How old are your boys? Eddie is 3, Lincoln is 2, and Scotty is 1. Chelsea blinked. Wow, 3 under 4? Just like that, they were back to talking about children. Until Trinity strolled over with a woman Chelsea didn't know. I don't mean to interrupt, but Hadley and I couldn't wait any longer to meet Emily's mother. Perfect timing, Prim said. Amy, or rather Muddy Boots, catered tonight's party. Finn and I told Amy we'd keep an eye on the food. It appears replenishing is in order. It was lovely seeing you again, Chelsea. Finn's beautiful face softened. I'm sorry about your aunt. We all loved Barbara. Thank you. Chelsea smiled at the 2 sisters. I've enjoyed getting reacquainted. Once the Bloom sisters walked off, Trinity and Hadley exchanged glances. I hope we didn't run them off, Trinity said. You didn't, Chelsea assured her. I'm glad you sought me out. When Liam invited me to join the party, I hoped I'd have a chance to meet the mothers of Emily's new friends. I can't tell you how grateful I am that Zoe and Bryn have been so welcoming to Emily. What goes around comes around. Bryn was incredibly helpful to Zoe when she came to live with Ryder. Trinity smiled at Hadley. Chelsea blinked. Came to live with Ryder? I'm confused. When her mother passed away unexpectedly, Trinity explained. Zoe came here to live with her dad. Ryder's my husband. Does Emily know that Zoe's mother died? Trinity shrugged. I don't know. It certainly isn't a secret. Bryn's mother lives in Florida, Hadley volunteered, but David has full custody. Everyone, Chelsea was beginning to realize, had lives that had their share of challenges. Hadley's blue eyes, surprisingly the same color and shape as Bryn's, snapped with interest. Bryn mentioned you're a voice actor. I realize your career is more than audiobooks, but listening is my favorite way to read. I'd love the inside scoop on how you narrate a book. Trinity hesitated. Unless you prefer not to talk about work stuff at a party. It's that or children, Chelsea thought. As she and the two women strolled the backyard, Chelsea gave them an idea of what life as a voice actor involved. In turn, they shared about their lives. She learned more about Trinity's practice at Connections and Hadley's new business venture, a tea room set to open in May. I love tea rooms, Chelsea exclaimed. I'll be one of your first customers. Not interrupting, Amy said as she joined them. I just want to remind Chelsea to stop by the shop sometime this week for a pastry, coffee, and conversation date. She flashed Chelsea a smile, then turned to Trinity. Fabulous party, by the way. Fabulous catering on such short notice. Trinity's lips lifted in a rueful smile. We considered waiting a couple of weeks, but Liam and I were so excited once we heard about the award that we wanted to celebrate with everyone involved as soon as possible. Liam mentioned an award. Chelsea inclined her head. What was it for? Trinity smiled. We developed a program focused on digital screening linked to same-day mental health care in rural areas. Not exactly sure what all that means, Chelsea said, but it sounds impressive. There's such a need. Trinity might have said more, but suddenly they were surrounded by even more people wanting an introduction to Chelsea. By the time the group started to thin out and guests began to leave, Chelsea realized she hadn't seen Liam in hours. Okay, maybe she'd seen him across the lawn or on the deck, one time in the kitchen when she'd walked inside looking for the bathroom and found Bea rocking her baby in the parlor. Watching Bea rock little Mia had had Chelsea fighting a pang of envy. Why had she wasted so much time wishing for the twins to be older? If she'd known how fast the years would go, she would have savored all the sweet moments, every snuggle, and each sloppy kiss. Now Bea had left, as had most of the guests. The kids and I will help you clean up, Chelsea told Liam. I appreciate the offer, but cleanup was included in Amy's catering bid. Chelsea glanced around. Where are Amy and Beck? Already on their way home. Liam surveyed the almost deserted yard. Her crew has everything under control. I was glad Beck was here so I could thank him personally. He was such a big help to me with Barbara's estate. You couldn't ask for anyone better in the field of family law. Chelsea had been oh so tempted to speak with Beck about the email from Barrett. She'd held back, reminding herself that a party was not the time or place for such a conversation. On Monday, she would call back and set up a time to discuss her options. What's wrong? Liam asked. What do you mean? You have the oddest look on your face.
It struck Chelsea how incredibly easy it would be to lean on this man, to share her concerns, discuss possibilities, and bat around courses of action. But Chelsea reminded herself that Liam was simply her neighbor and that she would handle this matter the way she always had, by herself. Chapter 7. Mom? Chelsea turned from Liam and his hazel eyes that saw too much and focused on her son. Yes, Rick? Everyone has left. Em and I are going home. By everyone, Chelsea knew Rick was referring to their friends. Actually, she was surprised they hadn't wanted to leave as soon as those friends had walked out the door with their parents. Then she saw the smear of ranch dressing on his chin and the chicken bacon ranch slider in his hand. He'd obviously been too busy socializing earlier to eat. Now, before all the food was gone, he'd taken a few minutes to chow down. Emily strolled up, munching on a mini Reuben. Did Rick tell you we're leaving? He did. Chelsea shot a glance in her son's direction. That's fine. Emily cocked her head. Are you coming with? This was the time to say goodnight to Liam and go home to bed. Rick's earlier words had her waving a dismissive hand. I'm not leaving now. The party is still going. Her son's blonde brows pulled together in puzzlement. The party is over. Everyone has left, Emily added, as if that wasn't obvious. Liam is here? Chelsea gestured with one hand toward their host. A look she couldn't decipher crossed her son's face. He exchanged a glance with his sister, then a tiny smile lifted the corners of his lips. Whatever, I'm out of here. Right there with you. Emily started to follow her brother, then startled Chelsea by returning to give her a hug. Have fun. The whispered comment before Emily hurried to catch up with her twin had Chelsea shaking her head and smiling. Liam waited until the twins were out of earshot to speak. It appears neither of us are ready for the evening to end. Can I interest you in another glass of wine? He gestured to a bottle that had been opened. It looks like there's enough for two. I'll take you up on that offer. Once he had poured them each a glass, they sat on the deck and watched the crew finish the last of the cleanup. Thanks again for inviting us. Chelsea sipped the wine as warmth radiated from the nearby heat lamps. I had a great time. You sound surprised. I guess I am, just a little. I'm sure my kids were surprised I stayed the entire time. Liam couldn't hide his surprise. All evening, Chelsea had appeared perfectly comfortable around everyone, chatting easily and laughing often. He could picture Chelsea at the center of a large group of friends. Interesting. You're so friendly and open. I can't imagine you not enjoying a party. For the past 13 years, my life has revolved around the twins. She lifted a shoulder and let it fall. Now they're growing up and don't need me around as much. I've grown comfortable being at home. He'd opened his mouth to speak when she added, maybe too comfortable. You came tonight, he pointed out. I would have never heard the end of it if I'd said no. I hope you didn't feel pressured. Her hand on his arm stopped him. I wanted to come, just needed to get out of my own way. This has been fun. I'm glad. Just like earlier when his eyes had locked with hers, Liam felt the punch. There was something about Chelsea that called to him. He couldn't recall feeling this way about any other woman. Before he could say more, Serenity let out a low whine. You know what would top off the evening, Liam? Chelsea asked. He knew he should be thinking about the dog, but he couldn't pull his gaze away from her lips. What? He finally managed to utter. A walk in the moonlight with you. Her smile widened ever so slightly. And, of course, with Serenity. Although the evening was beautiful for March, now that the sun had set, the air held a chill. They'd barely stepped off the porch when Liam shoved Serenity's leash into Chelsea's hand.
Be right back.
Thankfully, Serenity appeared content to stand and wait for Liam. With leash in hand, Chelsea did her best to wrap her arms around herself. The first thing Liam did when he returned was to take the leash from her and hand her a jacket that carried the faintest scent of his cologne. The intoxicating scent and warmth wrapped around her the instant she slipped on the coat. After pulling on and zipping up the jacket he'd brought for himself, he studied her.
We can skip the walk if you're still cold. I can take Serenity out myself later.
I was a bit chilled, but I'm not anymore. Chelsea wondered if it was the coat's fleece lining or the intensity of Liam's gaze that had her feeling so toasty.
Okay, then.
His eyes remained on hers. I'm ready to hit the sidewalk. Chelsea gestured toward Serenity, tugging at the leash. It appears I'm not the only one. They ambled down the sidewalk, strolling past two-story homes that showed the pride of ownership. Although many of the lawns were only beginning to turn green, Chelsea predicted that in another couple of weeks, the Door County Peninsula would be flooded with color. Serenity appeared to enjoy sniffing every bush and tree before picking just the right one. Liam's eyes softened as they lingered on the retriever.
I think she gets lonely during the day. I'm considering taking her to work with me.
Your choice, of course. Chelsea hesitated. I just want you to know that Rick hurries home from school each day to play with her.
I wondered why she's been sleeping so much in the evening.
Liam grinned, then sobered.
Be sure and thank Rick. Having him let her out really helps. I don't like her being alone inside all those hours.
I know you come home some days over lunch to let her out, which is okay if you planned on coming home anyway. But if there are days when stopping home isn't convenient, let me know, and I can let her out midday. Realizing she'd been rambling, Chelsea clamped her mouth shut.
You do that?
You sound surprised.
It's just that I've gotten the feeling you're not a big fan of dogs.
When I was young, I got bit. I've been fearful ever since.
Oh, no.
Sympathy blanketed Liam's face. It's okay. Chelsea shifted her gaze to the retriever. The more I'm around Serenity, the more I realize I have nothing to fear from her.
Serenity doesn't have a mean bone in her body.
That's what I'm discovering. Chelsea met his gaze. I'm serious about the offer to let her out.
Then I'll seriously keep that in mind.
His warm smile had heat flowing through her body like an awakened river. They walked in comfortable silence for nearly a block. Tonight, when Trinity mentioned the award that led to the party, it struck me that I'm not really sure what you do. Chelsea cocked her head. I'd love to know what your day-to-day looks like. He studied her for a moment. I really am curious, she said quickly, sensing he was about to give her the condensed I deal with kids spiel. Walk me through a typical day. He chuckled.
There really is no typical day. They're all different.
As if he could see the questions forming on her lips, he continued.
It can be everything from meeting with school staff about re-entry into school, to discussing new self-help skills with a patient and their family, sometimes testifying in court.
Keeps you busy.
Those are just the meetings. I also see clients for individual therapy and run several groups during the week. Everything from bonding and attachment to anger management to family therapy.
Which part do you like best?
The individual therapy with the kids.
His lips curved slightly.
It's mentally demanding, but rewarding. Every day, I get the opportunity to make a difference in a child's life. It's a great responsibility, and one I take seriously.
Chelsea hadn't expected to be so overcome with admiration for her neighbor. Every day, I get the opportunity to make a difference. He was a good therapist. She sensed that even without knowing more. Trinity told me what the award was for, but I didn't really understand the specifics, and it didn't seem the time to push for details. Liam's expression turned serious.
I don't know if you're aware, but in the United States, suicide rates are significantly higher in rural areas than in metro ones. There are numerous strategies geared toward dealing with the issue.
Such as?
Strengthening economic supports, promoting strong connections, and teaching healthy coping and problem-solving skills.
Which one did you focus on? Chelsea found herself impressed by not only his obvious intelligence, but his passion for what he did. To get the award.
Trinity and I developed a tool that digitally connects young people considering suicide with same-day screening.
Is it working?
It seems to be, but we need more data. We hope it makes a difference.
I hope so too. Serenity let out a low woof, as if to signal her own feelings on the matter, until Chelsea noticed a calico cat streaking across the street, obviously determined to put distance between itself and the retriever. Chelsea slanted a sideways glance at Liam. I take it she's not a fan of kitties.
No, but she doesn't chase them. Do ya, girl?
Liam bent over and stroked the dog's silky coat. When you stroke Serenity like that, it reminds me of how Bee stroked Mia's back as they rocked. Liam smiled.
I'm glad she found the rocking chair in the parlor.
You don't have much of an accent. Chelsea smiled, except when you say certain words like Paula instead of parlor. He chuckled.
Blame it on my Boston roots.
Chelsea inclined her head. How did a Bostonian end up in Wisconsin?
Long story.
I have the time.
It was a rather circuitous route.
Liam's gaze turned thoughtful.
After I obtained my doctorate in clinical psychology and became board certified in clinical child and adolescent psychology, I moved to Wyoming and started a practice in Jackson Hole.
Chelsea's lips curved. I love the Tetons.
Jackson Hole is a great place to live.
His gaze turned distant, as if he was looking back.
There were already a couple of child psychologists there, but my analysis said the area could support a third. Turned out, it really couldn't.
Was it difficult to leave?
Yes and no,
he said, surprising her.
Gorgeous area, great people, but it never felt like home.
Liam's gaze remained thoughtful.
I was researching possible places to relocate when I stumbled upon Good Hope.
Chelsea chuckled. How does one stumble across a small community in northern Wisconsin?
Serendipity?
He laughed.
I was in Milwaukee for a conference and had an extra day to myself once it was over. I rented a car and drove to Door County. There was just something about this area that...
felt like home?
It did.
I loved Seattle, but I understand what you mean. Chelsea inhaled the clean, fresh air. This already feels like home. As her gaze swept the area, Chelsea discovered they'd rounded the entire block and now stood in front of her house. She sighed. I guess the party has officially come to an end. The air between them pulsed, but neither took a step closer. To ease the awkwardness, Chelsea leaned over and scrubbed the top of Serenity's head. I've enjoyed this evening very much.
We'll have to do it again sometime.
His gaze never left her face. Was he referring to the party, or the walk, or maybe something more? Chelsea kept her response equally vague. We will. Liam was still standing in the same spot when she opened her front door, turned back to offer a wave, then slipped inside. The twins weren't downstairs, and all was quiet upstairs. It struck Chelsea that this was one of the first times she'd been up without the kids. She recalled Barbara confiding how empty the house had felt after her husband, Ray, died. At the time, it hadn't made sense to Chelsea, since her uncle had often been out on the road for days. When Chelsea had mentioned that to her aunt, Barbara had said it was different because when he'd been out on a long haul, she'd always known he'd be back. Though fatigue settled around Chelsea's shoulders like a heavy weight, sleep didn't come easily. Finally, she got out of bed, pulled on her robe and slippers, and headed downstairs for a cup of tea. Once the tea was steeped, Chelsea stepped out onto the back porch to gaze up at the clear night sky filled with millions of stars. A sense of peace stole over her as she stood there in her woolly robe and slippers, the cool breeze ruffling her hair as her hands basked in the warmth of the ceramic mug. A woof coming from the direction of Liam's backyard had Chelsea turning. It was Liam, dumping trash into the container by the garage. At the sound of Serenity's muffled bark, his gaze shifted to Chelsea, the yard light bathing him in a golden glow. She smiled and lifted her hand. When she stepped back inside, the warmth from their brief encounter stayed with her until she turned out the lights. Chapter 8. The following Wednesday, Chelsea met with Beck at Muddy Boots. As she wanted to speak with him as soon as possible, and his week was already booked, she'd agreed to meet at the cafe he owned.
Are you sure I can't get you something to drink?
Beck asked, sliding into the booth opposite her and setting his coffee cup on the table in front of him. Water is fine. Chelsea liked that there were no other customers within earshot. Of course, 1:30 in the afternoon during the off-season wasn't exactly prime time.
I heard you stopped by the bakery yesterday.
Chelsea nodded. She and Amy had finally had their coffee and conversation date. I hadn't had a Queen Amman in ages. I'd forgotten how delicious they are.
Nothing better.
Beck folded his hands on the table, and his warm brown eyes settled on her.
Tell me how I can help you.
I know you're busy, so I'll get right to it. I had the twins when I was a junior in high school. The father was my boyfriend, Barrett Landers. We thought we were careful, but... Chelsea shrugged a shoulder. We were both shocked when we learned I was not only pregnant, but pregnant with twins.
That's a lot for anyone that age to absorb.
My mother encouraged me to consider all options. Chelsea realized, even as she said the words, that her mother had done just that. I didn't want an abortion. I also didn't want to go the adoption route. I chose to keep the babies.
What did Barrett want?
Chelsea resisted the urge to sigh. He wanted for it all to go away. His family had big plans for his future.
I'm sure you had big plans, too,
Beck said softly. For a second, the sympathy in his eyes was nearly her undoing. Chelsea cleared her throat and dredged up a smile. You remember how it is at that age. The possibilities seem endless. I wanted to go to college, maybe in New York, and then be on Broadway. Or I wanted to move to LA and become a movie star, because that's so easy. Chelsea smiled at her naivete. She didn't regret her choices, but she knew others saw things differently. Beck offered an encouraging smile. I believe that's what upset my mom the most, Chelsea continued. She's a writer, a self-help expert. She built a whole empire on pursuing dreams and reaching your full potential. She saw my choice as me failing to do that.
Parents want the best for their kids.
My mother did, as did my aunt. I don't know what I'd have done without them. Chelsea gave a little laugh. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I told you I'd get to the point, and now I'm circling around it.
I appreciate getting a full picture.
Chelsea nodded. Beck sipped his coffee and waited. The ball, Chelsea knew, remained in her court. When Barrett's parents found out I planned to keep the babies, they gave my mother a check for $25,000, then severed all contact. Chelsea's lips lifted in a grim smile. Barrett went back to his sports and high school classes as if nothing had happened. I decided to complete my education online. Beck made some notes on a legal pad.
I assume, although contact initially ceased, he's been paying child support?
Chelsea shook her head. We never pursued it. My mother had the means to support us, which she did for years, until I was finally able to support myself and the twins.
Did you reach out to the twins' father at all over the years?
Yes. Chelsea blew out a breath. I reached out to Barrett on the day the babies were born. I texted him that he had a son and a daughter. He never got back to me. Just thinking of that day brought back the stabbing pain. She'd held her precious babies in her arms, and their father, the boy who'd helped create them, couldn't be bothered to even come see them. Sympathy blanketed Beck's face.
When was the last time you saw the twins?
Never. Though Beck's face remained impassive, she saw the quick flash of surprise in his eyes.
When you called me, you mentioned that you'd recently heard from him.
Chelsea nodded. In December, 2 days after Barbara's death, I received a check for $5,000 and a letter saying he was sorry for not being involved and that he now wants to be a part of his children's lives. Beck made a note on the legal pad, then looked up.
Do you have the letter with you?
I tore up both the letter and the check. Chelsea braced herself for Beck's censure. Beck only tapped his pen against the paper.
Tell me about Barrett Landers.
He received a doctorate in physical therapy a couple years back. Chelsea kept her tone as matter-of-fact as Beck had. Recently, he opened a sports rehabilitation center in Seattle geared toward orthopedic and sports-related injuries.
What's the name of the clinic?
Beck asked. When Chelsea told him, he wrote it down.
Just to confirm, when you received the letter and check in December, that was the first time he'd reached out to you?
That's correct. Chelsea pulled out a copy of the email she'd received after that. Then he followed up with this. Beck nodded, then lowered his gaze to read the email in which Barrett asked for visitation starting this summer.
He's suggesting 2 weeks in the summer and a week at Christmas.
Chelsea fought to control the anger rising inside her. He's never even met them in 13 years, and now, all of a sudden, he wants to play dad? He expects me to ship my children off to spend 2 weeks with a stranger? Not happening.
What do your children think?
What do you mean?
Are they curious? Do they want to meet him?
Memories flooded back, battering her wounded heart. I don't know why that matters.
It may matter.
Beck's tone remained easy as he lifted the coffee cup to his lips and took a sip. There have been times over the years when they've asked about their father.
What have you told them?
I told them that being a parent is difficult for some people and that their dad wasn't ready to be a parent yet. Chelsea blew out a breath. I've tried to be honest and answer any of their questions. For a while, there were lots of questions. Not so much the past couple of years. Beck settled back against the red vinyl and studied her.
I understand that you don't want to send your kids out of town to visit him, but do you not want them to have a relationship with him at all?
I don't know, Chelsea answered honestly. At this point, I simply want to determine what my legal obligations are. That's why I came to you.
You said his business is in Seattle.
Beck glanced at his notes.
Any idea what his life is like there?
He lives in Green Lake, a neighborhood in North Seattle. He has a nice house near one of the green spaces. Beck arched a dark brow. It's not that I care about him, but he is my children's father. I've kept tabs on him over the years.
Understood.
He's engaged, and the wedding is set for this fall. She's an ad exec. Chelsea's gaze searched his. They've got good jobs, a nice home, and are active in the community. It all paints a nice picture, but none of that tells me what they're like deep down. The twins may be 13, but they are still children. I wouldn't send them across the country to stay with a stranger for 2 days, much less 2 weeks. Chelsea lowered her voice, which had begun to rise, and reined in her emotions. My question to you is, do I have to let him see them?
It's usually best in these situations to work toward an amicable resolution. Beck offered a reassuring smile, one that doesn't initially involve putting the twins on a plane. I've considered insisting he come here, maybe meet with him first by myself, and then, if I don't get any weird vibes, arrange for him to see the kids on our home turf. That seems like a good solution. Beck gave an approving nod. Down the road, if you decide to allow visitation, it will be because you feel confident that you can trust Barrett with your children. Chelsea liked the sound of that. What about the money? What if he sends me another check? Cash it. It's well past time he started supporting them. Will accepting the money give him more power legally? No. Beck's confident reply soothed and reassured. Okay, then. Chelsea expelled a breath, feeling steadier than she had since she'd received the email. Thanks for meeting with me, Beck. What do I owe you? Nothing. Beck's gaze settled on her face. I have a good feeling about the outcome. If somehow this does end up in court, we can discuss fees at that point. Thank you. Sincerely, thank you. You're very welcome. Beck slipped out of the booth and stood. Didn't expect to see you here, Cross. Chelsea turned to see Liam weaving through the tables toward Beck. As he drew close, he appeared to notice Chelsea for the first time. His gaze shifted from her to Beck. Am I interrupting? I was just leaving. Beck clapped Liam on the shoulder. Great party last weekend. Amy and I really enjoyed it. Liam smiled. Good to hear. Keep in touch. Beck told Chelsea before striding off. Liam gestured to the glass of water in front of Chelsea. Don't tell me that's all you had for lunch. She shook her head. No lunch for me. Not yet, anyway. Same here. My day has been crazy. I was in court most of the day. Chelsea knew as surely as she knew her own name that Liam wouldn't ask her again to have lunch with him. Not any time soon. Not after how she'd blown him off the last time he'd asked. Things were different now. Liam had become a friend and a soothing presence in her life. She needed both today. Someone once told me they have great brown bag lunches here. What do you say we grab a couple, then have lunch together in the park? Chelsea inclined her head. Interested? An hour later, with the sun shining bright overhead and a cloudless blue sky, Chelsea finished the last of her butterscotch brownie. She wiped the chocolate off her fingers with the extra paper napkin from the sack. It's as if they knew how messy these could be. Liam, who'd chosen a lunch with a lemon bar, hesitated, then waved a hand in the air. You have, some chocolate on your chin? Instead of being embarrassed, Chelsea laughed and swiped at her chin with the napkin. My kids tell me they can't take me anywhere. They're good kids. I think so. Brushing back a strand of hair that the wind had blown into her face, Chelsea offered a hesitant smile. As they'd eaten, the conversation had focused mainly on the various businesses in town that had opened in the last couple of years. While Chelsea found the topic fascinating, she sensed Liam was about to ask about her meeting with Beck, which she wasn't ready to discuss, not until she'd had time to organize her thoughts. We talked about your work at the clinic during your party, but it struck me that I don't know that much about your personal life, she said. Liam shoved the tissue paper that had once held the lemon bar into the sack. Let me get rid of this first, then I'll tell you anything you want to know. She watched him move with confident strides toward a trash barrel and shoved her earlier worries aside. Was there anything sexier than an intelligent man with a killer body? Liam dropped down beside her on the gazebo's bench, and her heart tripped as she inhaled the enticing scent of his cologne. He smiled at her. What do you want to know? Have you ever been married? In her head, the question didn't seem quite so abrupt, but when it popped out, that's how it sounded, as if she had a list of questions she was ticking off. To her relief, he didn't call her on it. I haven't. He paused. A couple times I thought I might have found the one.
What happened?
Chelsea pressed when he didn't immediately continue. I don't know how to explain it other than there were a couple of issues that popped up each time. If the love had been deep enough, we should have been able to work through them. But we didn't.
What kind of issues?
Not sure if she was getting too personal. Chelsea held up a hand.
You don't have to tell me.
My last serious relationship was when I lived in Jackson Hole. Sarah was an internist living in Idaho Falls, not far from Jackson.
His eyes grew dark with memories.
We dated for 6 months, spending most of our free time together.
What happened?
She didn't want children.
Chelsea inclined her head. That was the reason you broke up? Because you wanted kids and she didn't?
It was. I should have put it together earlier.
He gave a little laugh.
When we were around friends who had kids, she rarely interacted with them. I put it down to her being an only child. When we talked about how we saw our future, all she could talk about was her career and traveling.
How'd you finally figure it out?
I asked her directly, and she told me quite matter-of-factly that she didn't want children. She made it clear her feelings were not going to change.
Liam lifted one shoulder and let it drop.
As much as we enjoyed each other's company, we decided it was best to go our separate ways.
Even though I was young when I got pregnant with the twins, I always knew I wanted children in the future. Chelsea smiled. Like your friend Sarah, I was an only child. Unlike her, I didn't just want one child sometime in the future. I wanted a whole house full.
Well, you're certainly off to a good start.
His teasing tone had everything in her relaxing.
What about you?
He asked.
Any serious relationships?
Chelsea opened her mouth just as her phone let out a loud squawk, making both of them jump. Liam blinked, a smile playing at the corners of his lips.
What was that for?
My signal that the twins will soon be home. Chelsea pushed to her feet. At Liam's curious look, she added, I like being there when they get home.
You're a good mom.
The admiration in his tone sent warmth coursing through her veins. He was on his feet now, and when he took a step closer, Chelsea didn't move. She couldn't move. A web of attraction held her firmly in place. Her lips began to tingle. Liam was going to kiss her. Her entire body quivered with anticipation.
Squawk!
The obnoxious sound shattered the fragile bond. Chelsea sighed. Now I really have to leave.
Thanks for having lunch with me.
His gaze remained riveted on her lips. I had fun. We'll have to do this again. Leaning forward, Chelsea kissed him on the mouth. Soon. Chapter 9. The next 2 days, Chelsea focused on recording an audiobook for a favorite author. The fact that one of the characters in the romantic suspense novel had a Boston accent made her smile and think of Liam. She hadn't seen much of him since their lunch on Wednesday, other than exchanging texts when she let Serenity out at midday while he was at work. But today, after exiting the sound booth and looking for the twins, she found them with Liam in his driveway, shooting baskets. It didn't surprise Chelsea to see Rick with a basketball in his hands, but she couldn't recall ever seeing Emily that way. Now that winter had officially yielded to spring on the calendar, it seemed like the weather had finally gotten the message. While the breeze might still hold a bit of a chill, the sun offset it with its brilliance.
When you shoot, keep your eye on the net, not on the ball,
Liam told Emily.
If you grip the ball this way.
Rick turned the ball slightly in his sister's hands.
It makes it easier to get that upward motion that you need.
Like this? Emily glanced from her brother to Liam.
Exactly like that,
Liam told her.
You're a natural, Rick said. Now shoot.
With her brows pulled together in concentration and her teeth on her lower lip, Emily let the ball go. Chelsea held her breath, hoping the ball would go through the net. It hit the rim and bounced to the concrete.
Great progress.
Liam clapped her on the back.
You've moved from missing the backboard entirely to getting it to the rim. Way to go.
Rick offered his sister a fist bump. What's going on here? Chelsea asked, moving closer. 3 pairs of eyes turned in her direction.
We're giving Emily pointers, Rick told her.
I didn't realize you were interested in basketball. In fact, Chelsea hadn't thought Emily was interested in any sport. At least she hadn't been when they'd lived in Seattle. Bryn and Zoe play on the basketball team at school. Emily turned the basketball she'd retrieved in her hands. The season just ended, but I told them I'm going to try out for the team next year. Liam and Rick are helping me hone my skills.
Sounds like a good plan.
Chelsea turned to Liam. I'm not sure if you have plans for dinner, but I'm making spaghetti, and there's always a lot if you'd like to join us. When he hesitated, she started to backpedal. Of course, if you don't.
Come on, man, say yes, Rick urged.
There's always more than enough, Emily added.
If you're sure I wouldn't be intruding.
Liam met Chelsea's gaze. I wouldn't have invited you if I didn't want you. To join us. When Rick and Emily exchanged glances, Chelsea fought to keep the heat rising up her neck from hitting her cheeks.
Sure.
Liam smiled.
Sounds good. Anything I can bring?
Just yourself, Chelsea told him. Liam couldn't think of another time he'd enjoyed a meal of spaghetti and meatballs more. They ate off of colorful plates with music playing softly in the background. The alternative music surprised him. Rick explained that they took turns picking the tunes that played during dinner. Tonight, the music had been his choice.
Mom says it's good to be exposed to all different kinds of music, not just what we already know we like.
Rick's earnest expression, or maybe it was the way the boy drowned his last meatball in Parmesan, made Liam smile.
Smart woman.
Liam glanced down at the food on his plate that had been reduced to only a few strands of spaghetti, then back at Chelsea.
You make amazing spaghetti.
Chelsea grinned. It's a specialty of mine. If you haven't noticed, we're into haute cuisine at Casa Workman. I like what you make, Mom. Emily slanted a sly glance at her brother. Now, Rick, on the other hand, some of the stuff he makes is a little strange.
You cook.
Liam thought of his own upbringing. His mother would have never let him near the kitchen. Then again, even if she'd been okay with it, the cook his family had employed wouldn't have tolerated an intruder in her domain. We all take turns. Emily spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. We need to know how to take care of ourselves when we're grown up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Rick slip Serenity a little piece of meatball. Anything I learned when I stayed with Barbara and Ray. Chelsea laughed. Thank goodness for that instruction. At least I didn't start from scratch when I had to manage a household. We're going to have a garden this year, Emily told him, naming off a variety of vegetables.
I say that every year,
Liam told the girl, his lips quirking up in a self-deprecating smile.
But something always comes up, and I never get anything in the ground.
You can share the spoils from our garden, Chelsea told him.
Yeah.
Rick's eyes brightened.
We'll put you on weeding detail, along with the rest of us. That I know I can do.
Conversation flowed easily through dessert. Then the twins excused themselves, leaving Chelsea with the cleanup. Liam rose and began to clear the table.
Doesn't seem right that the one who cooks also has cleanup duty.
We debated that when we set up the cooking schedule. Chelsea opened the dishwasher, then began rinsing plates. When she handed one to him, Liam put the plate in the rack. They wanted to do it this way. I don't mind. She handed him another plate, and her fingers brushed against his. Such a simple gesture. Then why did it have heat coursing up his arm and his eyes lingering on her lips? Actually, I wouldn't mind cooking every night, but like Emily said, I believe it's important that they know how to cook and clean and do laundry. Doing your share is being part of a family. Liam nodded. The more he got to know Chelsea, the more he liked her. The brief brush of lips on his had had him realizing his feelings had deepened to more than simple neighborly friendliness. He liked being around her and her kids, and was cognizant that the three of them were a family unit. Whatever fire that simmered between him and Chelsea would have to be carefully controlled. If a relationship, say, were to develop, it wouldn't just impact her, but the kids as well. Construction of the ninja course began the next day, on a bright and sunny Saturday in late March. Materials had been donated by Kendrick Construction, and the committee had received approval to construct the course on a plot of land owned by the town. As a member of the committee, Chelsea felt obligated to help with the construction, though she forewarned Kyle and Liam that hammers were not her friend. A call had gone out in the Open Door newsletter to recruit teens interested in helping. The number of boys and girls who'd responded surprised everyone. While it would have been faster for Kyle and his crew to construct the course themselves, rather than just oversee the construction, the committee decided involving the teens would build interest in the course and encourage buy-in. Rick and Emily had come with Chelsea this morning, eager to help. Both were now working under the direction of Burke Wallace, one of Kyle's foremen.
"You're enjoying this?"
Chelsea turned, and there was Liam, looking incredibly handsome in jeans and a Henley. "Pardon?"
"Something has you smiling."
She gestured with one hand. "Look at Emily and Rick." Liam shifted his gaze in the direction she pointed. Rick was intent on hammering, while Emily was using a handsaw under the watchful eye of Burke.
"It's good to see them, and several others I recognize out there."
Liam glanced around, his gaze pausing on a boy with a messy mop of blonde hair, before returning to Chelsea.
"I didn't expect to get this kind of turnout from a single notice in the town's newsletter."
"You can only play so many video games," Chelsea said in a droll tone, earning a laugh from Liam.
"Tell that to the ones at home still staring at their screens."
He inclined his head.
"What are you working on?"
She nearly told him it was the same thing she'd been working on for the past 10 minutes. Trying to get nails out of used lumber. Burke wanted only the kids on the new stuff. Using the claw part of the hammer, she gave a strong pull. Chelsea wasn't sure how it happened. How could yanking out one nail lead to another rusty one on the back of the same board, piercing her skin? "Oh!" She gave a yelp as blood rushed from the wound on her palm.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine." She pressed her thumb against the wound in an attempt to stop the blood.
"Let me get something for that."
Chelsea didn't think she'd cried out much at all, but Kyle came with a first aid kit, his gaze turning sharp and assessing as he studied the puncture wound.
"It's good that it's bleeding, but the nail was rusty. Dr. Holbrook needs to check that out."
Even as he handed her a clean cloth, Kyle brooked no argument with his tone. Chelsea shook her head, embarrassed by the fuss. "It's nothing. I'll put some antiseptic on it and call it good." Kyle was shaking his head when Rick and Emily rushed over. "What's going on?" Worry filled Emily's blue eyes. Rick's gaze dropped to the blood on the cloth.
"You hurt yourself. Let me see."
"A nail caught my skin, that's all." Chelsea kept her tone reassuring, wondering why everyone was so worried about a nick. "Look, it's nearly stopped bleeding."
"I'm going to take her to see Theo,"
Liam said. Then, as if sensing her confusion, he added,
"Dr. Holbrook. His office isn't far, and he's on duty this morning."
"We'll go with you," Emily said, getting a nod of agreement from Rick. "Not necessary," Chelsea assured them. "You've got work to do. Besides, this is a nothing thing. I'm sure I'll go there and he'll wonder why I even came." Appearing mollified, the two nodded. "You call me if you need anything." Emily gave her a hug. Rick's brown eyes met hers.
"If you need anything at all. Promise?"
Swallowing past the sudden lump in her throat, Chelsea managed a nod. Chelsea guessed Dr. Theo Holbrook to be around her own age, maybe a couple of years older. His office was on Wrigley Road, across the street from Book and Cup. A 3D anamorphic image of a stethoscope loomed out from the clinic's frontage. She liked Theo immediately. He had an easy smile and a warm manner that put her instantly at ease. When she mentioned the artwork, there was pride in his voice when he told her that his wife, Izzy, was the artist.
Let's take you back to the exam room so I can look at that wound.
Theo motioned for her to follow him down the hall. Liam hung back. On the drive to the clinic, he'd kept her laughing with tales of his own construction misadventures. Though he'd introduced her to Theo, he'd taken a step back at that point to let her deal with the doctor directly. "Come with me, Liam?" Her tentative smile tugged at his heart. "I might need someone to hold my hand."
Now that is something I can do.
Theo seemed interested in getting all the details, particularly focused on the fact that the nail that had penetrated her skin had rust on it. "It didn't go in very far," Chelsea told him. "After it happened, I looked, and the nail was only sticking out of the back of the board maybe 1/8 of an inch."
It bled pretty good right at first,"
Liam added.
"You've also got a nasty scratch on your forearm. Let's clean these up, and then we'll go from there."
As he cleansed the scratch and then the puncture wound, Theo kept up an easy conversation. Chelsea didn't need any hand-holding until after Theo had covered the areas with a bandage.
Do you remember how long it's been since your last tetanus shot?
The doctor might have tossed out the question, but the look in his eyes told Chelsea that the accuracy of her response mattered. "Not for a long time," she admitted. "It's been so long that I can't recall when it was."
"We'll need to give you a tetanus shot today, then."
Theo turned to a cabinet. I don't like needles." Everything in Chelsea tensed. She gave a high-pitched laugh. "When my children received their baby shots, I got lightheaded. The doctor had me leave the room." No need to tell this doctor that she'd felt like a failure as a mother at the time because she hadn't been there for her children. Until the doctors had made her realize that she was actually being there for the twins by not fainting in the room and letting the staff do their job.
"I'll make it quick," Theo assured her. "I'll be giving it in your upper arm, in the deltoid muscle. Do you have a shirt under that sweater, or do you need a gown?"
With trembling fingers, Chelsea pulled the sweater over her head to reveal a tiny T. "Did I tell you I really don't like needles?"
"If this wasn't necessary, I'd spare you the experience,"
Theo told her. Without her needing to ask, Liam moved close. She turned away from the needle and rested her forehead against his shoulder. Chelsea breathed in and out and tried to focus on the clean, fresh scent of him that mixed with a musky maleness that was all his own. When she felt the cool alcohol on her skin, Chelsea squeezed her eyes shut.
"All done."
Chelsea remained where she was, gathering her composure as Liam stayed close. Finally, she sat back and exhaled a ragged breath. She glanced around. No needle in sight. Though her arm felt fine now, Chelsea remembered enough about previous tetanus shots to know her arm would soon begin to ache.
"How do you feel?"
Theo's gaze scanned her face.
"Any lightheadedness?"
"Not right now." Chelsea glanced at Liam. "I think I need to bring you with me anytime I get a shot." Liam brushed a strand of hair back from her face with a gentle finger.
"You let me know where and when, and I'll be there."
There it is again, Chelsea thought. That connection. One that had her wishing she could hold him tight and not let go. Theo cleared his throat.
"I'll give you a sheet about what to watch for in case of infection. I think you'll be fine, but if you notice any of the signs, I want to see you back in my office right away. Understand?"
"I understand." Reluctantly pulling her gaze from Liam, Chelsea bent down to pick up her sweater, then winced.
"What's wrong?"
Liam asked.
"Is it your hand?"
"The hand is fine, My shoulder already feels stiff and sore. Liam picked up the sweater and helped her on with it. Perhaps it should have felt strange to have a man she'd only recently met help her dress, but it didn't. "Thank you," she told Liam, then shifted her attention back to Theo. "And thank you, Dr. Holbrook."
Theo, please.
"Well, thank you, Theo. You've made this experience tolerable." The doctor laughed.
Now, there's a rousing recommendation if I've ever heard one.
Chelsea meant what she'd said. The doctor had made the visit tolerable. But it was Liam, with his kindness and comfort, who had really made a difference. When they got into his vehicle, she turned to him. "You don't know how much I appreciate you being there for me."
I like being there for you, Chelsea.
Liam's smile arrowed straight to her heart.
Even when you're getting stuck with a needle.
Chapter 10. Liam offered to take her home, but Chelsea knew if he did that, the twins would worry. "We've still got work to do," she told him. He chuckled, but obligingly turned in the direction of the ninja course.
You're really going back to work?
"A little nail in the hand and a scratch down my arm can't keep me down." She smiled. "Besides, I'm hoping work will help me keep my mind off my sore arm. That way it won't hurt as much." He grinned.
Let me know if that works.
Chelsea punched him in the arm. "Hey, a little support would be appreciated." He laughed, then sobered.
Just remember, I'm happy to take you home if your arm continues to bother you.
As soon as they returned to the work site, the twins rushed over. They seemed relieved when she told them the doctor had simply cleaned the wound and bandaged it. She left off the part about the tetanus shot. She would tell her children all about her adventures in the doctor's office later. Right now, just thinking about a needle puncturing her skin made her queasy. Liam returned to his assigned task while Kyle gave her a pair of clean gloves and told her he'd changed her assignment. Instead of pulling nails from boards, she would be assisting Prim as a gopher.
Chelsea,
Kyle called out a few minutes later and pointed.
Could you and Prim bring us that board over there?
Sure thing. Chelsea hefted her side of the 2x4 and spoke in a low tone to Prim. They don't really need us here. Nope. Prim flashed a sunny smile and lifted her side of the board. They took the 2x4 to where Kyle had indicated and then waited for the next request. One of his crew looked up from a board he was measuring and gave a grunt of what Chelsea assumed was thanks. I think they want everyone to feel they had a part in the construction. Prim surveyed the work site. Kyle and his crew are like a well-oiled machine. They could probably have this course up and going twice as fast without all the volunteers. That's true, but then this would be like just another project. They wouldn't have this energy and the experience of teaching others. The high-pitched sound of saws and the beat of hammers against wood, mixed with conversation and laughter, had come together in an energy that was palpable. "How is your hand?" Prim asked. "All good there." Chelsea rolled her shoulder, determined not to whine, but unable to stop herself. "If I could only have convinced Theo not to give me that tetanus shot." "Like I'm sure you'd tell your children. It was for your own good." "You're such a mom." Prim grinned. "Guilty." "What do you want to bet our next job is to take another board somewhere?" When she turned, along with Prim, to gaze at the pile of lumber, she saw Kyle explaining something to Liam, gesturing toward the structure that already looked impressive. From where she stood, it appeared to Chelsea that the psychologist was giving Kyle his full attention. "How are things going with Liam?" "He's a good neighbor," Chelsea murmured, her gaze still fixed on Liam. "And a really nice guy." "Always a plus to have nice neighbors." Prim spoke in a teasing tone. "It's a special bonus to have one that's a hottie." Chelsea laughed. "Hottie?" "That might not be the popular term now, but you've already admitted you think he's cute." Why did it feel so natural, so right, to be standing in the sunshine discussing Liam and thinking of their budding relationship? Chelsea's lips curved. He is cute. Remember how I told you that Max was my neighbor when I moved back to Good Hope? Chelsea pulled her gaze from Liam to focus on the woman at her side. Your former mathlete partner? Intelligence and hotness are a potent combination. Prim lifted her face to the sun for a moment and smiled. When Max and I renewed our high school friendship, I told myself I was too busy raising 2 kids for there to be anything more between us. I'd also vowed not to marry until they were out of high school. But Max, well, he slipped under my defenses. Chelsea thought of the times she'd spent with Liam since she'd arrived in Good Hope. She liked having Liam around, liked it a lot. Had he slipped under her defenses? Right now, Liam and I are just friends. Are you interested in more? Maybe, Chelsea answered honestly. You know, way down the road. Prim laughed. It's been my experience that way down the road can come up more quickly than we ever thought possible. The following Friday, excitement coursed through Liam's veins as he straightened his tie and brushed dog hair off the front of his pants. For a second, it felt as if he were back in Boston, attending one of many social events. When he'd received the invitation to Len Schwartz and Anita Fishback's wedding and reception at the Bayshore Hotel, he'd been surprised. From what he'd heard, the event was going to be a small, intimate affair. It was a second marriage for Len, who'd lost his wife to cancer several years back. It was the third for Anita, who'd lost her first spouse to a heart attack, then had divorced her second. The only reason Liam figured he'd gotten an invitation was because he'd first seen one of Anita's daughters for therapy, and then the entire family as a result. All were doing well now, but it had taken hard work on everyone's part to get to this point. Regardless of the reason for the invitation, he found himself excited about the evening, especially since the invitation had included a +1, and Chelsea had accepted his invitation to go with him. They hadn't kissed since that day in the town square, and he hadn't held her in his arms since that time in the exam room. But they did talk every day, not only because of Serenity and the garden they were putting in, but because they both appeared to be making a conscious effort to make it happen. Tonight, though, was a date. One of the first of many, if he had anything to say about it. Liam found himself smiling as he stepped out of his house to walk next door. Fully dressed and ready for a night out, Chelsea came downstairs, dropped down onto the sofa beside Emily, and kicked off the heels she'd just put on. She really wished she hadn't checked her email, but she had been expecting feedback on a project and was eager to hear the response. When she'd opened her mail app, though, it wasn't a work message at the top of her inbox, but a new email from Barrett. She loves it when I pet her just like this. Emily stroked Serenity from the top of her head to the tip of her tail. The dog actually let out what sounded like a sigh, making Emily smile. Chelsea had agreed to let Serenity spend the night without the twins having to beg. The decision had surprised her children as much as it had her and Liam. The way Chelsea saw it, it didn't make sense for Serenity to spend the evening alone when she could be with the twins. Chelsea resisted the urge to sigh. Reading the email had dampened her previously high spirits. She found herself wondering if going out with Liam tonight would be a mistake. Maybe I should stay home. Rick tossed a squeaky stuffed duck across the hardwood, and Serenity scrambled off the sofa after it. Why would you do that? You're all dressed in everything. His puzzled expression had her smiling. She knew the everything referred to her curling her hair and putting on makeup. Don't you trust us? Hurt blanketed Emily's face. Chelsea had to tread carefully, especially since not wanting to leave them alone for the night was something she'd made the mistake of mentioning early on. Of course I trust you. Chelsea fought for an answer that wouldn't involve worries over Barrett's latest email and concern she might be leading Liam on. I won't know many people there. Heck, she wouldn't even recognize the bride and groom if she saw them on the street. Remember what you said when we didn't want to start a new school in the middle of the semester? Emily said pointedly. I remember. You'll have a great time. Rick looked up from where he was now trying to wrestle the duck from Serenity's mouth. Release. Chelsea spoke in a firm tone that had Serenity opening her mouth and dropping the duck at Rick's feet. When you come home, I bet you'll say you were glad you went, Emily added. The knock at the door had Chelsea slipping her heels back on and standing. She might have toyed with the idea of not going tonight, but the truth was she cared too much about Liam to disappoint him. This evening, she would put aside thoughts of Barrett and worries about the future and simply enjoy her time with her neighbor, who was, as Prim had put it, a real hottie. My aunt and I had lunch here shortly after the place opened. Chelsea gazed at the Bayshore Hotel, a tiny smile playing at the corners of her lips. Sitting on the water not far from the business district, it had, according to her aunt, ended up being a good addition to the Good Hope community. Not only did the hotel host small conferences that brought in more tourist dollars, but it gave those visiting the peninsula a lovely place to stay. I don't come here often, Liam said as they strolled down the walkway to the hotel. The last time I was here was for a wedding. Chelsea chuckled. When you get to be our age, it starts to feel like most invitations you receive are either to weddings or baby showers. I can't recall ever getting an invitation to a baby shower. Liam grinned. They can be fun. Chelsea smiled, recalling her friend Megan's shower last year. So much excitement and anticipation. So much joy. Despite her best efforts, her tone turned wistful. Something you missed out on when you were pregnant. Chelsea slanted a sharp glance in his direction, then shrugged. I guess I did. Though when Barbara came to help after the babies were born, I spent a whole day opening all the gifts she had brought. She made it special. What about your mother? She wanted to be there, but the babies came 3 weeks early, and she was on tour. She had planned to be back the week before my due date, but... Who took you to the hospital? Our housekeeper. Chelsea gave a little laugh. I think Aurora was more nervous than I was. I had to keep telling her to slow down on the way to the hospital. You were alone then? Not alone. My doula met me at the hospital and was with me throughout the labor. I ended up being able to deliver vaginally and... Chelsea found herself on the verge of telling him more details about the births until she reminded herself Liam wasn't a girlfriend. She waved an airy hand. Enough about that. Just answer one question. Who's older, Rick or Emily? Emily, by 3 minutes. Chelsea remembered the awe she'd felt when she'd seen her daughter for the first time. She had tons of dark hair and came out screaming. Rick, he barely had any hair for 2 years and was a quiet baby. I love them both so much. Liam opened his mouth as if to ask more questions, but Chelsea was determined to change the subject. I don't know either the bride or the groom. What can you tell me about them? The doors leading into the hotel slid silently open as they approached. Despite the fact that there was no one close, Liam kept his voice low. Len Schwartz was the sheriff in Good Hope before Marigold's husband, Cade Rallis, took over. Liam gestured to the right. We're going that way. I remember Barbara speaking fondly of Sheriff Schwartz. He's a good guy. Retirement was difficult for him. His wife died, and they didn't have any kids, and having so much time on his hands was an adjustment. Liam slowed his steps. Then he and Anita Fishback, that's the bride, got together, and the rest is history. She has kids, right? He nodded. Cassie and Lindsay. You like both of them, and their spouses. Cassie has 4 children, and Lindsay has 1. They'd reached the small ballroom where both the ceremony and the reception would be held, when an attractive woman with sun-streaked blonde hair who was greeting guests wrapped her arm around Liam and gave him a quick hug. Chelsea wasn't sure what to think. "It's so good to see you." The blonde offered Chelsea a friendly smile before refocusing on Liam.
"You look happy, Cass."
Liam's warm hazel eyes shifted to the tall, broad-shouldered man at the woman's side.
"How are things going, crew? You still enjoying coaching?" "I am. Life is good for all of us."
There was something about that confident stance, or maybe it was the dark wavy hair, amber eyes, and handsome features, that jogged Chelsea's memory. "You're Crew Slattery," she blurted before she could stop herself. When his lips curved, she quickly added, "My son followed your career in the NFL." "Please, please don't say any more. It'll go straight to his head." A dark-haired young woman in her early 20s placed a hand on Crew's arm. "Grandma is wanting to get everyone seated." The young woman's gaze shifted to Cassie and Crew. "I'm supposed to take over door duty, and you both are supposed to get in place." Crew took Cassie's hand and gave it a squeeze.
"Which means I need to get with Len."
"Go on." The young woman made a shooing motion. "Tick-tock." Liam had watched the interaction between the three with a smile hovering on the edges of his lips.
"It's good to see you, Dakota. It's been way too long."
"It's always great to be back in Good Hope." Dakota turned to Chelsea. "Have we met before? You look familiar. Did you used to waitress at Muddy Boots years ago?" "I did." The woman extended her hand. "Dakota Slattery, granddaughter of the bride. You already know my parents." Chelsea realized Dakota was referring to Cassie and Crew. She hadn't thought either of them could have a child the age of this young woman. Then again, that's what she heard any time she mentioned she had 13-year-old twins. Shaking her hand firmly, Chelsea smiled. "I'm Chelsea Workman. I used to visit my aunt, Barbara Torre, a lot when I was younger. Barbara loved the food at Muddy Boots. I worked there in high school and a couple of summers during college." "What do you—" "Sorry to interrupt, but Grandma's giving me the stink eye, which means the ceremony is about to begin." Dakota widened her smile to include Liam. "Let's definitely catch up later." Dakota began herding the chatting guests to the chairs that had been set up. "It's lovely in here." Chelsea glanced around once she and Liam took their seats. The room had been transformed by a plethora of spring flowers and hanging lights woven with flowers. Chelsea recognized the minister who moved to the front as Pastor Dan Marshall. She remembered him as the pastor of the church that Barbara had attended. Beside him stood a tall older man with a thatch of gray hair and a dashing mustache. Crew stood beside the older man. The other guy, sandy-haired with freckles scattered across his face, wasn't familiar. Chelsea leaned close to whisper in Liam's ear, "Who's the guy next to Crew?" It was then that she realized that Liam wore the scent she loved. As she inhaled the intoxicating fragrance, everything in her quivered. Liam turned toward her ever so slightly, bringing his lips within kissable distance. Her mouth began to tingle.
"That's Owen Vaughn. He's married to Anita's daughter, Lindsay."
Liam's warm breath was a sweet caress against her cheek. Normally, Chelsea didn't get sucked in by the romance of weddings, but with a harpist playing softly in the background and the intoxicating scent of Liam's cologne wrapping around her like a lover's hand, well, Chelsea had to admit to being affected. Then the music from the harp ceased and processional music began. Chelsea watched another blonde woman march down the aisle.
"That's Lindsay."
Liam spoke in a low tone. She was followed by Cassie. Both women wore cocktail-length dresses of rose-colored silk. When the music changed, everyone stood. Chelsea turned to see a dark-haired woman in her early 60s with a killer figure rocking a dress of pale pink. It wasn't the romantic music or the sweet scent of flowers in the air that had tears springing to Chelsea's eyes. It was the love she saw in the groom's eyes when the bride started down the aisle toward him. That same love was in Anita's eyes when she turned toward Len and they clasped hands. Anita, Chelsea realized, had found something that she envied and had yet to find. True love. Chapter 11. Once Anita reached her intended, Liam and Chelsea sat as the bridal party shifted into position. Liam reached over and took Chelsea's hand, linking his fingers with hers. He found her fingers ice cold. When he glanced her way, he found her eyes intently focused on the bride and groom, an odd look on her face. Clutching her hand even more tightly, Liam shifted his gaze to the bridal party. It made him happy to see this family, once splintered, be reunited, and to know he had played a small part in bringing them together. These successes were what he liked best about his job.
The bride and groom chose to write their own vows, Pastor Dan announced, giving a go-ahead nod to Len. Len shifted from one foot to the other as he and Anita joined hands. For the first time, Liam noticed that the former sheriff wore shiny black cowboy boots with his tux. The thought of Anita making such a concession for the man she loved made Liam smile. Len cleared his throat loudly, but neither Anita nor the minister said anything. The pastor simply offered an encouraging smile. Anita tightened her grip on Len's hands and inclined her head.
When Anita, suggested we write our own vows, I was, not sure. It isn't easy for me to stand up here, even before friends, and speak my feelings. But then I told myself to buck up. It's important to me that all of you, and especially this fine woman I'm about to marry, know exactly how I feel. So, here goes.
Liam thought it amazing that no one chuckled, and there was no undercurrent of conversation. Everyone just waited respectfully for this fine man to speak.
I love you, Anita. That's not going to change. I promise to love and honor you and be by your side no matter what life tosses our way.
Len's voice softened.
I know when we began dating, many in this community wondered what you saw in a weathered old lawman who would rather stay at home than socialize. Heck, for a time, I wondered that myself. I felt like I'd hit the lottery when you agreed to go out with me. I quickly discovered that you were the woman for me. We fit. You bring out the best in me, and I believe I do that for you. What I know, with absolute truth, is that I will be proud to be your husband and to love you, support you, and walk side by side with you until the end of our days.
Len exhaled an audible breath, and the tense set to his shoulders eased. Anita let go of Len's hands long enough to swipe at a tear. Then her head lifted in a proud stance, and she met Len's gaze head-on. I love you, Len. More and more each day. You have made me a better woman, a better mother and grandmother, though I'm not sure how I got old enough to have grandchildren. This time, laughter rippled through the assembled group. Anita's expression remained serious. Life is unpredictable. You and I have both experienced that, but I know without a single doubt, with you beside me, I can weather any storm. You have my promise that I will stand by you no matter what obstacles are tossed in our path. And you have my word that I will love you forever. The sincerity and the love woven through Anita's words came through loud and clear. The rest of the service went by quickly. When Len and Anita kissed after being pronounced husband and wife, everyone clapped. Tables were brought out by hotel staff, and the chairs that the wedding attendees had used were placed around the tables.
We've got lots of food and good dancing music, Len called out. So eat up and enjoy.
Chelsea glanced up at Liam. I like him.
So do I.
Liam took her arm.
Tell me, which will it be, dancing first or food?
Bringing a finger to her mouth, Chelsea appeared to consider the options. Dancing.
The girls and I have a table. We'd love for you to join us."
Liam turned. Gladys, dressed in a sparkly blue and silver caftan, stood beaming at him and Chelsea. "Mrs. Berthoff!" Chelsea smiled. "I didn't see you before."
"Yes, it seemed that someone has captured your full attention."
Gladys directed her pointed gaze toward Liam. Chelsea only continued to smile. "Two someones, you mean?" At Gladys's puzzled expression, she continued. "Anita and Len. I got caught up in the ceremony. It was lovely, don't you think?"
"Very nice."
Gladys's eyes took on a soft glow.
"I have no doubt they'll be very happy together."
"We'd love to join you, but we've decided to dance first, then eat." Chelsea glanced at Liam and smiled.
"We were just headed to the dance floor,"
Liam explained.
"No worries."
Gladys waved an airy hand.
"Join us when you're ready."
"Sure," Chelsea said before Liam could respond. "That would be wonderful. Where are you sitting?" Gladys pointed to a table off to the right.
"We'll be waiting."
Len and Anita had brought in a local DJ, one who catered to the older crowd. Right now, the sweet saxophone of Careless Whisper filled the air.
"Once we're through dancing, they'll be waiting to interrogate you,"
Liam warned as he watched Gladys and her friends stride toward the buffet line. "I don't mind." Chelsea shrugged good-naturedly as he took her in his arms. "Gladys reminds me of my aunt."
Liam couldn't hide his surprise. "Gladys is nothing like your aunt."
Well, Barbara might have been more soft-spoken, while Gladys is bold and colorful. But deep down, I believe they're very much the same.
"Definitely tell me more."
They both cared deeply about the people in their lives and would do anything for them. A wistful look crossed Chelsea's face. "I'm betting, even though I don't know her well, if I called Gladys up because I needed something, she'd be there for me." Liam nodded, knowing that was true.
"What other similarities do you see?"
Barbara nudged. She had a gentle way of doing it, but if she felt something was in my best interest and I wasn't seeing it, she nudged me in that direction.
"I could see that."
He grinned.
"Barbara had some strong opinions."
"She did, always with the best intentions. For example, when I was pregnant, I finished the last of my high school credits online." Chelsea's eyes grew dark, and he could see she was looking back. "The pregnancy went well, but I was lonely, and I think depressed. Barrett had cut all ties. My friends and I no longer had much in common, and my mother's answer to deal with her disappointment was to be even busier with her books and touring."
"And then you had newborns to look after."
"I was exhausted, physically and mentally." Chelsea let out an embarrassed laugh as the romantic ballad Against All Odds followed Careless Whisper. "Oh my goodness! Why am I dredging up the past? This is a celebration. Let's talk about something else, like how good you look in that tux."
"Thank you."
Liam considered himself an expert in small talk and could have easily found a topic that might even have made Chelsea laugh. The thing was, while he didn't want to bring her down on one of her few nights out, he enjoyed getting to know her on a deeper level.
"At least tell me how Barbara nudged you."
As he'd hoped, the mention of her beloved aunt had her shoulders relaxing and the smile returning to her lips. "She was aware of my love of acting and spoke with me about doing voice work. I didn't know where to begin. And the truth was, the twins kept me so busy, I didn't have the energy to look anything up online."
"Let me guess. Barbara took care of that for you."
"She did, with the help of my mother." Chelsea expelled a soft sigh. "I started my journey to where I am now by simply reading aloud for 15 minutes every day. Since I love to read, and I could read to the twins, it became something I looked forward to every day. By the time I had enough energy to take the next step, Barbara and my mother were ready with information."
"A lot of people underestimated your aunt."
Chelsea inclined her head, her soft curls spilling down one cheek. How do you mean?
It was easy, especially for some. Liam carefully avoided mentioning Chelsea's mother. To see her as less. She was primarily a homemaker whose passions were tending to her garden, volunteering at the animal shelter, and being a friend to all.
That was Barbara. Chelsea rested her head against Liam's chest as they swayed to the music. She was also well-read and well-versed in just about everything, and so incredibly supportive.
Gladys is like that, too.
You understand. She lifted her gaze, and her eyes met his. Liam only nodded. He understood many things. Understood that, for the first time, he was on the verge of falling in love. When the music changed to an up-tempo song, Chelsea stepped back from Liam's arms. She loved to dance, but her stomach had started to growl. Let's take a break and check out the buffet. Liam smiled.
I could eat.
Then let's do it. It felt so natural for Chelsea to take Liam's arm as they made their way toward the elaborate buffet that offered everything from prime rib to sushi, as well as an assortment of sides. A boy several years older than Rick was loading up on what appeared to be spicy tuna rolls. He looked up from his plate, and recognition lit his eyes when he spotted Liam.
Dr. Gallagher, I thought that was you out on the dance floor.
The boy's brown hair stood up in a spiked style that was currently the rage, the strands holding streaks of silver. Though he didn't wear a tux, his dark pants and shirt were well-tailored and attractive on his lanky frame. Chelsea recognized the cut and fabric as expensive.
Katie, it's good to see you. What are you doing now?
Warmth filled Liam's voice.
I'm in my first year at SAIC.
Pride filled the boy's words.
It's a good fit, and not too far from home.
SAIC? Chelsea rolled the acronym around on her tongue.
School of the Art Institute of Chicago.
Liam and KT spoke at the same time.
KT is an amazing artist,
Liam informed Chelsea.
He was chosen to be a part of the Alley Arts project when he was only in high school. The screaming faces are my work.
KT smiled.
You'll have to check them out.
I definitely will. Chelsea smiled at the boy. I'm Chelsea Workman. I recently moved to Good Hope from Seattle. Liam opened his mouth as if to perform introductions, but KT set down his plate and stuck out a hand.
Caden Slattery. Everyone calls me KT.
It's a pleasure to meet you, KT. Chelsea glanced to where Anita was speaking with her two daughters. Your mother is Cassie.
That's right.
KT's lips curved.
And the bride is our grandma. Never saw that one coming, but we like Glenn. He's a good guy.
Wait, Caden Slattery? Liam lifted a brow.
Crew begged us to let him adopt Braxton and me. We finally gave in.
The affection in his voice told Chelsea that Crew hadn't had to push too hard. Did your birth father care that you changed your name? Chelsea asked. As soon as the question left Chelsea's lips, she realized what she'd just asked a child. I'm so sorry, KT. That's none of my business. Please forgive me for asking. KT laughed.
It's not a big deal. Most people in Good Hope already know the story. Braxton and I never had our bio dad's name. Excuse me, Grandma looks like she wants something.
Scooping up his plate, KT took several steps before turning back. He offered a quick smile.
Be sure and check out those screaming faces.
I shouldn't have mentioned his father, Chelsea said to Liam. I feel horrible. I don't know what I was thinking. She watched the boy stride over to where his grandma stood and saw the smile blossom on Anita's face. Especially knowing how it makes my kids feel when someone does that to them.
Caden and Braxton now have the father they always wanted.
Liam pointed to where Crew was gesturing with his hands as he explained something to a boy who looked a little older than KT.
That's Braxton. He's a computer genius. From what I hear, he's in college back east somewhere and doing well.
Maybe it's best their father isn't involved, that Cassie kept him away from them, Chelsea mused.
I don't think her keeping him away was what happened. But regardless, they're good kids.
It sounded as if their father had never been involved, had never wanted anything to do with them, much like Barrett. Until recently. In the email Chelsea had received today, Barrett had mentioned involving his attorney if he didn't hear from her. Fear spurted all over again. She needed to speak with Beck soon. The second the thought struck, she realized the attorney had already given her his professional opinion. The next step was hers.
Is something the matter?
Liam's soft voice sounded in her ear. No. She forced a bright smile. Why do you ask? He gestured toward her plate.
Because you've just cleared them out of shrimp?
You must really love shrimp. Ruby Rakes, a small woman who reminded Chelsea of a happy sparrow, gestured with her glass of champagne toward the empty plate in front of Chelsea. She'd surreptitiously slid what she could back onto the serving dish, but a line had formed behind her, and she'd finally had to keep moving. I really do. Chelsea kept her tone matter-of-fact as she smiled at the woman. As soon as she and Liam had sat down, Gladys had introduced her to her friends, Catherine Spencer and Ruby Rakes. According to Gladys, the three each had their own apartments at Good Hope Living Center. Chelsea had been content to eat and listen as the women talked. The way she saw it, letting them control the conversation not only allowed her to fill her stomach, but she found what they talked about interesting. She'd learned that Kyle Kendrick was related to Catherine by marriage, and that former Mayor Jeremy Rakes was Ruby's grandson. Where does Tim Vanderkoy fit? Chelsea asked when the conversation hit a lull, and she sensed she was mere seconds away from being interrogated. The real estate broker who'd contacted Chelsea to see if she was interested in selling Barbara's house was chatting amiably with Len and Anita now. Tim is well known. Catherine spoke slowly, as if choosing her words carefully. The woman had mentioned she'd been an accountant during her working years, and Chelsea could see that thoughtful precision in the words she chose. Oh, for goodness sake! Ruby leaned forward, though Chelsea wasn't sure why, since Ruby didn't lower her voice. Tim and Anita dated. There are no hard feelings between them. She also used to date Adam Vogel. Gladys gestured toward a tall, dark-haired younger man with one arm resting around the waist of a strikingly beautiful brunette. Adam has since married Charlotte, and they have two adorable little boys. So, Anita invited her former boyfriends to her wedding? Chelsea couldn't hide her surprise. Not all of them. Once again, Ruby leaned forward. The one she dated the longest was Steve Bloom. He and his wife Lynn Chapin weren't invited. Why not? Though it felt as if they were veering into gossip territory, Chelsea was curious. While Steve and Anita are cordial, Lynn doesn't care for Anita. Neither do Steve's daughters from his first marriage. Why not? Liam put a hand on her arm as if warning her this was a road she might not want to go down. Before Chelsea could tell Gladys that she didn't need to answer, Gladys smiled. Prim is one of Steve's daughters. You could ask her. It's not important. Chelsea waved an airy hand. I was simply curious. I believe it speaks well of Len's relationship with Anita that he doesn't feel threatened by her inviting her former boyfriends to their wedding. Catherine's lips tipped upward in a slight smile. Chelsea wondered if she'd be invited to Barrett's wedding. If Barrett was wanting to reconnect with his children, he'd likely want them at the wedding. She couldn't imagine letting them go to something like that alone. Yet... Chelsea? Liam's tone had her blinking back her thoughts and focusing on him. Gladys asked what you think about living next door to me. I love it. The words that popped out were not only the first thing that came to mind, but the truth. Everyone chuckled. Everyone except Liam, whose hazel eyes were focused so intently on her that she felt the pull. Knowing the others stared, she forced her attention away from him. Liam is the best neighbor. The kids love him, and Serenity is fast becoming a dog with 2 homes. If I'm out, Liam and Serenity will wander over.
And do you wander over if you see Liam is out?
Gladys arched a perfectly tweezed brow. Sometimes.
Chelsea shot Liam a smile. Usually.
Lindsay, Anita's youngest daughter, strolled between the tables, announcing, "Mom and Len will be cutting the cake in 5 minutes."
"Oh!"
Ruby clapped her hands together.
"No one makes a cake like Anita. I can't wait to see what's in it."
"In a minute." Gladys shot Ruby a warning look, then turned to Chelsea.
"First, I have something I'd like to give Chelsea."
Chapter 12. Gladys reached into her sequined bag. Smiling, she handed the deck of cards she'd pulled out to Chelsea. "What are these?" She flipped the deck over in her hands.
"Cards with questions. Questions that will help you and your wonderful neighbor get to know each other even better,"
Gladys said smoothly. "Relationship cards." Ruby's comment earned a sharp glance from Gladys. Chelsea held out the deck to Gladys. "I think there's been a misunderstanding. Liam and I are friends, neighbors. We're not in a relationship."
"Ruby thinks of them as relationship cards, but I see them as getting acquainted cards."
Gladys offered a bright smile.
"Your aunt and I answered a few of them on her porch one Saturday afternoon."
A startled look crossed Catherine's face.
"I didn't know that."
"You never mentioned that to me." Hurt filled Ruby's eyes. Gladys waved an airy hand.
"It's not like I tell the 2 of you everything."
"Yes, you do." Ruby's brows drew together. "Or, I thought you did."
"For heaven's sake."
Gladys huffed out a breath.
"Some cards are relationship-specific, while others work as conversation starters."
When Chelsea opened her mouth, Gladys held up a hand.
"Let me give you an example."
In an easy, quick movement, Gladys pulled a card out of the deck and read,
"What do you think makes me smile?" "You see?"
Gladys continued before Chelsea could say a word.
"The questions are often quite innocuous."
Why was it, Chelsea wondered, that the word often had been included in that statement? Then again, perhaps she was making more out of this deck of cards than she needed to.
"So," Gladys prompted, "what do you think makes me smile?"
Not knowing the woman well meant that Chelsea didn't have much to go on. She thought about what she did know. Gladys was a prominent woman who had her fingers not only on the pulse of the community, but in most of the pies. "I believe," Chelsea tapped a finger against her lips, "that being informed of something ahead of everyone else makes you smile." Gladys's red lips curved.
"You're very insightful."
"That's Gladys to a T," Ruby said quickly, the words tumbling from her lips. "She loves being in the know." Ignoring the comment, Gladys shifted her gaze to Liam, who'd been quietly observing the conversation. She pointed.
"See this man? Tell me what makes him smile."
Chelsea blinked. She'd thought she would be out of the hot seat after she gave Gladys her answer. But how could she refuse to play along now without seeming churlish? She shifted in her seat to more fully face Liam. When his hazel eyes met hers, he smiled.
"We already know that looking at you makes Dr. Gallagher smile," Gladys said with a smug look. "Tell us something we don't know."
"When he observes an act of kindness." The comment surprised even Chelsea. Gladys's gaze shifted from Chelsea to Liam, then back to her, her eyes bright with interest.
"Explain, please."
Liam offered her an encouraging smile, one that had warmth rushing through her like an awakened river. It's, just that I noticed... Well, the other day, Rick found a nest of baby bunnies in the backyard when he was picking up sticks before he mowed the lawn. Chelsea found herself smiling as she recalled the incident. Liam and I were standing in the yard talking about, well, something, and Rick came over. He told us what he'd found and that he was going to stake off the area where the nest was until the bunnies were on their own. Chelsea placed a hand on the sleeve of Liam's jacket. The smile you gave him and the look in your eyes, well, it touched my heart.
"You're raising a caring, compassionate son."
This time, the smile Liam offered was for Chelsea and Chelsea alone.
"You should be proud."
The heart that Chelsea had carefully guarded all these years, at least when it came to men, swelled to bursting. A lump formed in her throat, and she needed a few seconds to compose herself before speaking. Thankfully, Gladys took charge of the void, fixing her pale blue eyes on Liam.
"These questions are meant to be answered by both parties. So, tell me, what makes Chelsea smile?"
Liam rubbed his chin, but answered fairly quickly.
"Chelsea's children make her smile. Sometimes I catch her looking at them with a kind of awe, as if she can't believe these great kids are actually hers."
2 lines formed between Gladys's brow.
"While I love these examples about the children, I would encourage the two of you, when you're answering all these getting acquainted questions, to shift your focus to yourselves."
All the questions? Chelsea dropped her gaze to the deck.
"Oh, my goodness, no!"
Gladys's trill of laughter filled the air.
"Only 3.
How quickly would we need to complete the 3? Chelsea glanced at Liam. We're both busy.
"Take as long as you want. No rush at all."
I enjoy these kinds of activities. Liam shrugged.
"Up to you."
Chelsea smiled.
"We'll do it."
Liam was relieved when Chelsea whispered, after they'd been back on the dance floor for nearly an hour, that she was open to leaving at any time. They finished the dance, then congratulated the bride and groom one more time, and slipped out. Her house was dark when they pulled into the driveway. Despite her assurances that she could walk the short distance to her front porch unattended, he insisted on walking her to the door. She unlocked the door, then tipped her face up to him. I had a really nice evening. Thank you for inviting me. With a gentle finger, he pushed a lock of her silky brown hair back from her face.
"It was my pleasure."
Liam,
We don't have to put a name to what's building between us. Not yet, anyway,
he told her.
Let's simply enjoy it.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers sliding into his hair. I thought psychologists liked to put a name or label on everything. He smiled.
In this case, I'm going with the flow.
I like that. The impish smile she shot him had his heart skipping a beat. I think I'll do the same. Then she lifted her face and touched her lips to his. Liam slid his arms around her, pulling her even closer as his mouth melded to hers. The kiss started out slowly, as if they had all the time in the world. By the time they broke apart, his heart raced. Sweet dreams. She squeezed his hand, then stepped inside the house, closing the door behind her. For a long moment, Liam simply stood there. When his lips curved, he found himself thinking that this smile had nothing to do with Chelsea's children and everything to do with how she made him feel. By the time Chelsea undressed and slipped into her pajamas, sleep was still not on her body's radar. She checked on the twins and found them fast asleep. Serenity, who was sprawled across Emily's bed, dropped to the floor to slip out of the room and followed Chelsea down the steps to the kitchen. Not sure how long it had been since the dog had been let out, Chelsea took her outside. She stood on the deck, thankful when the dog found the perfect bush right away and was quickly ready to go back inside. Though it wasn't cold by any means, the night air held a chill. She noticed Liam's lights were still on and wondered if he was having as hard of a time sleeping as she was. There were so many things on her mind tonight, not just her growing feelings for her neighbor, but the situation with Barrett. She'd never been a stick her head in the sand kind of person, which was how she'd been acting when it came to Barrett. Ignoring his emails had been both childish and short-sighted. Knowing she wouldn't get any sleep tonight until she'd dealt with his last email, Chelsea took a seat at the kitchen table and replied to his first email, ignoring the subtle threats in the one he'd sent after that. "Hello, Barrett. It's been a long time. I'm glad to hear you're interested in getting to know your children. We're living in Good Hope, Wisconsin now. While I can't agree to send them to Seattle, I think we can move forward with your desire to be a part of their lives. Since you are a stranger to them, and to me, I suggest we start by you and I meeting in person. We can then come up with a plan that will involve you coming here, rather than them coming to you, as you begin to build a relationship." She reread the email a couple of times, then nodded. Straightforward and to the point. Considering their history, perhaps saying he was a stranger to her was harsh, but it was the truth after so many years. He'd been only 16, and his parents had likely applied plenty of pressure. But even when she'd gathered her courage and texted him after the babies were born, she'd heard nothing from him. That made her wonder if she'd ever really known the boy she'd thought she loved. It was interesting that he was coming around now when the twins were past the baby, toddler, and little child stage and were old enough to be self-sufficient and carry on adult conversations. Only now, when he had his life in perfect order with a thriving business, a house in the Seattle suburbs, and a fiancé, did he decide he was ready to be a dad. How would the twins feel when they heard he wanted to see them? Would they want to see him? Glancing down at her phone, she saw a new email from Barrett.
"Chelsea, I would be happy to arrange a time to meet with you. Larissa and I will be in Chicago for a friend's wedding on April 15th. We'll be arriving early on the 13th. Will getting together around those dates work for you? B."
Larissa. Rick and Emily's soon-to-be stepmom. Chelsea realized if she'd thought going it alone as a single parent had been difficult, she now understood there had been a certain freedom, too. She'd gotten to make all the decisions. Now there would be another player with skin in the game. Meeting with Barrett would be a first step toward him meeting his children. It was possible he would see them once and that would be it, but Chelsea suspected that wouldn't happen. Any man would be proud to have Rick and Emily as his children. No, he'd fall in love with them, which meant he'd likely want to see them more, not less. Chelsea closed her eyes and let the tears that had been pushing against the backs of her lids fall. With a little whine, Serenity laid her head on Chelsea's lap in a gesture of comfort. "Tell me I'll get through this, girl, because right now I'm not sure I will. Just give me a sign." Serenity licked her hand, and Chelsea gave a half-chuckle, half-sob. She'd gotten her sign. Chelsea only hoped it was the truth. The next morning, Chelsea pulled herself out of bed to take the twins to youth group at the church. When she dropped them off, her plan had been to go home, then return later to pick them up. But then Chelsea decided it was time to switch things up. She would treat herself to a breakfast she didn't have to make. It would be a different way to start the day, and hopefully would take her mind off her upcoming conversation with the twins about their father. For a brief moment, she considered simply grabbing a pastry and coffee at Bloom's Bake Shop, but she decided eggs sounded better. The second she walked into Muddy Boots and saw the line, Chelsea turned on her heel. The number of people waiting told her that by the time she finally scored a table, it'd be time to pick up the kids. As she turned, she ran into a solid male mass. "I'm sorry."
I don't mind.
Chelsea couldn't stop the smile and the pleasure that rippled through her. "Liam, I didn't expect to see you this morning." He glanced around.
Where are the kids?
"Youth group at First Christian. I thought I'd grab some breakfast before I need to pick them up, but..." She gestured to those waiting. "That's not happening."
It is when you know the secret table.
"Secret table?" Liam shot her a wink and took her arm.
Let me show you.
They bypassed the crowd and headed toward the back of the cafe. For a second, Chelsea thought they were headed out the back door, but then they came upon a large rectangular table that held a number of Good Hope residents who were familiar to Chelsea. She greeted the strawberry blonde first. "Prim, hello." "Chelsea, Liam, welcome." Prim motioned to two empty seats on her left. "Sit. These chairs have your names on them." "Is this a meeting?" Chelsea hesitated. "I don't want to interrupt."
It's a meeting of friends, Max explained, looking at her over his shoulder. We get together every week when our kids are in Sunday school, or at youth group. Who comes varies week to week. If we get a larger than normal group, there's an extra table that Helen can bring over.
"Helen is an angel," Prim said with a smile toward the server, an older woman whose bright orange hair perfectly matched her lipstick. "I'm an angel as long as you're ready with your order." Helen glanced pointedly at Liam and Chelsea.
Helen keeps us in line.
Theo offered Chelsea a smile from across the table.
She makes sure those with kids make it out in time for church pickup.
"Which is why I need your orders now." Chelsea opened the menu and found the meal that had just what she wanted. When Helen turned to her, she was ready. "The number 3, please. Eggs over medium, crisp bacon, cakes instead of toast, black coffee." Helen's lips curved ever so slightly. "You fit right in." Once Helen laughed to turn in their order, Theo leaned forward.
How's the hand and arm doing?
"The hand? Great. The scratch was doing better, but the past few days it seems redder. But that may be my imagination." Chelsea rolled her shoulder. "The tetanus shot bothered me for a few days, but it's fine now."
If you don't mind, could you show me the scratch?
Pushing up her sleeve, Chelsea held out her arm. Theo's fingers curved gently around her wrist. He studied her forearm.
You've got an infection starting up.
The doctor released his hold and met her gaze.
I'm going to call in a prescription. Any drug allergies?
None. Chelsea pushed her sleeve back down. Is a prescription really necessary?
It is.
Theo's gaze remained steady.
It's important you finish the entire prescription.
Chelsea nodded. I understand. What happened to your hand? The curly-haired woman seated beside Theo asked. Nail. Chelsea shook her head. We were building the ninja course. I was pulling nails from an old board. I got a puncture wound in my hand and a scratch along my forearm. Theo fixed me up and gave me a tetanus shot as a parting gift. The woman laughed. What a lovely gift. Chelsea chuckled. Hard to beat.
Chelsea, this is my wife, Izzy. Izzy, this is Barbara Torre's niece, Chelsea Workman. She recently moved to town with her 2 children.
Izzy? Chelsea's eyes widened. You are the artist behind the magnificent artwork on Wrigley Road. I am. Izzy smiled. Izzy is also responsible for the Alley Arts Project, Prim said from her seat beside Chelsea. I met someone last night who said he had a part in that project. Chelsea brought the boy's face into her mind's eye. K.T. Slattery. He told me to look for the screaming faces. Izzy's expression brightened. I love that kid. I heard he was in town for Anita's wedding. I'm hoping to see him before he heads back to Chicago. He seems like a nice young man. He is. Pride filled Izzy's voice. And extremely talented. That got the conversation at their end of the table focused on the wedding and who all had been there. Liam, Chelsea noticed, commented but didn't actively participate in the various conversations swirling around him. It was like he was part of the group, yet not fully engaged. She understood that feeling. She'd experienced it when she'd joined several groups for young mothers when the twins were toddlers. While everyone had been friendly, they'd been so much older that she'd never felt fully a part of the group. From the snippets of conversations she heard, it appeared that many of those seated around the table had grown up in Good Hope. "Did you grow up here?" she asked Theo during a conversational lull. The doctor shook his head. "Neither Izzy nor I did. Luther and Natalia, down there at the end, they're recent additions as well. Liam, he's been here a while, but he didn't grow up here either." "This group is an eclectic mix," Izzy told her. "One thing we all have in common is we love Muddy Boots food," Beck interjected from his position next to Izzy. "Yes, that too." Izzy rolled her eyes. "What I was about to say is that we all love Good Hope." Chelsea realized that she loved it here too. It was home in a way Seattle, for all the years she'd lived there, had never been. "Theo, we need to get home." Izzy pushed back her chair and offered an apologetic look to the group. "Theo's parents are in town. They practically pushed us out of the house so they could get some alone time with their granddaughter. But Ivy can be a handful, and I don't want to leave them alone with her too long." Prim offered an understanding smile. "Kids can never have too much love." "I'll remind you that you said that when Mike and Deb are in town," Beck's wife, Amy, reminded her sister. Chelsea brought the coffee cup to her lips. "Who are Mike and Deb?" "Callum and Connor's grandparents, my first husband Rory's parents." Prim gave a little smile. "Deb and I have had our moments, but she and Mike adore the boys. I really do believe children can't have enough love." Chelsea finished off her coffee, and when she and Liam started to leave, her mind was on Barrett. If he became part of Rick and Emily's life, did that mean his parents would also want to be involved? As she walked out of the cafe, Chelsea brought a hand to her temple, where a headache was trying to form. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'm fine." She managed to summon a bright smile. "What are your plans for the rest of the day?" Liam asked. "Same as most other days. Clean the house, do the laundry, prep for an audiobook I'll be recording next week." She expelled a breath. "Pick up the prescription Theo called in for me." "We could pick it up on our way out of town." Chelsea inclined her head. "Out of town? Feel like taking a road trip?" "Tempting, but I don't really want to leave the kids." "I thought we'd take them with us." "I'm intrigued." Chelsea stopped on the sidewalk to face him. "But your invitation lacks one important detail." He lifted a brow. "Where is it we would be going?" Chapter 13. After swinging by the pharmacy to get the antibiotic that Theo had phoned in, Chelsea picked up the twins from youth group. She was prepared to ask them about the road trip to Green Bay the second they hopped into the car, but she couldn't get a word in. They were both in high spirits, talking about what had happened today during youth group. "Katie Ruth, that's the pastor's wife, divided us into groups of 3 and had us build marshmallow towers with toothpicks." Rick chuckled. "Sounds lame, but hey, marshmallows." "I was hoping we could pick our teams because Bryn and Zoe and I were ready to nail this challenge, but we got assigned." Emily shrugged. "It was okay. I met a couple of girls I hadn't talked to before. They were nice." "Was there some Bible message or lesson associated with this activity?" Chelsea asked, curious since this was a church meeting, after all. "Maybe?" Emily glanced at Rick. "Do you remember?"
Rick shook his head. I was focused on marshmallows. Chelsea knew there had to have been some lesson involved, but even if it had only been meeting new kids and engaging in a team-building activity, that was enough for her. Ah, by the way, Liam asked if we wanted to go to Green Bay with him today. Pulling into the driveway, Chelsea cut the engine and turned to face the twins. I think it sounds like fun. Emily inclined her head, her eyes bright with interest. He wants you to go with him? Not just me, all of us. Chelsea smiled. We're going to pick out lacrosse equipment for the festival. Sure, that... Rick inhaled sharply and turned to Emily. Why did you elbow me? Rick forgot that Zoe's dad is teaching a bunch of us how to operate his coffee cart this afternoon. Emily slanted a glance at her brother. He stared at Emily for a long moment, then nodded. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. You and Liam won't need to rush back. Emily pushed open her car door. Someone, I think Mrs. Brody, is bringing pizza for afterwards. Don't worry about us. You two just have fun. Rick stepped out of the car at the same time as Chelsea, then leaned against the side of the vehicle. I hear Green Bay is romantic. Emily rolled her eyes. What my brother is trying to say is there are a lot of good places to eat. Chelsea shifted from one foot to the other. It felt as if the kids knew that she and Liam were, well, not really dating, but exploring options. What surprised her more was they didn't appear to mind. On the drive to Green Bay, Chelsea found that Liam had a wide variety of interests, and conversation flowed easily. I can't believe you love opera. He slanted a smile in her direction as he continued down State Highway 42. I can't believe your kids don't. I've tried to get Rick and Emily interested, but so far, no takers. Give them time. At their age, I don't think I was interested either. Sometimes I can't figure them out. Chelsea shook her head. I can't believe they chose to stay in Good Hope over taking a road trip with us. It surprised me, too. I thought Rick especially would want to help me pick out the lacrosse equipment we'll need for the festival. Spending time with their friends in general has become more important to them in the past year. Chelsea pulled her brows together. Learning barista skills didn't sound all that exciting to me. I may be wrong, but I don't think it was as much that Rick wanted to learn how to make lattes as it was he wanted to hang with all his friends. Probably. Chelsea blew out a breath. I feel good knowing Prim will be watching out for Rick, while Trinity will keep an eye on Emily. Both told me not to worry about dinner. That's good hope for you. Liam smiled, but kept his gaze on the road. By the way, I found the cards you had me put in my pocket Friday night. Since I had some time yesterday, I glanced at a few of the cards in the deck. I'd forgotten all about those, Chelsea murmured. I'd heard of them. Trinity and Ryder had answered questions from the deck, but I hadn't studied the cards before. Are the questions all similar to the smile one? Not all, although I only pulled out 2 or 3. Did you answer any of them? One in particular caught my eye. In profile, Liam's expression turned serious. If you could change anything about your past, what would it be? Chelsea waited for him to continue, but he didn't. Are you expecting me to answer that one? He shot her an encouraging smile. I admit I'm interested in hearing your response. You answer first, she told him. You've had more time to consider. The thing that came first to mind was that, for so many years, I've focused on building my career to the exclusion of having a well-rounded life. You mentioned you dated and had a couple of relationships before moving to Good Hope. That's true, but do you know what both of those women told me? No clue. That they felt like an afterthought. Liam shook his head. I thought I'd made time for them, but looking back, I see that friendships, romantic relationships, even leisure activities took a backseat to furthering my education and career.
For some reason, the comment made her think of Barrett. I believe it was the same with Barrett, the twins' father. Even at 16, he was driven to succeed. Liam pulled the car into the lot of a mega sporting goods outlet.
"We have arrived at our destination."
Liam pushed open his door of the RAV4.
"We've been driving for a while. Feel like taking a stroll through the other stores before we do our shopping?"
The other stores were an eclectic mix, and there were enough of them grouped together to possibly be considered a shopping center or mall. Sure, I could stretch my legs. They entered through large glass doors into an atrium boasting an abundance of steel and glass. As it was the weekend, shoppers seemed to be everywhere. It had been that way back in Seattle, Chelsea remembered. People everywhere. 3 boys around Rick's age, shoving each other and talking loudly, approached. Liam shifted his body so he was between her and the kids as they rushed past. His lips curved in a good-natured smile.
"Kids."
If that was my son acting that way? Chelsea shook her head.
"Forget about them."
Liam took her hand.
"Let's enjoy the day together."
I think the kids, I think they know we're more than neighbors. Liam stopped walking.
"What makes you think that?"
The way they were acting. Chelsea frowned. Rick actually said he'd heard Green Bay was romantic. Can you imagine? After a long moment, Liam spoke.
"I believe it can be romantic, depending on who you're with."
When she didn't reply, he inclined his head.
"You seem distracted. Does having them know about us bother you?"
Up ahead, a teenage girl walked with an older man who Chelsea assumed was her father. When the girl looked up at her dad and smiled, the love in that smile had Chelsea's heart lurching. It's not you and me that has me distracted. Barrett emailed me again about seeing the twins. Chelsea blurted. I'd actually responded to him after the wedding, told him that he and I could meet first and then go from there. He was receptive, but he's still pushing me to agree to let them visit him for 2 weeks this summer and for a week over Christmas. Liam remained silent for several heartbeats, his gaze searching her face.
"How do you feel about that?"
Honestly? Liam nodded. Part of me is boiling inside. Chelsea flung out her hands in frustration. First, because all I've agreed to was discussing the idea, and right away, he ups the pressure. And second, Barrett thinks now that it's convenient for him, he can simply walk into their lives and be their dad.
"He is their dad,"
Liam pointed out. He's not their dad. Chelsea spat the word. He's a sperm donor. She didn't know what she expected Liam to say, but when he offered only a non-committal nod, the rage that had been building up surged and spilled out. You talk about not taking time for people? Well, Barrett didn't take time for his kids. All these years, the only things that mattered to him were getting his education and then launching his career.
"Let's sit."
Liam pulled her down onto an ornate metal bench positioned for privacy between 2 massive leafy plants. Chelsea didn't want to sit, but neither did she want to rage about Barrett while in the main flow of other shoppers. Taking several deep breaths, she forced herself to calm. Why is it okay for him to, after all these years, simply pop back into their lives?
"I can see where that would be frustrating."
Liam cocked his head.
"You said that part of you is boiling. What about the other part?"
The other part worries. Chelsea blew out a breath. I worry that he'll meet them and won't want to see them again, and they'll be devastated. Or he'll see what wonderful kids they are and want to spend even more time with them.
"Valid concerns."
Liam spoke in a calm voice.
"Are you concerned at all about his influence on them?"
You mean, do I think he's a bad guy? Chelsea rubbed her forehead and fought to get her emotions under control. I don't think so, but I don't know him anymore. That's why, when I met with Beck to discuss my options, I told him that I won't send them off to stay with a man I don't know. I made that clear to Barrett as well, not that he seemed to understand. I will meet with him first, and when he does meet the kids in person, it will happen in good hope.
Smart.
She surged to her feet. Let's walk. They walked in silence to the end of the mall, then turned to circle back.
Tell me how I can help,
Liam said, breaking the silence. Assure me it's best for them to know their father. Acknowledge that it's hard for children to feel abandoned by a parent. Tell me they're smart and confident kids who can handle seeing the man who hasn't wanted to be a part of their lives until now. The corners of Liam's mouth tipped upward ever so slightly.
It sounds to me as if you already have the answers.
My head may know this is for the best, but my heart worries.
Having an involved father has a great impact on a child's confidence and happiness.
Liam searched her eyes.
You mentioned that your father was never in the picture?
That's right. She offered a tight smile. And I turned out okay?
You did.
Liam let several heartbeats go by before he spoke again.
But I'm betting there were times that you wondered, maybe still wonder, why he didn't want to be with you. And maybe while you wondered, you worried there was something wrong with you.
Chelsea wanted to tell Liam that he didn't know what he was talking about, but the fact was that children and their feelings were his business.
Your dad and Barrett both missed out on the joy of raising a child, he said. Recognizing that can be a part of forgiving them.
Her shoulders sagged as she realized that she'd made her decision when she'd read her first article about the impact of a father on a child's life many years ago. Still, this discussion with Liam made her wonder if her concerns weren't about how the kids would handle Barrett reappearing in their lives, but about whether she could accept him being back in hers. Over the next week, Liam didn't bring up Barrett. How she handled the situation was up to her, and Chelsea was more than competent. The thing was, his feelings for her had only continued to grow. If he could help her in any way, that's what he wanted to do. A knock sounded on his screen door. When he strode to the door and saw her standing there in a spring dress the color of green apples, he smiled. "Still up for checking out the ice cream social?" she asked when he opened the door with Serenity at his side.
I am.
He held up a hand.
Just let me close down the laptop.
It's Sunday, she remarked, offering him a teasing smile as she followed him into the parlor. Not work day.
Just a couple things I wanted to catch up on.
I understand, she told him. Just remember what you told me when we were in Green Bay.
Oh, you mean when I said I prioritized my education and career to the detriment of my personal life?
You said it, not me. The fact that she appeared to be taking great delight in tossing his words back at him had Liam grinning.
I seem to recall you never answered the same question.
Chelsea waved a dismissive hand. I don't recall the exact words. Liam didn't believe that for 1 second.
Well, then it's fortunate that I do.
He cocked his head.
If you could change anything about your past, what would it be?
Seriously, you want me to answer that now? She dropped down on the sofa.
I've got time.
He sat beside her. She laughed. He liked that she was doing more of that lately, laughing for no reason at all, or teasing him.
I'm waiting,
he told her, unable to suppress his smile. She heaved an exaggerated sigh. Okay, let me think for a second. When her smile disappeared and a look of regret blanketed her face, Liam wished he'd never brought up the question. What purpose would be served on this beautiful, sunny spring day by focusing on the past, and especially on past regrets? He was about to tell her to forget it when she spoke. I wish I'd come to see Barbara more frequently. I assumed we had all the time in the world. Chelsea lifted one shoulder and let it drop. Found out differently.
Your aunt knew you loved her."
Liam moved closer and slipped an arm around her shoulders.
"Those weekly Zoom calls
were no substitute for in-person visits.
She loved you and the kids. Barbara was so proud of all you've accomplished."
Chelsea shifted to face him. "Thank you for all you did for her. I'm not sure if I said that before. I know you mowed her lawn, shoveled her snow, and—"
"I was simply being a good neighbor to someone I considered a friend."
"Well, thank you from that someone's niece." Liam wasn't sure who made the first move. He only knew that his arms were around Chelsea, and they were kissing. By the time she sat back, he felt drunk on the taste of her. Liam wanted her with an intensity that had every cell in his body aching.
"Chels,"
her fingers closed over his lips. "We better leave for the ice cream social now. If we don't, we're not going to make it there at all." Chapter 14. The ice cream social, sponsored by First Christian, had taken over the town square. Luckily, the weather was cooperating. Chelsea recalled Barbara telling her that April weather could be a mixed bag. Occasionally snow, often rain, and as far as temperatures, anything could happen. Today, it was a record high of 78 with no wind. A perfect day, as far as Chelsea was concerned. Or maybe part of that perfection had to do with the man at her side. She slanted a glance at Liam. When they exchanged a smile, Chelsea went warm all over. Instead of choosing a favorite scoop of ice cream from one of the church ladies or grabbing a latte from the daily grinds cart, she and Liam wandered the square. Every so often, frequently, they came across someone they knew and stopped to talk. Serenity was an attraction all her own, drawing kids like a golden magnet. The retriever reveled in all the pats and kisses she received, her plume of a tail swishing slowly from side to side. Once they'd reached the square, Liam had taken Chelsea's hand. Though she told herself she wasn't one for public displays of affection, she liked the feel of her hand nestled in his. She kept it there until she ran across Rick and Emily at the coffee cart. Slipping her hand from Liam's, she smiled brightly at her twins. "How's it going?"
"It's going,"
Rick said. "How's it going for you?" Emily's sharp-eyed gaze shifted to Liam.
"It's going."
Liam smiled.
"Your mother and I still haven't gotten any ice cream. Is there a flavor you'd recommend?"
"We've been doing more talking than indulging," Chelsea added. "You and Liam? You're having fun?" There was something in Emily's tone that put Chelsea on guard. She hesitated for only a second. She'd always been honest with her kids and wasn't going to stop now. Chelsea glanced at Liam. "Yes, lots of fun." Emily rolled her eyes. "I'm not sure how anyone can have lots of fun at an ice cream social."
"They're old, Em,"
her brother reminded her.
"That's why they think an ice cream social is fun."
"Hey," Chelsea said in mock indignation. "Who are you calling old?"
"We're not old."
Liam slipped an arm around Chelsea's shoulders.
"Well, maybe she is, but I'm not."
The twins laughed, but she caught them exchanging glances.
"I certainly hope it's not me you're calling old."
At the sound of the deep, theatrical voice, Chelsea turned, and there was Gladys and her two friends.
"I didn't call you old,"
Rick hastened to explain. He gestured with one hand toward Chelsea.
"I said Mom was old." "She may be older than you,"
Gladys said,
"but she's certainly not old. And she looks particularly lovely today in that green dress. Don't you think so, Liam?" "I do."
Liam flashed Chelsea a smile.
"I told her that on our way here. Sincere compliments are good. Flowers and candy don't hurt either."
Before anyone could respond to that comment, Gladys's gaze swept the foursome.
"It appears being next-door neighbors hasn't proved too much of a hardship."
"I'm guessing not a hardship at all," Ruby chirped, her blue eyes sparkling behind her glasses.
Liam can be a tight ass about some things, but we make it work." Rick shrugged, then shot Liam a grin. "Rick," Chelsea said sharply, "that isn't nice. Any guy who insists on mowing his yard diagonally instead of back and forth qualifies." Rick lifted his hands, a smirk on his lips. "I overlook his quirks."
Just like he overlooks you blasting music out the windows when Mom leaves the house," Emily said with a smug smile.
"I like the same kind of music Rick does," Liam responded with an easy smile. "It's not a hardship."
Chelsea closed her eyes. What else didn't she know? "Rick and I were about to tell Mom and Liam they don't need to be hanging around us," Emily told Gladys. "It's kind of creepy. We're not babies."
"They should be having fun," Rick said, "doing what old people do. I'm not sure what that is. I say whatever floats their boat." "I happen to agree with your children." Gladys smiled at Chelsea. "You and your young man need to leave these two be and enjoy yourself."
"Today is beautiful, but rain is in the forecast for tomorrow," Ruby informed them.
"Meteorologist Rakes has spoken," Gladys pronounced, then pointed at Liam and Chelsea. "Get going and have some fun." Only knowing that the twins would be home any minute had Chelsea keeping her desire under control when Liam took her home. She considered inviting him in, but played it safe and kissed him goodbye at the door. Glancing at the clock, she figured she had less than an hour before the kids arrived. Restless, she prowled the house. This would be the perfect time to set up that meeting with Barrett, but she couldn't make herself pick up the phone. She glanced at her laptop, then paused by the sound studio, but kept pacing, finally stopping in front of a bookcase. Chelsea wasn't sure what made her pick up her mother's best-selling book. The Summons had not only launched Jennifer's career, but it still received quite a bit of media attention. The book had been released right before Chelsea got pregnant. It hadn't been her mother's first release, but it had been the first to top the New York Times list. Chelsea had promised her mother she would read it, but life had gotten in the way. A couple of times she'd picked it up, intending to dive in, only to get distracted by the here and now. Now, the sofa beckoned, and wrapping one of the throws that Barbara had knitted around her, Chelsea sat and opened the book. She found herself drawn in right away, not simply because of her mother's writing style, but by the premise itself. In order to achieve what you wanted in life, you must first figure out what that was. Chelsea devoured the chapter on self-reflection and discovered she agreed with her mother about the dangers of being so laser-focused on present-day tasks that you didn't consider your future. For the most part, Chelsea knew that focusing on present-day tasks was what she'd been doing for the past 14 years. Her mother's suggestion for Chelsea to put the twins in childcare and enroll full-time in school had been rejected. While that would have been the right solution for many young women, it hadn't been for her. Chelsea lowered the book to her lap. It wasn't as if her mother's advice hadn't been sound, but Chelsea had known in her heart she'd wanted to focus on her babies. She'd been self-aware enough to know that she hadn't the energy to go to college full-time and be a mother to twins. Barbara's suggestion of voice acting was something that had not only intrigued her, but had afforded her a way to develop marketable skills while helping her children grow. While her mother had been more than generous in providing for her needs and those of the twins, Chelsea had had to grow up fast when she'd discovered she was pregnant. Instead of finding the right college, she'd needed to find a way to support herself and her children. By the time she'd moved out of her mother's home, she'd been self-supporting. Chelsea lowered her gaze back to the book, knowing it was now time to reassess. What did she want in life? She loved her career and was good at it. The variety kept things interesting, and the flexibility to work around her family life was a definite plus. Career-wise, there wasn't anything she would change. She loved being a mother and loved helping her children grow into happy, responsible adults. All in all, her life was in pretty good shape.
There was only one area that needed tending, making time for herself. She thought of Liam and her growing feelings for her hottie of a next-door neighbor. She would like being part of a couple, would like to have what Ray and Barbara had all those years, would like to have a man look at her the way Len had looked at Anita when she'd walked down the aisle. Would she find that with Liam? How would her children feel about her dating Liam? Was this even the right time to start a relationship, considering the upheaval Barrett's new interest in her children would bring into all their lives? One step at a time, she told herself. Picking up her phone, Chelsea emailed Barrett and agreed to meet him halfway. On Wednesday, Chelsea took Serenity for a walk over lunch. The dog pranced down the sidewalk, appearing to love being out in the beautiful spring day as much as Chelsea. Instead of a quick walk to the end of the block and back, they ended up walking to a nearby bike trail and covering almost 3 miles before returning home. Once she reached Liam's, Chelsea hesitated to make Serenity return to the empty house. She wouldn't be in her sound booth until later this afternoon. Instead, she'd be in the living room or at the kitchen table with her laptop. There was really no reason Serenity couldn't stay with her for the next few hours. Chelsea looked down at the retriever and met warm brown eyes. "Want to come to my house?" A low woof and a swish of the tail were the answer. Last week, during one of the evenings that Liam had stopped over to watch a movie with her and the twins, he'd brought Serenity's dog bed with him. When he'd started to leave without it, Chelsea had been ready to pick it up, but he'd asked if he could leave it. Barbara had purchased an overabundance of dog beds, which he had at his house, and if he left the one at Chelsea's, he wouldn't have to bring it with him each time he came over. She hadn't argued. It struck her that they'd both expected him to be coming over again. The thought had her smiling. Opening the front door, Chelsea unclipped the leash, and Serenity shot inside. After filling the dog's water bowl, she watched Serenity drink and found herself smiling. Perhaps having a dog around wasn't such a bad thing. After Chelsea texted Liam that he could find Serenity at her house, the dog dropped down on her red and black plaid bed, while Chelsea opened her laptop and settled in to get some prep work done for her next audiobook. When the twins arrived home, they were delighted to find Serenity in the house. After a quick snack, they took the dog and her ball into the backyard. Chelsea had just sat back down at the table when a knock sounded at the front door. She opened it to find Liam standing there, dressed in jeans, a Red Sox sweatshirt, and sneakers. He smiled. "Is there room in your house for one more?" Chelsea figured he'd gone ultra-casual for work today, or he'd stopped at home to change before coming over. Either way, he looked positively yummy. "Get a grip," Chelsea told herself. "I absolutely have room." She stepped aside to let him enter. "You're home early." "Got my paperwork done and couldn't stay inside another minute. Not on this gorgeous day. It is lovely out." Liam followed her as she walked to the kitchen. "Serenity and I went for a long walk, then she came home and crashed." Chelsea gestured to the dog bed she'd brought from the living room to the kitchen. She slept most of the afternoon, which meant once the kids got home, she was ready for action. Laughter sounded through the window. Liam's gaze settled on the open laptop. "You're still working." Though said as a statement, she heard the question. "Just a little more to go. If you want, maybe you can toss the ball or do whatever and then stay and have dinner?" "What are you having?" An odd question, but Chelsea merely shrugged. "No clue. I'll come up with something." "How about when you finish, I'll order pizza?" He smiled. "There's no reason you should have to cook for me when you've been working all day, and since I don't feel like cooking, pizza is an option." "An option I'll take you up on." She smiled. "Thanks." "You're welcome." He moved to the back door, then turned back. "Now, I'll get out of your hair, and you can get back to work." Once he was outside, Chelsea settled down to finish the prep. Every so often, the sound of clapping or laughing would filter through the open window. The pleasant sounds didn't deter her from getting the job done. When she closed the laptop, she listened and realized the only thing she could hear now was the murmur of voices. Moving to the open window, she glanced out over the backyard. Her gaze didn't have far to go, as the twins, Liam and Serenity, sat on the back deck. She opened her mouth, ready to tell Liam he could order the pizza, when Rick spoke.
You and my mom have been dating for a while. A couple weeks?
Liam spoke in an easy tone.
How do you feel about that?
Chelsea felt her shoulders stiffen and irritation surge. She should be the one talking about this with her children, not Liam. Granted, Rick had brought up the subject, but Liam could have easily deflected.
It's fine with me.
Rick shrugged. I'm okay with it, too. Emily gave a little laugh. It's not like I was ever one of the kids who dreamed of their parents getting back together. Our dad has no interest in us. Chelsea held her breath, but several seconds passed with Liam making no comment. She found herself grateful for his silence. Yes, she knew she needed to tell the kids about their dad's request. She promised herself she would do that once she'd met with Barrett. Before anything more could be said, Chelsea pushed open the door. I'm done with my work for the day. Who is ready for pizza? Chapter 15. On Friday, Chelsea waved the kids off to school, then dressed carefully for her meeting with Barrett in Milwaukee. He'd mentioned arriving several days before his friend's wedding, so she'd offered to meet him halfway on the day before, and he'd immediately agreed. She set the destination as the cafe at the Pfister at 11 o'clock. As she entered the city limits, Chelsea's stomach felt as if it had been invaded by dozens of jumping beans. Her hands, gripping the steering wheel, trembled. At least she knew she looked her best. Yesterday, she'd visited Marigold's Golden Door Salon and Day Spa. She'd asked her childhood friend for advice on what to do with her stubbornly straight, blah brown hair. Marigold, still a vivacious blonde pixie with a mass of curls and a supremely confident manner, had advised all she needed was a better cut and a little color. She also suggested a center rather than a side part. Doing traditional blonde highlights, or the French technique called balayage, where the highlights were applied freehand, were floated as possibilities. Chelsea had gone with the blonde highlights. She was pleased with the cut and the highlights. Once inside the historic Pfister Hotel, Chelsea wiped damp palms against her pencil skirt and resisted the urge to check her makeup one more time. Though she was a few minutes early and the cafe didn't open until 11, she saw that Barrett and Larissa had already arrived and been seated. When the host showed her to their table, Barrett and Larissa both stood. Chelsea pasted a smile on her face. Even if the place had been full of people, she'd have recognized Barrett. His dark hair and blue eyes, well, Emily had inherited those from him.
Chelsea.
Barrett took a step forward. For a second, she thought he might embrace her, but he stopped short, and his hands dropped to his sides.
It's been a long time.
14 years. The smile felt frozen on her lips. She turned to the blonde at his side. His fiancée wasn't what Chelsea had expected. Larissa was more handsome than attractive, with an outdoorsy, sporty look and a friendly smile. I hope you don't mind I came along. Larissa laid a hand on Barrett's arm. I told Barrett if I were you, I'd want to get to know the woman who is going to be my children's stepmother. Stepmother. A swift stab of pain in the area of Chelsea's heart nearly had her closing her eyes. Her smile slipped, but she steadied it. I'm glad you came. Before more could be said, a waiter stopped by their table to advise them of the specials. Chelsea ordered a roasted vegetable salad, not because she was hungry, but because she worried that not ordering would draw more attention.
Tell me about the twins.
Barrett took a sip of his iced tea once the waiter left. Chelsea told them about Emily and Rick. what they liked, what they didn't like. She showed them pictures on her phone. When Barrett asked why she'd left Seattle, she told him of Barbara's death and the skyrocketing private school tuition.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He reached over and took Larissa's hand, shifting his attention to her.
Barbara was Chelsea's aunt. She came to Seattle a couple of times when Chelsea and I were dating.
He turned back to Chelsea.
I wish you'd have told me about the tuition issue. I could have helped.
You didn't cash the check he sent. Larissa spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, but Chelsea saw the question in her eyes. The letter and the check arrived 2 days after I learned of my aunt's sudden death. Chelsea's lips lifted in a humorless smile. I tore them both up. At that moment, I couldn't deal with one more thing.
I'm so sorry you had to deal with all that.
Larissa's gaze met Chelsea's. Barbara was more like a second mother to me, rather than an aunt. Chelsea's heart twisted. When the twins were born, Barbara came to stay with me. Being 16 and having 2 babies to deal with was overwhelming. Chelsea shifted her gaze to Barrett. You never came to see them. Not once. Why was that, Barrett? Why the interest now? He shifted uncomfortably in his chair.
It seemed better.
Better? For who? You?
Chelsea's tone took on a sharp edge. Do you know how alone I felt? Of course you didn't, because once you found out I was pregnant and planned on continuing the pregnancy, you were done with me. At Larissa's curious gaze and Chelsea's piercing one, Barrett cleared his throat.
My father told me it would be easier on you in the long run if I stayed away.
You let your father dictate your actions.
Chelsea let the words hang in the air between them for several awkward seconds. You were old enough to father these children, but not man enough to step up and insist on being a part of their lives. That's not fair. He was 16. Larissa went silent when Barrett placed a hand on her arm.
She's right. She was 16, too.
Barrett's gaze met Chelsea's.
I'm sorry for abandoning you, Chelsea.
The apology had Chelsea's anger deflating like an untied balloon. We were both young. Though Chelsea had brought her anger under control, her voice still shook with emotion. What bothers me most is I have 2 kids who think their father doesn't care about them.
I made mistakes.
Barrett expelled a heavy breath.
I admit that. That doesn't mean I don't care about Emmerich and Emily, wonder about them. I want to get to know them, to be a part of their lives from now going forward.
He reached over and took Larissa's left hand, the large diamond on her ring finger glittering in the light.
We want to be a part of their lives.
He shifted his gaze back to Chelsea.
I would be forever grateful if you would give me another chance to do the right thing.
Chelsea hadn't known how long the meeting with Barrett would take, so she'd asked Liam if he could be there for the kids when they got home from school. When she drove up, he was out in the yard doing lacrosse drills with Rick and Emily that involved tossing the ball back and forth. She noticed that when they'd catch the ball with their stick, they wouldn't cradle it. Instead, they'd release it as quickly as possible. The action stopped when she got out of the car. You look nice. Emily dropped her stick and hurried over to the car. Liam mentioned something about you having a meeting in Milwaukee. I did. I'll tell you all about it later. Right now, I'm starved. Though the salad had been amazing, her churning stomach hadn't allowed her to eat much. Chelsea wasn't sure if it had been the stress of the meeting or the antibiotics she was taking for her infected scratch. She shifted her gaze to Rick and Liam. How about I change and we get dinner started?
I've got a better idea.
Liam smiled, but she saw the concern in his hazel eyes.
Why don't I make dinner, and the 3 of you can come over to my house to eat for a change?
Had he seen how exhausted she was? Did he know how much his offer meant to her? If he didn't, she would let him know once they were alone.
Sounds good to me.
Chelsea glanced at her children.
Okay with you guys? Works for me.
Emily grinned.
It was my night to cook.
Chelsea didn't think she'd ever tasted a burger any better than the one Liam took off the grill. When she'd asked what he planned to make and learned he was grilling hamburgers and green beans, she'd brought over a fruit salad to round out the meal. Brownies from Bloom's Bake Shop that he'd apparently purchased on the way home from work were served for dessert.
That was great, Liam. Thanks.
Rick rose from the outdoor table where they'd had their meal, tossing the last bite of his burger to Serenity.
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you.
Emily also stood.
What's the rush?
Chelsea asked.
Homework,
Rick said.
Geometry.
Emily's lips lifted in a rueful smile.
I liked algebra so much better.
Liam smiled.
I was fairly good at math, so if you ever have questions,
you might regret that offer, Emily told him.
You know where to find me.
When Chelsea started to rise, Emily motioned her back down.
Don't rush. We'll just be doing homework.
Yeah, Rick said. Relax and enjoy the evening.
Come with us, Serenity,
Emily urged. The dog got to her feet, cast one look in Liam and Chelsea's direction, then trotted after the twins.
Thanks for keeping an eye on them for me.
Chelsea stood and began clearing the table. Normally, they'd have been fine alone, but since I was out of town, I just wanted someone around, in case of an accident or something.
I enjoy spending time with them.
Liam followed her into the kitchen with his own armful of plates and cups.
Did they say anything more about us dating?
Liam turned slowly with his armful of dishes, a questioning look on his face.
I overheard your conversation on Wednesday.
Rick asked, I answered.
His brows pulled together in obvious puzzlement.
You seem upset.
I wanted to be the one to discuss our relationship with them.
Well, if you heard the entire conversation, you know that other than confirming that we were dating, which is something they already knew, I didn't say anything more.
His expression softened.
I only want to help and support you, Chelsea, not interfere.
Chelsea knew he hadn't done anything wrong. She wasn't even sure why she'd brought it up, other than that recalling the conversation had put her on edge.
It's nothing.
She waved a dismissive hand and changed the subject.
It looked like you three were enjoying yourselves when I drove up.
You have great kids. I think I actually had more fun with the lacrosse drills than they did.
Liam shook his head.
I can't believe the festival is just around the corner.
I got the email from Kyle about the next meeting, which it appears will be our last.
I saw that too.
Liam set the dishes on the counter, then turned back to her. Since the email came this morning, I didn't have time to really read through it, Chelsea admitted.
I'm sure you were busy getting ready for your meeting with Barrett.
He touched a strand of her hair.
Love the hair, by the way.
Chelsea felt heat sting her cheeks. Looking my best gives me confidence.
Well, then you must have walked into that meeting full of it.
Liam smiled.
He brought Larissa.
Chelsea expelled a breath. His fiancée. She seems nice, and, as she pointed out, she will be the twin stepmother.
Would you like a glass of wine?
Chelsea blinked, surprised that he appeared to be changing the subject. She'd thought he'd want to hear all about the meeting. At least that was the impression he'd given her when she told him where she was going today.
Sure.
Let's leave these.
He pointed to the dishes on the counter. It won't take long to put them in the dishwasher.
They'll hold.
Liam uncorked a bottle of red and poured 2 glasses.
Inside or out?
Pardon?
Do you want to sit inside or out?
Inside. Chelsea smiled. Your couch is incredibly comfortable. When she took a seat, he handed her a glass of wine, then sat next to her, not too close. Another person, albeit a thin one, could have fit between them, but close enough for her to see the hint of green in his hazel eyes. Or maybe that was simply because his green shirt brought out the color.
Now, tell me about the meeting. Did having his fiancée there make it difficult for you and Barrett to talk openly?
Not really. Chelsea took a sip of the Merlot and felt herself relax. Or maybe it wasn't the wine. Maybe it was simply being here, with Liam. She didn't really intrude. She mostly listened. Like I said, she seemed nice.
What kinds of things did you talk about? If you don't mind my asking, that is.
I brought up him not being involved in our lives, and he told me that his dad had told him it would be easier on me that way. Chelsea played with the stem of her wine glass. The thing is, I could hear his dad saying something like that.
I can see how a kid could be influenced by his parents to see it that way.
Liam studied her.
What was the reason he decided to contact you? What changed?
Nothing changed.
Something must have for him to have contacted you after all this time.
Barrett said that he never stopped thinking of the twins and wondering how they were doing. He wanted to reach out so many times, but he kept wondering if his dad was right, especially since it had been so long. Liam took a long sip of wine and offered an encouraging smile. I believe that it was Larissa who was the catalyst, who encouraged him to reach out. Chelsea expelled a breath. He admitted that neither of them thought that asking me to send two 13-year-olds across the country to stay with people they didn't know was asking a lot, until I explained my reservations.
Then they could see how much they'd asked?
Yes, and both seemed embarrassed by that fact. I liked them both, but part of me says he shouldn't be able to just step back into their lives as if nothing happened. Chelsea looked down and realized she held the stem of the wine glass in a death grip. She stared into the liquid and tried to make her fingers release their hold. That sounds petty, but it's how I feel. Then Liam's fingers were prying the glass out of her hand and setting it on the end table. She wasn't sure what to do with her hands now, but she didn't have to wait long. He shifted to face her and took her cold hands in his, warming them.
I can see that reliving today's meeting is difficult for you.
His gaze was as steady as the clasp of his hands.
I want you to know that I'm proud of you. You're a strong woman. Your children are lucky to have you as their mother. I feel lucky to have you in my life.
In your life? Liam's gaze turned cautious.
We're in each other's lives. No pressure, no expectations. We're seeing where this goes.
Warmth flooded Chelsea, and she smiled. Yes, that's how I see it. He scooted close, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and tugging her close. She leaned her head against his shoulder, reveling in their shared strength, in the wealth of emotions rising up inside her. I'm still not sure what exactly is the best way to handle this. Barrett seems like a good guy and truly repentant. It doesn't feel right to deny the kids their dad, but part of me is tempted to do just that. Liam was silent for several seconds.
Take the time you need.
He brushed a kiss across her hair.
The decision you make will be the right one. For your children and for you.
Chapter 16. The next 2 weeks passed quickly, with Chelsea putting all thoughts of Barrett out of her head. Meeting with him and Larissa in Milwaukee had given her some breathing room. She knew she had to make a decision, but she didn't feel ready to tackle the issue. Instead, she focused on her work, her garden, and, most of all, on her children and Liam. Somehow, without them even discussing the pros and cons, they'd begun eating dinner together every night. Liam had even been added to the cooking rotation, a fact that both twins applauded. The last 2 Sundays, the 4 of them had attended Sunday services together. When the twins went to youth group, she and Liam joined the group at Muddy Boots. They'd done their share of kissing, but hadn't made love. Not yet. Today, Chelsea was excited to have some girl time. Hadley and Trinity had invited her to have high tea at The Good Tea. The business was set to open around the start of the tourist season. Today was a trial run of sorts. The Good Tea was housed in a small Victorian home that appeared to have been recently painted. The landscaping leading up to the porch boasted new bushes and sod. Chelsea thought the blue color with white trim had a welcoming vibe. Bells over the door jingled as she stepped inside. She didn't recognize the redhead who crossed the room to greet her. "Welcome to the Good Tea." The young woman smiled. "You must be Chelsea. I'm Shelby Walters." "It's nice to meet you, Shelby." Hadley appeared from the back and surprised Chelsea with a hug. "I'm so glad you could join us. I appreciate the invitation." Chelsea studied the flowing dress Hadley wore, feeling immediately underdressed in her cream-colored pants and cotton sweater. "That's a lovely dress." Hadley smoothed a hand down the floral fabric and smiled. "We're still trying to figure out what clothing best suits a tea room." Chelsea inclined her head. "You know, black pants and white shirt." Hadley gestured to Shelby. "Or a dress that conjures up a hint of the past and fits with the decor." Shifting her gaze from Shelby to Hadley, Chelsea considered. "The dress." "That's what I told her," Shelby said with an emphatic nod before her lips quirked up. "Though I don't get a vote. I'm not an owner." "You know, Natalia and I value your opinion," Hadley told Shelby, then turned to Chelsea. "Natalia Gannon and I were interested in opening a business that would be primarily seasonal and be a little different. Fit in, but still stand out. That sort of thing." As she spoke, Hadley motioned for Chelsea to follow her. "Let me give you a quick tour." "Are you still going to bake for Bloom's?" Chelsea remembered her aunt raving about Hadley's baking skills, especially the kringle she made at Christmas time. "Absolutely, although Amy and I are looking to add another baker." Hadley smiled. "I love spending time with Bryn, and her two brothers are still little. I want to enjoy this time with all three of them, as well as with my husband. The years go by so quickly." "I know." Chelsea expelled a breath. "It struck me the other day that in less than 5 years, the twins will be off to college." "Do you think you'll have any more children?" Hadley asked as they stepped into a kitchen that had been thoroughly modernized at the back of the house. "I'm single, remember?" Hadley shot her a curious glance. "You and Liam Gallagher seem to be spending a lot of time together." Chelsea couldn't stop the smile. "He's a great guy. We have fun together. I'm glad of it." Chelsea stared curiously at her. "He hasn't really shown an interest in anyone in Good Hope. When Trinity's sister Sage moved to Good Hope, Trinity considered fixing them up, but Sage and Dexter Woodard hit it off, and they'll be getting married this summer. Liam is really good with my kids." "That doesn't surprise me. A child psychologist would have to like kids." Hadley opened her mouth as if to say more, but Trinity rushed through the back door, then skidded to a stop. "I'm sorry I'm late." "I was just showing Chelsea around," Hadley explained. "We were talking about Liam." "He and I left work at Connections at the same time." Trinity smiled. "Liam said he was going to help the twins with their science projects this afternoon." "Better him than me." Chelsea chuckled. "I told Rick and Emily I'd help, but apparently Liam won first place in a science fair at their age, so he got the nod." "Sounds like a good project for a rainy day." Hadley glanced out the window. "Looks like it's still raining." "More like drizzle." Fine drops of moisture shimmered on Trinity's blonde hair. "I saw Shelby's beetle in the lot. Is she serving tea today?" "That's the plan." Hadley turned to Chelsea and Trinity. "I hope you two don't mind being test subjects." "Not at all." Trinity smiled. "I can't wait to see the latest updates." The three returned to the parlor, where a table had been set up. Chelsea took her time, taking in the floral wallpaper, lace curtains, and antique light fixtures. If they'd been going for quaint and homey with the decor, they'd hit a home run. This is lovely. Thank you. Pride rang in Hadley's voice. We hope to have all the kinks worked out before Memorial Day weekend. Chelsea took a seat at the table. She noticed for the first time that a subtle scent wafted in the air that was pleasing, but she couldn't quite identify it. Faint piped-in instrumental music added to the ambiance. Will you only be offering afternoon tea? Chelsea asked. Hadley smiled. We'll start off with a limited breakfast selection of tea cakes, toast, and porridge, a varied lunch menu, and, of course, afternoon tea. We plan to be open Thursday through Saturday. Why are you limiting your hours? Chelsea asked. We chose hours and days when we anticipate the most traffic. If we see a need, we'll expand. Hadley smiled when Shelby brought over a list of teas. We also plan to offer special events during the off-season. What kind of special events? Intrigued, Chelsea inclined her head. Various floral workshops conducted by Lindsay Vaughn, late-night shopping and tea during the Christmas stroll, things like that. Hadley's blue eyes danced with excitement. That's going to keep you busy. Chelsea couldn't imagine how Hadley could think this business would give her more time with her children. Initially, Hadley agreed, but once Amy hires another baker at the shop, my load there will be lessened. Natalia and I are committed to hiring the right staff to keep the tea room running smoothly. Hadley glanced up when Shelby returned. Have you had a chance to look at the list? Shelby asked. If not, I can come back. They made quick work of choosing 2 teas, and Shelby disappeared. So, it's official? Shelby is your new manager? Trinity asked. Yes, she's given her notice at Theo's clinic. Hadley turned to Chelsea. Shelby was enrolled in a nursing program in Sturgeon and worked with Dr. Holbrook as a medical assistant. She decided nursing isn't her calling. The next few minutes were spent discussing the staffing situation before the conversation veered to the tea room's grand opening in May. So much to consider, Chelsea thought. She found herself grateful for the simplicity of her chosen career. Not that it was easy, but she was in control. No worries about employees or customers. No working 7 days a week, unless she wanted to or had a time-sensitive assignment. Yes, she was lucky. Once Shelby had brought out the artfully arranged selection of tiny sandwiches and desserts, talk shifted off business and moved to personal. Hadley took a sip of the Blue Lady Grey, one of the 2 teas they'd chosen. I really love knowing and being friends with the parents of my children's friends. I like that too. Chelsea took a bite of a cucumber sandwich and chewed thoughtfully. When Zoe came to live with Ryder, he and I had just started dating, Trinity explained. I'd never been a mom before, so it was all new to me. Hadley and Bryn were so helpful, and now not only is Bryn one of Zoe's best friends, but Hadley is one of mine. You mentioned at the party at Liam's house that Zoe's mother passed away. Chelsea didn't want to pry, but she was curious. Yes, as you can imagine, losing her mother was hard on Zoe. Then she finds herself living with the father she'd never met. Ryder hadn't even known that Jenna had a daughter. Her mother hid that fact from him? Chelsea's voice rose in surprise. She did. Trinity's tone held no judgment. We're not sure why, and with Jenna no longer around to ask, there's no way to know. But Ryder stepped into being a father like he was born to be one. When we married, I adopted Zoe. Chelsea had wondered over the years how it would be if she fell in love. Would that man accept her twins? And how involved would she want him to be? Was that a difficult transition? It wasn't. Trinity reached for an egg and cress sandwich. I don't mean this the way it sounds, but since Zoe's mother had passed away, she wasn't involved. Trinity turned to Hadley. Not like with Bryn's mom. Just as Trinity had only moments earlier, Hadley appeared to speak with careful intent.
Ours is a rather unique situation. You've got that right. Trinity's quip earned a good-natured smile from Hadley. Chelsea leaned slightly forward. When I was 17, Hadley said, I got pregnant. We both got pregnant as teens. Chelsea shook her head. I'd never have guessed. Trinity's lips quirked upward. I'm starting to feel like the odd man out. Hadley's eyes turned dark with memories. I'll give you the condensed version. David and his first wife, Whitney, adopted Bryn after I gave birth to her. They divorced. I discovered the names of the couple who had adopted Bryn and moved to Good Hope. By that time, Whitney was in Florida, and David was raising Bryn on his own. Chelsea inclined her head. He has sole custody? He does. Whitney has health issues. Hadley moved on from that without supplying any details. Her tone and delivery made it clear she wasn't about to elaborate. David and I grew close and got married. And just this last year, Whitney agreed to let me adopt Bryn. Adopt your own daughter? When the adoption was finalized, Bryn became David and Whitney's daughter. Hadley poured more tea into her cup. However, Whitney realizes that if something happened to David, she would want her daughter cared for, and that me adopting Bryn was best for her daughter. Chelsea's head spun with all this information. It's a lot to lay on you, Hadley acknowledged. I wanted you to know Zoe's history, Trinity explained. It's not a secret, but it might catch you off guard if either Zoe or Bryn confides in Emily, and she says something to you. Hadley smiled. Bryn often speaks of her mother in Florida. Whitney may not see her much, but Bryn loves her. When Chelsea had accepted this invitation to tea, she'd had no intention of mentioning anything about Barrett, especially since she hadn't yet spoken to Emily and Rick about him. I'd like you to keep what I'm about to tell you in confidence. Hadley and Trinity exchanged glances, then nodded. The twins don't even know about this yet, but their father, the man who has wanted nothing to do with them since before they were born, has decided he now wants to be a part of their lives. Chapter 17. The rain stopped by the time Chelsea left the good tea. She found Liam and the twins shooting hoops in the driveway when she drove up. Either the science fair projects hadn't kept their interest, or the lure of the sun now shining in the previously cloudy sky had proved too powerful a lure. They paused their game when she stepped out of her car. What happened to the pursuit of science? She asked. It's done, Rick told her. Mine is amazing. Emily offered Liam a smile. You're as much a science geek as Rick. Hey, Liam protested, giving her ponytail a tug. Who are you calling a geek? Emily let out a peal of laughter and moved out of reach. If the geek hat fits. Liam turned to her with a look of faux outrage. Are you going to let her get away with calling me that? Children. Chelsea shook her head. You know how I feel about name-calling. The smug smile Liam shot Emily had Chelsea chuckling. Are you at a breaking point? She asked the threesome. There's something I want to discuss with you guys. With us? Rick inclined his head. With all three of you, though this really affects you and Emily more. The happiness that had lit up Emily's face only seconds before disappeared into worry. What did we do? It's nothing that you did. Chelsea slid her gaze to Rick, whose gaze had turned wary. Either of you. What is it? Let's go inside. Chelsea turned to Serenity, who sat beside Emily, her golden head cocked. You too, Serenity. Liam hung back to walk beside her. It was as if he knew, without her having said anything more, what was about to go down. You've decided to tell them. Liam voiced the cryptic comment in a low tone. I need to get it done and over with. Are you certain you want me there? You're their friend.
She nodded. And mine. Liam's fingers curved around hers. He gave her hand a squeeze, as if wanting to remind her that he was more, much more than that. I'd like you to be here, she told him. If you'd rather not,
I appreciate the invitation.
He offered her a reassuring smile.
If I can help in any way, let me know.
Once she and Liam had stepped inside, the twins and Serenity confiscated the sofa, leaving the chairs for her and Liam. Liam took a chair off to the side, still close, but not front and center, like the chair Chelsea dropped into. I've been meaning to talk to both of you about something, but the time never seemed right, and... Is it about you and Liam? Emily cast a glance in Liam's direction. Because we like him.
Yeah, we're cool with you dating him,
Rick added. That's good to know. Chelsea wiped sweaty palms against her pants. But this is about your father. Our father? Emily made a face as if the word tasted bitter on her tongue. Rick exchanged a glance with Emily.
What about him?
He contacted me. Chelsea kept her tone even. Perhaps she should have added a smile, but her lips refused to cooperate. Your father would like to see you, get to know you. Rick surged to his feet.
Do we have to?
Tricky, Chelsea thought.
What are your concerns about seeing him?
Liam asked Rick when the silence had lengthened.
The guy doesn't want anything to do with us or with our mom for all these years, and then he thinks he can snap his fingers and we'll come running?
Hot color stained Rick's cheeks.
Does he want us to go live with him or something? I'm not doing that.
You are not going to live with him. You are absolutely right about that. For the record, that isn't what he's asking for, and even if it were, no one would make that decision without you. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But if you do want to get to know him, we can start with something simple, like video calls. To be honest, I'd be more comfortable with that in the beginning anyway. Why just video calls? Emily worried her lower lip. Her eyes, the same bright blue as her father's, clouded. Why can't we just, hang out with him one day? I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm saying that I'd like you to start with video calls because I'm not comfortable with you going off with a stranger. He's not a stranger. He's our dad. Emily glanced at her brother, who sat with his arms crossed and his jaw set in a hard line. We looked him up online. We know about his job and stuff. He's well known. Chelsea carefully considered her response. He is your father, yes, but he's also been absent for your entire life. That means that, however well we might feel we know him from what's posted online, he is still a stranger.
Are you curious, Rick?
Liam asked.
He abandoned my mom.
A muscle in Rick's jaw jumped.
If it wasn't for Graham and Aunt Barbara, she wouldn't have had anyone.
Barrett was only 16, Chelsea responded when her son's gaze shifted to her. His parents encouraged him to get on with his life and told him that not having contact would be easier on me. He realizes now that that was a mistake.
You don't know that he's sorry,
Rick reminded her. I met with Barrett and Larissa in Milwaukee the other day, Chelsea admitted. That's what he told me. For a moment, everyone sat in silence. Then Emily's gentle voice broke the stillness. I'd be up for it. Emily glanced at her brother. He is our father. It's weird not to even know him. Rick gave a grudging nod.
Yeah, okay.
I'll set up a video call. Chelsea would take this first step. What she wouldn't do was let Barrett hurt them. If he messed with their hearts, he would answer to her. Liam had forgotten that it was teen night at the YMCA. Once a month on Saturdays, the YMCA opened its doors to youths in the community between the ages of 11 and 15. Along with a pizza party, the kids could play basketball and volleyball, and one of the rooms was turned into a mini movie screening room for the less sporty kids.
It'll be good for them to be active, work out some of their emotions,
Liam told Chelsea as they watched the twins enter the modern building on the edge of town. When I told Rick and Emily they could call me if they wanted to come home before 10, Rick laughed.
Liam slanted a glance in her direction. We've got the night free. Is there any place you want to go or anything you want to do?
Would you think I was a big dud if I said I'd just like to go home and maybe watch a movie?
If that makes a person a dud, add me to that list.
He smiled.
I have one question.
What's the question?
Your place or mine?
Liam understood why Chelsea had chosen his place. She spent more time at home than he did. Thankfully, Marjorie, the woman he paid to clean for him, had just been there earlier in the day, so his home was ready for visitors. Not that Chelsea qualified as a visitor. Not anymore. They spent so much time in each other's homes that just last week he'd joked that they should install revolving doors. He liked that she felt comfortable enough when they arrived home to simply drop down on the sofa. Liam had planned to grab something for them to drink, but when she patted the spot beside her on the couch, he couldn't resist the invitation. When he rested his arm around her shoulders and she let out a contented sigh, everything in him relaxed. It had never been like this with any other woman he'd dated. With Chelsea, he could fully relax and be himself. Did you know that Zoe Goodhue is Ryder's daughter from a previous relationship? The question, coming out of nowhere, had his fingers stilling on the silky strand of hair he'd been stroking.
I did. I believe most people in Good Hope are aware of that.
Trinity thinks of Zoe as her own daughter,
Chelsea continued. She is her daughter. You don't have to share blood to be a parent.
Not everyone feels that way. Liam rested his chin on the top of Chelsea's head.
Hey, tell me what's going on inside that beautiful brain of yours.
Chelsea shifted on the couch so she was facing Liam. Could you? She paused, fingering a button on her shirt. Love a child who wasn't your own blood?
Absolutely.
Her brows pulled together. You didn't even hesitate.
I didn't need to.
He placed a hand lightly on her shoulder.
I told you I wanted to have children.
Yes, have them, as in have your own. But that's different than parenting someone else's child. Liam shook his head.
I disagree. Love isn't restricted to blood. If I loved someone, I would love her children, because they would be a part of her. Biology simply wouldn't be a factor.
Liam prided himself on being able to read people. It was part of his profession, after all. As he stared into Chelsea's eyes, he could see there was still something she was holding back. He took her hand.
Chels, what is it? You know you can tell me anything.
She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Well, I'm kind of falling for you. Before I fall all the way, I just wanted to make sure that... Liam closed his mouth over hers as joy filled every inch of his body. He thought he'd read the signs right. Now he was certain. Her arms went around his neck, pulling him close. As he inhaled the clean, fresh scent of her, the feel of her soft curves against his chest had desire surging. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to press her down into the cushions and make love to her. Instead of giving in to the emotions, he pulled back. She'd said she was falling for him. That didn't mean she was ready to take this next step. Liam was ready. He'd fallen hard. He loved Chelsea Workman. Taking the next step? Well, that was up to her. Why are we stopping? Confusion warred with desire in her brown depths. He trailed a finger down her cheek, his gaze never leaving her face.
I want you, Chelsea,
Liam told her, his voice husky with need.
In a way that I can't remember wanting any woman.
I love you, and I want to show you how much. But you have to be ready to take that step too. So?
2 fingers pressed against his lips stopped him from saying more. The gaze that met his was firm and direct. I want more than anything to make love with you. Clearing her throat, she offered him a sheepish smile. It's been a long time for me, so you'll have to keep your expectations low. Brushing a strand of hair back from her face with the palm of his hand, he smiled. Tonight would be unforgettable. He'd make sure of that. Chapter 18. The following Wednesday, Chelsea found herself back in Liam's living room, only instead of sitting on the sofa with him and kissing, she paced. When she reached the doorway that led to the kitchen, she whirled. Liam sat on the sofa, the concern on his face reflected in his hazel depths. Maybe I should have stayed. She hadn't expected to get the call between the twins and their father arranged so quickly. When Rick and Emily had told her she didn't need to hang around while they spoke with Barrett, she hadn't known what to say for a couple of seconds.
You said the twins didn't want you there.
I know that's what they said, but what if he says something that isn't true, like that I hadn't wanted him involved or that I'd told him to stay away?
Starting off a new relationship with lies would be a bad move. From what you've told me, Barrett sounds like a smart guy. Do you think he'd do something like that?
Chelsea didn't, but she couldn't help worrying. She knew that a lot, of her stress was because she felt like she was losing control. Her children were getting older and had their own strong opinions. She'd encourage them to think for themselves, to make good, careful decisions after considering all the facts. As they'd grown, she hadn't wanted them to follow the crowd or live the life she wanted them to live. She'd wanted them to forge their own paths. But now that they were, it was difficult. Being in love with Liam was also something she hadn't planned. Oh, she'd thought that maybe someday she might fall in love. In her mind, that had been something that might occur in the distant future. Not so soon or so fast. Still, as she let her gaze linger on Liam, she knew she wouldn't change a thing. He was the man she'd hoped to find one day. Best of all, he not only loved her, he loved her kids. The sound of footsteps on Liam's porch had her turning. Liam stood as the twins burst through the door. Is everything? Chelsea relaxed when she saw the looks on Rick's and Emily's faces. Not distress, but happiness. It was great, Rick told her. Dad's house has a heated pool in the backyard. He told us when we come for a visit, we need to bring swimsuits. Larissa is really cool. Emily smiled. Her and Dad make such an adorable couple. Hearing the admiration and the word Dad slide so effortlessly off her children's lips was like a knife to Chelsea's heart. Somehow she managed to keep the smile on her face. Appears the call went well.
It did.
For a second, Rick appeared unsure.
In fact, Dad has this weekend free. He said if it's okay with you, he and Larissa will come here for a visit. A weekend isn't a lot of time, but he said that would give us a chance to meet in person.
Can he come, Mom? We said we had to ask you. Emily offered a hopeful smile. Chelsea and Barrett had spoken about him and Larissa coming to Good Hope, but just like the video call, she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Everything felt like it was moving at warp speed. She wanted it to slow down just a little. Still, she knew if she said no, that would make her the bad guy, not Barrett. The weekend was only 2 days away, not enough time for her to wrap her head around her kids meeting their father in person. It suddenly hit her that this weekend was the Children's Festival. Chelsea kept her tone easy. Did you forget about the Children's Festival? The stricken looks on their faces tempered some of Chelsea's relief.
That's okay, Rick said after a long moment. Our friends will understand us not being there.
We could still go to the festival. Excitement had Emily's voice quivering. We could introduce everyone to Dad and Larissa.
Stellar thinking.
Rick lifted a hand, and he and Emily bumped fists. Chelsea glanced at Liam. Had Rick forgotten that he'd agreed to help Liam with the lacrosse drills? Rick must have noticed her look, because he turned to Liam.
I'll find a replacement. I've been practicing with Callum and Connor. I bet they'd be glad to step in. No problem,
Liam said. I promised to help Zoe with the coffee cart for a couple of hours. Emily chewed on her bottom lip. I can speak with her, see if there's someone who can fill in. While part of Chelsea couldn't believe the twins were ready to dump a weekend that they'd been looking forward to just to hang out with their dad and his girlfriend, she couldn't deny them the opportunity. This is a busy weekend for me. Chelsea offered an apologetic smile. I'm on the planning committee, so is Liam. We're meeting tomorrow to make sure everything is in place, and then we both have duties we can't get out of this weekend. No worries. Dad said he and Larissa will be renting a car at the airport, so we don't need you to be our Uber this weekend. Emily glanced at Rick, and he gave a nod of confirmation. Well, then I guess that's settled. Chelsea forced a smile. Tell him he can come. For the past 2 days, all they can talk about is their father. Chelsea shoved the uneaten half of her sandwich into the brown bag. When Liam had suggested grabbing 2 lunches from Muddy Boots after their Friday committee meeting, she'd been all for it.
It's difficult for you to hear them praise him.
Sympathy blanketed Liam's face. It sure isn't easy. Chelsea leaned back against the white lacquered slat of the benches. I don't want them to dislike him. I really don't. That wouldn't be good for them. But it's like they've forgotten how he ignored them all those years.
They haven't forgotten.
Liam's soft, quiet voice soothed.
Children want their parents to love them. Barrett is also someone new in their lives who is showing interest in them. It's flattering to a kid.
I worry he'll disappoint them.
Sooner or later, everyone we love will disappoint us. It's inevitable.
Liam moved closer and put an arm around Chelsea's shoulders, giving her a comforting squeeze.
The thing is, they have you, and they have me, and we're in their corner. We'll be here if they need us.
After their lunch, instead of going to his own house, Liam sat with his laptop at her kitchen table. He'd been doing that more often lately, and Chelsea had grown to love having someone in the house with her. Not just any someone, she corrected herself. Liam. Her phone pinging had her looking up from the script in front of her and picking it up. Barrett had sent a text.
Emergency at work, partner in accident, and no one to cover his patients. Important clients, so can't cancel. Doesn't make sense to fly out just for 24 hours, so we'll have to reschedule. Tell the kids I'll make it up to them.
Resisting the urge to slam her phone down on the table, Chelsea muttered an oath. Liam looked up from his laptop.
Something wrong?
In answer, Chelsea handed him the phone and watched as he read the text. I can't believe he's backing out already. She wasn't sure whether to curse or cry. He carefully set her phone on the table, pushed back his chair, and stood.
Let's take Serenity for a quick walk.
Serenity, upon hearing the W word, jumped up from her dog bed and raced to the front door. For a moment, confusion replaced Chelsea's anger. I don't want to go for a walk. Why would I want to go for a walk? Serenity let out a low whine. Liam gestured to the quivering dog.
Serenity needs the exercise.
It took Chelsea a couple of seconds to realize the dog was an excuse. Liam knew she needed the stress relief more than the retriever needed a walk. He grabbed the leash.
We can talk about the text as we walk.
They hadn't gone far before he asked the question that had been circling in her head since she'd read Barrett's text.
What are you going to tell Rick and Emily?
The twins were in high spirits when they got home from school. Liam had offered to stay, but Chelsea felt it would be best if it was just her and the kids when she told them the news. I found out when Bryn and Zoe are working the coffee cart tomorrow. That way we'll know when to stop by. Emily opened the refrigerator and pulled out a sparkling water. They can't wait to meet Dad and Larissa. Rick studied Chelsea's face. What's wrong? Chelsea pulled out a kitchen chair and sat, motioning for the twins to do the same. There's something I need to tell you. After exchanging glances, the two sat. Concern filled Emily's eyes. What is it, Mom? Are you okay? I'm fine. Somehow, Chelsea managed a smile. But I have bad news. Barrett and Larissa can't come this weekend after all. Why not? Emily's tone stopped just short of a whine. One of his partners was in an accident today. This physical therapist has several high-profile clients who need to be seen. Chelsea softened her voice. Your dad really wanted to come, but it didn't make sense for him to fly here after seeing the clients, only to have to fly back almost immediately. I didn't think he'd come anyway. Pushing back his chair, Rick stood and strode to the refrigerator to open the door. He made no move to take anything out, only stared. I wasn't even sure I wanted to see him. She heard the anger in her son's voice. Worse, beneath the anger, she heard the hurt. With very little effort, she could fuel the fire burning in Rick and maybe ensure her son never wanted anything to do with Barrett. But as furious as she was with Barrett, she understood his reason for canceling, and she cared more about making her kids feel loved than she did about making Barrett look bad. He feels really bad about not coming. Moving to her son, she rested her hands on his shoulders. These things happen. He promises he'll make it up to you and Em. Rick gave a jerky nod. We understand. Emily spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. We're just disappointed, but there'll be other times. Yes, Chelsea assured her children. There'll be lots of other times. The next day, with the sun shining brightly overhead, Chelsea stood back and watched Liam, Kyle, Rick, and Emily work with interested kids on lacrosse drills. She turned to Prim, standing beside her. Some of the kids show real talent. Prim winced as a ball flew through the air and hit a tree. Some of them, anyway. Chelsea had just finished her shift handing out stress balls at the Connections booth. Peyton had originally been scheduled for that time slot, but had come down with some kind of stomach bug. When Chelsea had heard there was no one to fill in, she stepped up. The last-minute cancellation had made her think of Barrett, and a little, just a little, of her anger at him for disappointing the twins had eased. I was surprised to see your kids here today without their dad. Prim's tone remained casual. Callum told me that Rick and Emily were excited to introduce him and Larissa to their friends. He ended up needing to work all day Friday, and the trip... Chelsea waved a dismissive hand, not wanting to give Barrett's actions one more second of her time. Didn't happen. Their gazes returned to the lacrosse drills, just in time to see Liam give Rick a high five. They get along so well. Prim smiled. It was that way with my boys and Max. I couldn't have married a man who didn't love my children. I couldn't either. Chelsea smiled when she saw Liam give Emily a thumbs up for something she'd done. Do you think you and Liam? Prim let her voice trail off, but Chelsea knew what she was asking. I really care about Liam, and he cares about me. Chelsea shrugged. As far as going the distance... This time it was Chelsea who didn't finish the thought, because Liam loped over. Hi, Prim. Hey, Liam. Prim smiled. Good job at keeping the kids interested. They're a good group, Liam told Prim, then turned to Chelsea. Kyle's taking over for a few minutes. I thought you and I could explore the festival, enjoy what we helped plan. Chelsea hesitated. Are you sure they won't need more hands? I don't want to hear any excuses. Prim gave her a little push toward Liam. I'll help Kyle if he needs it. You check out the festival and enjoy time with your guy. Liam grinned.
I like the way you think, Primrose Brody.
Now go. Prim made a shooing motion with both hands. Have fun. Liam inclined his head.
Where would you like to go first?
I haven't really seen much of anything other than the businesses near your connections booth.
Well, we can't have that be your only experience.
Liam held out his arm, and she wrapped hers around his, reveling in the connection. It was crazy, but the sun seemed brighter and the sky bluer as they strode through the grounds. The rock-climbing wall had a line, and Trinity gave a little wave before turning back to help a girl secure her safety vest. Since Chelsea had already seen the booths put up by the local businesses, they turned in the other direction, stopping when Izzy Holbrook waved them over. Perfect timing. I've hit a lull. She motioned to 2 chairs placed in front of her easel. I'll do a caricature of the 2 of you for free. Oh, we don't want to take away from your business, Chelsea told the artist. You'll actually be bringing business my way if you sit for me. Izzy flashed a smile. Contrary to popular belief, empty chairs do not customers bring. Just wait. Once I'm done with yours, I'll have a line. Liam tugged Chelsea down to sit beside him.
This should be fun.
Have you ever had anything like this done before? Chelsea asked him.
Never.
Me either. Liam brought their joined hands to his lips and placed a kiss on her knuckles. Chelsea shivered, recalling the kisses he'd scattered all over her body a week ago when they'd made love.
You look so beautiful,
Liam murmured. For a second, Chelsea forgot where she was. Suddenly, she was back in Liam's bedroom with him, moaning with pleasure while he whispered sweet words to her over and over. It's done. Come and see. Chelsea blinked. She looked around. She wasn't in Liam's bedroom, but sitting beside him on a folding chair in the town square. Izzy's eyes held a knowing gleam. You're gonna love it. Conversation behind Chelsea had her turning, and she realized Izzy had been right. There was a line, a long one. Jumping to her feet, Chelsea took Liam's hand. Let's see. The caricature wasn't just of her and Liam. Standing behind them, with hands on their shoulders and laughter on their faces, were Emily and Rick. At their feet sat Serenity, a ball in her mouth. A lump formed in Chelsea's throat. The kids, Chelsea stammered. You've captured their personalities perfectly. How? I've seen them around town, Izzy told Chelsea, then slanted a glance at Liam. What do you think, Dr. Gallagher?
I think we look like a family.
Chelsea could see he hadn't meant to utter the words. Perhaps he thought she'd be offended. She wasn't. Over the past couple of weeks, that's how it had started to feel to her, too. You're right, she agreed. We do look like a family. It's a good look, don't you think? Chapter 19. Liam sat with Rick the following Wednesday evening on the back porch, sipping a watermelon lemonade slush that Chelsea had offered before she'd excused herself to step into the sound booth. Emily had headed upstairs right after dinner to discuss details with Bryn concerning an end-of-the-year school project.
We might even be able to field 2 teams.
Liam set down his glass, referring to the interest in lacrosse spurred by the drills at the weekend festival.
Responses to the mention in the open door and on the school and YMCA bulletin boards are still coming in. It sucks we won't have any competition.
Liam shrugged.
Who knows? Perhaps some other schools in the area will decide to give the sport a try.
The 2 sat in silence for several minutes, drinking the slushy liquid while Rick tossed the ball for Serenity.
Em and I haven't heard from our dad since he canceled on us.
Liam lifted the glass and took a long drink.
That surprises me. Surprises me, too.
Rick took the ball Serenity brought back to him and once again lobbed it into the front yard.
I've texted him a couple of times. Has he responded to your texts?
Liam kept his tone deliberately offhand.
Oh yeah, he replies, but keeps them short. Claims he's super busy. Overseeing a large clinic while filling in for another physical therapist can't be easy. I know.
Rick scrubbed his hands over his face.
It's just that I thought he was really interested in getting to know me. Now I'm not so sure.
Liam gave a thoughtful nod.
Not knowing is difficult. I hope if being a dad isn't his thing, he has the guts to say so.
Rick leaned forward, resting his arms on his thighs.
We didn't contact him. He contacted Mom. He was the one who pushed for the weekend visit.
Liam inclined his head.
What about doing another video call? I suggested that. He promised to look at his schedule and get back to me. But he hasn't.
Rick's jaw set in a hard line, but Liam saw the pain in the young boy's eyes.
I wish I'd had a chance to meet him in person.
Liam took another sip of his drink. Rick continued without prompting, which told Liam the boy had given this matter some thought.
I'm a really good judge of character. Just ask my mom. Within a few minutes of meeting someone, I usually know what they're like.
Once again, Rick took the ball from Serenity's mouth and heaved it, not even looking to see where it had gone. The boy's eyes flashed with passion, and he appeared to be warming to the topic.
There was this neighbor where we used to live. His house was down the block. We didn't see him much, but I got a bad feeling from him. A couple months after he moved in, he was arrested for beating up his girlfriend. You think seeing your dad in person would tell you what kind of man he is?
Rick gave a decisive nod.
Your mother is a good judge of character?
Liam waited for Rick's nod of agreement before continuing.
She dated your father? She must have thought he was a good guy? I've never heard her say anything bad about him.
She knew him a long time ago, Rick pointed out.
Think about it. He left her to deal with us alone. I'm willing to give him a chance, but how he treated her isn't something I'll forget.
On Saturday, Chelsea stared up at the twinkling lights that looked like a million stars in a night sky. After glancing around the big barn that sat on the Rake's farm property, she pulled her gaze back to Liam.
This place is amazing.
Liam smiled.
I've been here numerous times. Each time, I'm impressed.
What kinds of events are held here?
Chelsea asked, stepping to the side to allow the people behind them to enter the barn.
Wedding receptions are really common.
Liam's brows drew together in thought.
Last fall, Jeremy and Finn hosted several Under the Stars nights where there were dance classes and ballroom-type dancing.
Chelsea tried to stay focused. Her brain was so muddled these days, it was difficult to keep things straight. A full week had passed, and Barrett had yet to reschedule his visit. It hadn't made his absence after that initial enthusiastic video call any easier on her children. The fact that they were on edge had her on edge. Her stress was clearly out of control. All she wanted to do lately was sleep, something her mother would likely dub an avoidance tactic.
Remind me again what kind of event this is?
It's a fundraiser for the Giving Tree.
Liam smiled.
Also, a way to bring the Good Hope community together before the hordes of tourists show up next weekend.
Are there really that many tourists?
There are,
Liam said quite seriously.
Most business owners celebrate their arrival knowing their presence is the reason we're able to have such a variety of stores and shops here. Even those who aren't in business will admit the visitors add an energy to the community, a kind of shot in the arm that gets everyone up and moving after the winter slowdown.
I need that shot of energy,
Chelsea said, only half joking. I've been dragging lately. She'd kept her tone light, tossing off the comment as of no importance. Liam's hand tightened around her arm, and when she looked up, she saw that his hazel eyes were filled with concern.
Have you had a checkup recently?
No, but I'm fine, really. Chelsea waved a dismissive hand. I think it's just the stress with Barrett, and I've been really busy with my work.
I love you, Chelsea.
Liam spoke in a low tone, for her ears only.
Take care of yourself.
You're sweet. Chelsea rose up on tiptoes and brushed a kiss against his freshly shaved cheek. I just wish...
Chelsea! Liam!
Interrupted a husky voice capable of reaching the last row of any theater. Chelsea turned to find Gladys beaming at them. Gladys! Chelsea smiled. It's good to see you. It's been a while.
I could say the same.
Gladys slanted a quick glance in Liam's direction before refocusing on Chelsea.
I've heard that you two have been spending a lot of time together.
For a second, Chelsea nearly dismissed her and Liam's relationship, explaining away the time they'd been spending together as neighborly interactions. She stopped herself from the automatic response, knowing that wouldn't be fair to her, to Liam, and to what was building between them. Chelsea slipped her arm around Liam's. We have. We enjoy being together.
Your children appear to approve.
Gladys turned to Liam.
You've always wanted children. You don't go into child psychology if you don't like kids.
Liam spoke in a dry tone with an undercurrent of humor.
While I enjoy being with the twins, that's not why I'm with Chelsea. Of course. That certainly isn't what I meant to imply.
Gladys fluttered a hand in the air before her gaze sharpened.
How many questions have you answered?
Chelsea blinked.
The deck of cards?
Gladys prompted.
The getting to know you questions?
Oh, that. Chelsea shifted her gaze to Liam. One?
One,
he told Gladys.
Frankly, we've both been so busy we haven't had the time. Haven't taken the time?
Gladys corrected. She studied Chelsea for a long moment. Chelsea had no doubt the older woman was taking note of the dark shadows under her eyes that makeup hadn't been able to fully hide, and the lines of fatigue edging her eyes.
Let me tell you a little secret.
Gladys lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper.
These questions are perfect to answer when you're together in front of a roaring fire with a glass of wine in hand and music in the air.
It's nearly the end of May.
Getting a little late for a fire,
Liam drawled.
We've had snow at the end of May. There are still cold nights ahead.
A mischievous glint danced in Gladys's pale blue depths.
Perfect for cuddling.
Gladys! Ruby rushed up. Oh, hello, Liam. Hi, Chelsea. The older woman turned back to Gladys. Catherine needs you. Gladys visibly stiffened as she placed a hand on Ruby's arm.
Is she okay?
Her stomach is upset. It just hit her. She asked me to get you. Ruby cast an apologetic look in Liam and Chelsea's direction. I'm sorry, I can't stay and talk. We need to get her home. Of course. Chelsea couldn't keep the concern from her voice. Catherine was older than Barbara, and had been when she... Not the same, she told herself. Please tell her I hope she feels better soon.
We'll catch up another time.
Before stepping away, Gladys enfolded Chelsea in her arms. Tears stung the backs of Chelsea's eyes, the embrace reminding her of the warm hugs Barbara had always given her. I hope Catherine is okay, she said to Liam.
I'm sure she'll be fine,
Liam said confidently. Shoving any remaining worry to the back of her mind, Chelsea touched Liam's arm and changed the subject. Tell me more about the giving tree. I remember Barbara mentioning it, but I can't recall the specifics. Liam rested his palm on the small of her back as they ventured deeper into the barn.
The Giving Tree is a neighbor helping neighbor fund. It's not a charity. It's a hand up for those who have fallen on hard times.
I knew it was something like that. Chelsea smiled. The more I learn about Good Hope, the more I can't imagine living anywhere else. Liam's responding smile had warmth coursing all the way to Chelsea's toes. The heat reminded her of how long it had been since they'd made love. Oh, they'd kissed, but she longed to have him hold her tight again, to feel his hands on her body, his lips. Chelsea's stomach suddenly lurched. What is that smell? Liam sniffed the air.
All I smell is flowers. Lots and lots of flowers. Is that what you're referring to? Or something else?
The barn overflowed with flowers. They were everywhere, their sweet, cloying scent stinking up the air and making her nauseated. It's the flowers. Chelsea breathed through her mouth and felt her stomach steady. For some reason, the fragrance is overpowering to me. I feel lightheaded, but that's probably because I didn't eat lunch. I knew there would be food here. Yet, when she glanced at the buffet, so prettily laid out, bile rose in her throat.
Are you okay?
Liam's hazel eyes searched her face.
You're suddenly very pale.
I suddenly don't feel so good. Liam wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
Something tells me Catherine isn't the only one struck down tonight by a stomach bug.
Chelsea looked up at him and offered a wan smile. I think you're right. Chelsea came home to a quiet house, for once glad that the twins were spending the night with friends. Liam had wanted to come inside and take care of her, but she'd turned him away at the door. This bug had been making its way around Good Hope, and she didn't want him to catch it. Chelsea considered going straight to bed, but her stomach surprised her with a growl. Taking a chance, she heated up soup. The chicken noodle with saltine crackers ended up taking care of the queasiness. She stayed up for another hour and had just pulled on her pajamas when her phone dinged. Chelsea smiled when she saw Liam's message.
How are you? Need anything?
Smiling and feeling more herself than she had all evening, Chelsea texted back. I'm better. Hopping into bed now.
If you need anything, call. I love you.
Chelsea hesitated for only a second. Though he'd said it to her before, she'd yet to say it back. Love you too. After a second, she added a heart emoji, then hit send. Though her body felt as if she could sleep for a week, her mind wouldn't turn off. Her hand hovered for several seconds over her mother's book, but instead she grabbed the deck of cards Gladys had mentioned this evening. Liam had left them at her house the last time he'd been over. At random, she pulled one out and read the question out loud. Can you see yourself as a parent? A smile blossomed on her lips. It figured she'd get an easy question when it was just her. Still, she'd drawn it, so she'd answer. Chelsea had always known that one day she would have children, whether by birth or adoption. Of course, as a teenager, she'd believed that day would be far, far into the future. Then she discovered she was pregnant. Displaying a tenacity that had always been part of her nature, Chelsea had put one foot in front of the other and concentrated on doing what had to be done. She might not have been ready to be a parent, but she'd been determined to do whatever it took to build a good life for the twins, even if that meant sacrificing her own hopes and dreams. Barrett hadn't been ready. His parents hadn't been inclined to help him find another way to reach his own goals while also parenting the twins. Her aunt, on the other hand, had provided unwavering support in the weeks, months, and years that followed. Chelsea wished she could tell Barbara one more time how much that unwavering support had meant. But it was too late. Not too late to tell Mom, though, Chelsea thought. While her mother hadn't always agreed with her choices, she had stood by her. Her fingers flew as she sent a quick text to Jennifer. Wanted to say thanks for your love and support all these years. Love you. Jennifer's reply came quickly, a simple heart emoji. Chelsea smiled wryly.
That was about as sentimental as Jennifer Workman ever got. Was it any wonder she missed Barbara's warm hugs? As Chelsea's gaze returned to the card she'd pulled from the deck, her thoughts turned to Liam. She found herself wondering how he'd have handled a pregnant girlfriend at 16. From what she knew, his family was a lot like Barrett's, comfortable financially and focused on their son's future. Chelsea had no idea how they'd have reacted to him becoming a father in high school. That fact didn't matter. She might not know his parents, but she knew Liam. Even if his mom and dad would have pushed him to walk away from her, he wouldn't have done it. Chelsea might still have a lot to learn about Liam, but she was certain of one thing. He'd have never left her alone to raise their babies.
You were there, then all of a sudden you were gone.
On Monday morning, Trinity handed Liam a cup of coffee and leaned back against the counter in the break room of Connections. Liam took a sip. "This is amazing. What is it?"
What you have there is a new French roast that Ryder is trying out.
Trinity lowered her own cup.
You guys also didn't show for breakfast yesterday.
Chelsea had that stomach bug that's been going around. Liam shook his head.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How's she feeling? I hear it's a 24 to 48 hour kind of thing.
She was better yesterday. Liam took another long drink of the dark roast. Muddy Boots was out, though. She didn't want to expose anyone in case she was still contagious.
How is she today?
Back to normal. I spoke with her this morning just as she was about to step into the sound booth to record an audiobook.
Ah, the beauty of working from home.
Chelsea loves that freedom, but she also likes getting out and being social.
Liam's lips curved.
She's a lot like me.
You really like her, don't you?
I'm in love with her.
Liam held up a hand.
I know it's only been a couple of months, but...
Hey, you know how it was for me and Ryder.
Trinity laughed.
You and I have been around. We know what we want in a partner, and what we don't want.
I want her, Trinity. I love her, and I love the kids.
Liam could feel his smile widen.
They're like a bonus.
Would Chelsea want more kids?
I don't know. That's something we haven't spoken about.
Would you want more children?
I would.
Liam smiled.
Especially with Chelsea. She's a fabulous mother.
What if she doesn't want any more? After all, the twins are getting older. In a few years, they'll be out of the house.
If she doesn't, that's okay too.
While Liam knew he'd enjoy the experience of raising a child from infancy, if Chelsea didn't want more children, well, her happiness was more important to him.
What about you? Have you and Ryder considered...
The look on Trinity's face, he knew his partner so well, told him what she hadn't yet revealed.
You're pregnant?
Trinity lifted her cup. That's the only thing that could make me make the switch to decaf.
Congratulations to both you and Ryder.
Liam experienced a pang of envy.
When is the baby due?
I haven't been to the doctor yet. Trinity smiled. But the at-home test was clearly positive. I'm figuring mid-December. Before Liam could say anything more, Trinity rested a hand on his arm. Please don't mention this to anyone, not even Chelsea. Once we get the confirmation from the doctor, we'll tell Zoe. I don't want her to hear it from somewhere else.
Liam made a zipping motion across his mouth. Your secret is safe with me.
Chapter 20. On Friday night, Chelsea and Liam planned to attend a concert at the high school ball field. It wasn't a major event, simply a final performance of the school year by the marching band to honor the retiring band director. Bayside Pizza had agreed to take over the concession stand and sell pizza by the slice. The Daily Grind's coffee cart would also be there to serve up lattes, cappuccinos, and basic coffee drinks. The warm days of the past week had exited the peninsula, dropping the evening temperatures into the 40s. While the rain that had been projected had stayed away, a heavy mist had settled over Door County. After being in her sound booth all day, Chelsea was looking forward to both an evening out and spending time with Liam. until she opened the back door to let Serenity out, and the damp chill wrapped icy fingers around her bones. Normally, she'd have held the door open as she waited for Serenity to do her business. Not today. She pulled the door firmly shut and watched the dog through the glass. While she stood there, she texted Liam and asked if he cared if they stayed in tonight. His quick return text with a thumbs-up emoji and a promise to bring pizza had her smiling. It appeared that he was no more eager than she to sit in the stadium. "Mom?" The sound of her son's voice had her turning and realizing that she was looking him square in the eyes. When had her little boy grown so tall? Chelsea gestured toward the door. "Serenity's outside. It's too cold for me, so I'm watching her through the door." "It's not cold." He shook his head. "There were kids at school today in shorts." Just the thought made Chelsea shiver. She glanced at his jeans and sweatshirt. "I hope you're taking a coat tonight. Once the sun sets, the air is going to be colder than it is now." Rick waved a dismissive hand. "If I take a coat, I'll only leave it somewhere." Should she insist? Chelsea briefly considered it, but as the twins had changed from tweens to teens, she'd learned to pick her battles. "Liam and I have decided to stay in this evening." Her deciding that she didn't want to go out tonight wouldn't impact the twins' plans, as they were already going with friends. Rick's phone dinged, and he glanced down. "They're here. Be sure and thank Mr. and Mrs. Brody for the ride." "I will." Leaning over, Rick surprised her by brushing a kiss across her cheek. "You and Liam have fun. Just don't do anything too wild and crazy." After offering up the maniacal laugh he'd spent weeks perfecting when he was 10, he headed toward the front of the house. Seconds later, she heard the door slam shut. Alone at last. That misconception was struck down when several sharp barks sounded from the other side of the door. Emily might have left, wearing a coat, earlier with Bryn and her family, and Rick might be on his way with the Brody family, but she wasn't alone. The dog rushed in as soon as Chelsea opened the door. Serenity, who now split her time equally between the two homes, made it all the way to the living room, then did an about-face and raced back to Chelsea in the kitchen. Chelsea bent over, scooped up Serenity's bowl, then straightened and turned toward the cabinet where she kept the dog food. For a second, the room spun. Reaching out, she gripped the counter to steady herself. In only a second, the spinning stopped. Chelsea expelled a shaky breath. That was the second time this week that had happened. Something was going on with her. She just wasn't sure what it was. She'd promised herself after the first episode that she wouldn't skip any more meals, in case that had been the cause. Then what had she done? Skipped lunch, knowing that she and Liam would be eating pizza at the stadium. Now they would still be enjoying pizza, but in the warmth and comfort of her own home. It wasn't even an hour later when the doorbell sounded. Liam. A smile lifted her lips. She'd looked forward all day to seeing him. This time when she turned, she moved slowly. "You could have simply come in." Chelsea opened the door, then stepped to the side. "Pizza boxes." He gestured with his head as his arms were full. "Two big pizza boxes." Knowing he wouldn't let her take one, she didn't even attempt to help. "We don't need two." She slid her arms around his waist once he'd placed the boxes on the counter. "The kids are going to the band concert tonight, remember?" "Leaving us alone in the house." Enfolding her in his arms, he kissed her gently on the lips. Basking in the warmth of his smile and the feel of his body against hers, Chelsea closed her eyes and rested her head against the broad expanse of his chest. "I'm glad you're here." He gently stroked her hair with the palm of his hand. "Bad day?" His soothing voice invited confidences, but she had none to share. "It was actually a good day. I finished up a couple of projects." Keeping her head on his chest, to raise it suddenly seemed to require too much effort. She spoke against his shirt front. I've looked forward to spending the evening with you all day. I'm especially jazzed about staying warm and dry." He planted a kiss on the top of her head.
I couldn't wait to see you.
When he didn't mention he was also excited about staying inside, she lifted her head. "Are you sure you're okay with not going to the band concert? I realize now I should have just asked instead." He closed her mouth with a kiss that scorched all the way to her toes. When he lifted his head and gazed into her eyes, he smiled.
If we were sitting in the bleachers, we'd be wet and cold, and I wouldn't be able to kiss you. So, yes, I'm very okay with staying in tonight.
God, how she loved this man. Now that we've got that settled. She attempted to step back, but his arms tightened around her.
Are you certain you believe me?
For a second, she didn't comprehend. Then she laughed with sheer joy. I could use more convincing. Liam kissed her with a slow thoroughness that had her swaying when she stepped back. I'm convinced, but only because that pizza smells absolutely divine.
You're the one who smells good.
Liam shot her a wink. After we eat, I'll be happy to show you just how happy I am to be alone with you. Liam got out the plates and glasses while Chelsea took a salad from the refrigerator. Once everything was on the table and she took a seat across from him at the table, Chelsea fully relaxed for the first time since she'd hopped out of bed and headed into her studio that morning. They ate for several minutes before Liam uncorked the bottle of wine he'd brought. He poured them each a glass, then resumed his seat. Chelsea raised the glass to her lips and frowned, setting the glass back down. Does this smell off to you? Lifting his own glass to his nose, Liam sniffed, then took a cautious sip, swishing the wine around in his mouth before swallowing.
Smells and tastes good to me.
It must be me, then. Chelsea rose and poured water into a glass. I think I'll stick with water this evening. Liam watched her as she took a long drink.
How does the water taste?
Chelsea smiled. Like water? He glanced at her already half-eaten slice of pizza.
Appears your appetite is intact.
She laughed. Very intact.
Tell me about your day.
It was one of the many things that Chelsea liked about Liam. Their conversations weren't always just about him. As she filled him in, she thought of how nice it was to share her day with someone she loved. Unable to keep from touching Liam 1 second longer, Chelsea reached across the table and grasped his hand. I know I've said it before, but I'm so glad you're here. Flipping their hands over, he laced his fingers with hers.
No place I'd rather be.
Leaning across the table, he kissed her gently on the lips. Chelsea finished the rest of the meal with a smile on her face. Liam pushed back his chair when they'd both decided they were too full to eat another bite.
Leave the dishes where they are. After I start the fire, I'll clean up.
Chelsea's eyes widened. You're going to start a fire? In the hearth? He chuckled.
I think it's best to avoid fires on the floor.
I suppose it's cold enough, Chelsea murmured, glancing down at Serenity, who slept near the cast-iron radiator. She understood. Chelsea swore she could still feel the cold dampness that had washed over her when she'd opened the door to let the retriever outside earlier. Liam arched a brow.
Is that a yes to a fire?
Chelsea grinned. A definite yes.
I'll get on it.
Chelsea didn't wait for Liam to come back and clear the dishes. She put the rest of the pizza in the refrigerator, stuck the dishes in the dishwasher, and had the table wiped down by the time Liam rejoined her. He glanced around at the sparkling kitchen.
What part of this was my job didn't you understand?
The way I see it, the faster the kitchen was cleaned, the sooner we can sit on the sofa in front of a roaring fire. The tea kettle she'd set to boil began to whistle. She gestured to the stove. Can I interest you in a cup of tea? When he hesitated, she sweetened the offer. I picked up some lemon shortbread cookies at Bloom's yesterday. They go great with tea.
I find it impossible to refuse you.
He leaned over to whisper in her ear.
Anything. My brothers and I used to pretend our bikes were horses, and we'd joust with sticks, the goal being to win by knocking the other ones off their bikes.
Liam bit into his second cookie and chased it with a sip of tea. Placing his cup on the table beside hers, he relaxed against the soft cushions.
One time, my stick caught my brother Declan in the neck and sent him flying. The bike went one way, Dec went another. Thankfully for both of us, he landed in a bush.
Liam pretended to wipe sweat from his brow. I can't believe in all the times you've told me about your family, you never once mentioned that you almost decapitated your brother.
He laughed. Dec survived, and we both lived to joust another day.
Chelsea looked so pretty sitting there, her brown hair shimmering in the firelight's glow. After stretching like a sated cat in front of a toasty fire, she rested her head against his shoulder. I love hearing all your stories, even though most of them make you sound like a little barbarian.
Back then, I was a little barbarian.
Liam couldn't hide the grin. As she cuddled close, it struck him that this was the life he'd been yearning for, and that she was the one he'd been waiting for. All those times he'd listened to Barbara extol the virtues of her niece, he hadn't realized that her Chelsea would end up being the perfect woman for him. The ringing of the doorbell had Serenity, who'd been snoozing in front of the fire, springing to her feet. She made a mad dash to the front door, barking all the way. Chelsea exchanged a glance with Liam.
Any idea who that could be?
He asked. No clue. Chelsea tossed off the cotton throw and heaved a heavy sigh. I'll be back.
Liam was already on his feet. You sit down. Stay warm. I'll get it.
He'd barely taken a step before Chelsea's hand was on his arm. I'll get it. My house. He waited a few seconds, then followed her to the door, reaching down to grab Serenity's collar so the dog wouldn't bolt out the open door, or lick the visitor to death. Chelsea glanced through the peep, and before he could ask who it was, she'd flipped the deadbolt with trembling fingers. She jerked the heavy wooden door open. Mother! The smile that lit her face had Liam's shoulders relaxing. I didn't realize you were in the area. We can talk about that in a minute. The tall, slender woman with blonde hair and tortoiseshell glasses pushed past her daughter. This weather is absolutely dreadful. She reminded him of Rick, Liam realized. Their hair and eye color, even many of their facial features, were the same. He saw Chelsea in her, too, though Jennifer Workman had a sophisticated vibe, while her daughter was more girl next door.
Sit, Serenity,
Liam told the dog in a firm voice. When he felt certain the dog would indeed remain where she was, Liam released her collar and straightened. Jennifer's appraising gaze slid over him. At first glance, he must have met with her approval, because she smiled and extended her hand. I don't believe we've met. I'm Jennifer Workman, Chelsea's mother.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Workman.
Liam offered the woman a warm smile and shook her hand.
May I take your coat? I'm Liam Gallagher, Chelsea's neighbor and friend.
He'd nearly said boyfriend, but wasn't sure how much Chelsea would want her mother to know about their relationship. Thank you. Jennifer shrugged out of her coat and handed it to him. While he hung it on the coat tree, he observed Chelsea and her mother out of the corner of his eye. Though Liam knew it had been a while since they'd seen each other, there were no hugs. Chelsea gestured toward the living room. Come and sit in front of the fire. May I get you a glass of wine, or we have hot tea? A glass of wine sounds wonderful.
I'll get it.
Liam touched Chelsea lightly on the arm, letting her know he was here for her.
Be right back.
When he returned with the wine, instead of sitting, he turned to Chelsea.
I'm going to head home. I'm sure you and your mother have a lot of catching up to do.
Chelsea pushed to her feet. You don't have to go. Don't let me scare you away. Jennifer gestured with a hand holding the wine glass. Liam chuckled as if she'd made a joke.
I don't know how long you plan to stay, but I hope we can find another time to get acquainted.
As Chelsea didn't protest further, Liam knew his cutting the evening short was the right move. I'll walk you to the door. Chelsea glanced back at her mother, who was studying them both with a look that managed to be both pleasant and calculating. Be right back, Mom.
Nice meeting you, Ms. Workman.
Jennifer only smiled. At the door in the foyer, Chelsea kept her voice low and hushed. You know you don't have to leave. He gently touched her cheek with his fingers, then brushed a kiss across her furrowed brow.
I'm right next door if you need anything.
She gave a jerky nod.
I'd better get back to her.
When she turned to go, he took her hand and gave it a squeeze, meeting her eyes.
Remember, he told her, right next door if you need anything at all.
Chapter 21. Chelsea returned to the living room and dropped down to sit on the sofa with her mother in front of the fire. She shifted to face her. I wish you'd told me you were coming. I'd have had the kids stay home tonight instead of letting them go to a band concert.
I wondered where they were.
Jennifer took a sip of wine, then lifted the glass as if the answer she sought were in the red liquid.
What is this? It's very good.
I'm not sure exactly. Liam brought it over a couple of days ago, but we hadn't had a chance to drink it before tonight. Chelsea thought of how it had tasted awful to her. Apparently it was her, and not the wine, if both her mother and Liam liked it. The bottle is in the kitchen.
Liam seems like a nice man.
He's a great guy. Chelsea hurried onward without giving her mother an opening to interrogate her about Liam before she had a chance to find out the purpose of her mother's visit. I thought you were on tour. How did you end up in Good Hope? I mean, I'm glad you're here. I just didn't expect to see you until maybe sometime this summer. She was babbling. The second Chelsea realized it, she clamped her mouth shut.
I was in Michigan. My next stop is Chicago, but I don't need to be there until Monday. So, instead of heading straight there, I diverted to Green Bay, rented a car, and drove here to spend the weekend with my daughter and grandchildren.
Jennifer studied her for a long moment. I hope I'm not intruding. Of course you're not intruding. Impulsively, Chelsea leaned forward to try to give her mother a hug. I'm glad to see you. Oh, no. Jennifer held up her glass. You nearly made me spill my wine. Chelsea sat back and felt heat rise up her cheeks. What had gotten into her? She knew that her mother wasn't one for overt displays of affection. Sorry about that. Once again, that sharp and assessing gaze settled on her. You're different. Chelsea brought a hand to her hair. It's the highlights. Do you like them?
Very flattering.
Jennifer's gaze narrowed. It's more than that. You have this glow about you. It's all the clean, fresh air. Though it didn't fit the conversational flow, Chelsea decided there was no better time to let her mother know of her current dilemma. You should know that Barrett contacted me. He wants to see the kids.
A little late for that, I'd say.
Jennifer took another sip of wine.
I assume that you followed along with his request?
Jennifer's tone set Chelsea on edge. Her mother had been here 15 minutes, and she was already pushing her buttons. She took a deep breath.
Barrett is eager to get to know, and what Barrett wants is what matters.
No, the kids are what matters. They are curious about him. Chelsea thought back to her conversation with Liam. All kids desire attention from their parents. It's natural for—
What about you, Chelsea? What do you desire?
Jennifer shook her head. All these years, and I bet you still can't answer that. Do not analyze me, Mother. I am not a chapter in one of your books. Anger flashed in Jennifer's eyes. Chelsea had hit a nerve. She wasn't sure if that was a good thing or a bad thing.
When you were dating Barrett, he called all the shots, not you. That's not true, Chelsea snapped. Her anger merely bounced off Jennifer, who arched a perfectly tweezed brow. Isn't it? Chelsea opened her mouth to protest, but Jennifer continued without taking a breath. I remember it all clearly. It was always where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do. Jennifer gave a humorless laugh and took another sip of wine. Because the observation hit too close to the truth, Chelsea left the protest poised on her lips, unspoken. The best she could manage was to mutter, "It wasn't like that at all." The look her mother shot her held amusement and something akin to pity. Now, after putting you through hell all these years, he's back, and you're still making excuses for him. Mark my words, Chelsea, Barrett will always think of himself first. Whatever you agree to give him, he'll try to take more. Suddenly incredibly weary, Chelsea didn't have the energy to argue. Thankfully, her mother appeared done with the Barrett conversation. Her eyes lit up. Forget about him. Jennifer flicked her wrist as if Barrett were a pesky fly she was sending on its way. Tell me about Liam Gallagher. Chelsea and the twins spent Saturday with Jennifer. They showed her around Good Hope and the rest of the Door County Peninsula. When Chelsea suggested they pick a cafe in town for dinner Saturday night, Jennifer had another place in mind. She'd heard good things about Wickman House in Ellison Bay and insisted on dining there. The food, Chelsea had to admit, was excellent, though she knew the twins were not happy she'd made them dress up for the evening out. By the time Jennifer left to drive to Chicago early Sunday morning, Chelsea was ready to see her go. She'd texted with Liam a couple of times, but hadn't seen or spoken with him since he'd left her house Friday night. She considered going to church on Sunday, but when her mother offered to drop off the twins on her way out of town, Chelsea decided to sleep in. When she finally hopped out of bed at 10, she wasn't tired, but her stomach felt queasy. Still in her pajamas, she descended the stairs. She pulled her thoughts back to the present when Serenity whined and nudged the closed cabinet door beneath the sink with her nose. Chelsea might have been tempted to feed her if she hadn't noticed the note that Rick had left for her on the counter, telling her he'd fed Serenity before leaving. No more food. She spoke in a firm tone to the dog. You would eat all the time if we let you, and that's not healthy. Serenity only gazed up at her with sorrowful brown eyes. As Chelsea started the coffee, bile rose in her throat. She forced herself to breathe in and out until the nausea finally subsided. It struck Chelsea that the last time she'd felt this way, she'd been pregnant with the twins. Her heart began to hammer. She couldn't be pregnant. She was on the pill. They'd used condoms. And she'd gotten her period. Granted, it had been considerably lighter and shorter in duration than normal, but then she'd been stressed lately. Chelsea collapsed onto a chair in the kitchen. Dear God, what if she was pregnant? Don't think about that now, she told herself. Easier said than done. Now that the worry was stuck in her head, she couldn't think of anything else. Turning off the coffee pot, she dressed quickly, then made the short drive to Egg Harbor to purchase a pregnancy test. By the time she returned, she had less than 30 minutes before the twins arrived home from church. Though she was alone in the house, Chelsea closed and locked the bathroom door. This test, different from the one she'd taken 14 years ago, would supposedly be even more accurate. She'd purchased the double pack so she could retest if she had any questions about the results. Though only minutes passed, it felt like hours. When she got the second result, same as the first, the tears she'd held in check until now slipped down her cheeks. Pregnant. As she gazed at the stick again, seeing that word had her breath hitching and more tears falling. After swiping at her cheeks, she gathered up all the testing supplies and shoved them into the bag from the drugstore. She eyed the small decorative garbage can in her bathroom. No way was she leaving evidence lying around.
Downstairs, she opened the cabinet that housed the household garbage. Serenity immediately let out a whine, her keen nose obviously picking up on the scent of the pork chop bones from 3 days ago. "They'd splinter if you chewed on them," she told the retriever, then stuffed her bathroom bag into the sack and tied it off. Within minutes, the bag was in the outside trash can. She'd just released it when she heard her name. Liam. She swiped at her cheeks that still held remnants of tears and turned with a smile. "Hey! Haven't seen you in days." The forecast was for a high of 75 today, which was good because, Chelsea realized, she'd pulled on shorts for her quick trip to the store.
Boy, have I missed you.
He was several feet away when he came to an abrupt stop.
"You've been crying."
Chelsea thought of how her news would turn his life upside down. Not only his life, but her own as well, and Rick's and Emily's. What would the kids at school say when they learned their unmarried mother had gotten knocked up? Again. Blinking furiously and trying to speak past the lump clogging her throat, Chelsea could only shrug. In seconds, Liam's arms were around her, pulling her close as he stroked her back.
"Oh, Chels."
Liam didn't ply her with questions, although she was sure he had plenty, nor did he insist she tell him what was wrong. He simply held her while she cried.
"Let's go inside."
His voice was low and soothing.
"Then, if you want to tell me how I can help, you can. Or not. Whatever you want."
"I need to change." She glanced down at the cotton tee covered in unicorns that Emily had bought her as a Christmas gag gift last year. "Before the kids get home from youth group." He kissed her gently.
"Take as much time as you want. Have you had breakfast? Can I make you something?"
The thought of eggs made her stomach churn. She shook her head.
"I picked up a couple of Queen Amman yesterday."
He smiled.
"I know they aren't healthy, but they sure do go great with a cup of coffee."
If the tests were accurate, eating nutritiously would be important, but she wouldn't know for sure until she saw a doctor, which was why she wouldn't say anything to Liam about the results. Not yet. "I'd love a Queen Amman." For some reason, the croissant-like pastry with the caramelized outer shell sounded incredibly good. "Just come over whenever. The door will be unlocked. I need to change, but that won't take me long." Then, without warning, he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close in a comforting embrace.
"Whatever is troubling you, I want you to remember that I'm here for you. You're not alone."
Not alone. The promise circled in her brain as she changed her clothes. Liam knew he didn't have to rush. It wasn't as if Chelsea were sitting in her kitchen waiting for him. She still had to get ready for the day. He'd been surprised that she hadn't invited him over yesterday so he could get to know her mother. Then he reminded himself that she and her kids didn't see Jennifer all that often, and the woman hadn't stayed long. As he covered the short distance to her house, bakery sack in hand, Liam wondered what her mother had said to make Chelsea so upset. Had they argued before Jennifer left? Liam had been outside watering the bushes earlier this morning when her mother had put a suitcase in her rental car, then driven off with the twins. After climbing the steps to Chelsea's porch, he didn't bother to knock. He heard the shower running upstairs and wished he could join her. There were all sorts of fun things they could do that would take her mind off her troubles. But as a psychologist, Liam knew that, while shoving aside troubles could work in the short term, it wasn't a good answer in the long term. After setting out the 2 Queen Amman pastries on plates, Liam poured himself a cup of coffee and tried to make sense of Chelsea's tears. Something to do with her mother? Likely. An issue with Barrett? Possibly. Liam was still mulling over possibilities when Serenity shot from the kitchen like a bullet. Seconds later, the front door banged open, and he heard Rick's voice. "Mom, we're home!"
"In the kitchen,"
Liam called out. Seconds later, Rick appeared in the doorway with Emily on his heels. They both skidded to a stop in the doorway.
Rick glanced around. "Where's Mom?"
"Right here."
Chelsea appeared behind her kids.
"How was youth group?"
Liam noticed that she'd not only pulled on a different shirt, she'd exchanged her shorts for jeans. She must have used drops because her eyes were no longer red.
Youth group was great.
Rick's gaze slid to the pastries.
Are there more where those came from? I'm happy to split mine.
Liam rose to get a knife.
"Half is more than enough for me,"
Chelsea added. In minutes, they were seated around the table with coffee for Liam and Chelsea and juice for the twins. Liam was relieved to see that Chelsea appeared steadier, though there was something in her eyes that told him her shower hadn't resolved whatever issue troubled her. Rick let out a long breath.
It was good seeing Graham. Even better having her gone. Rick.
Chelsea spoke sharply.
"That isn't nice."
Picking up a piece of pastry, Rick only smiled and popped it into his mouth.
"You have to be feeling the same, Mom."
Emily reached over and gave Chelsea's hand a squeeze.
"Rick and we heard what she said to you last night when she thought we were up in our rooms."
Your grandmother didn't mean most of it. Sometimes she just likes to hear herself talk, Chelsea said, but she avoided looking in Liam's direction. Liam was curious, but wouldn't ask in front of the kids.
Bad enough she wants to run your life, but me and Em seeing our dad? That's our business, not hers.
Rick's chin inched upward.
"It's not her call,"
Emily echoed, her blue eyes flashing.
"That's right."
Chelsea spoke in a weary tone. "It isn't your grandmother's call. Right now, it's kind of a moot point. Your father is still trying to find a time that works with his schedule, and
he found a time."
Excitement ran through Emily's words.
"Dad texted us while we were at youth group this morning. He has this coming weekend open."
"That's Memorial Day weekend." Chelsea set down the pastry she'd just picked up.
"Yeah, Dad is having trouble getting away from Seattle, but he's willing to buy us plane tickets to come see him for the weekend. He said you could drop us off in Milwaukee on Friday. We'd just miss one day of school, and then we'd fly back on Monday."
Rick downed the last of his juice and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
"That will give us 2 whole days with him and Larissa."
A muscle in Chelsea's jaw jumped, but when she spoke, her voice stayed calm.
"He and I decided that he would come here to meet you the first time."
"Yeah, well..."
For the first time, Rick appeared unsure.
"His partner getting injured screwed with those plans. This way, he can still see clients on Friday and spend time with us on the weekend."
"He agreed to come here first,"
Chelsea repeated.
"That's what we decided."
Rick and Emily exchanged looks.
"I'm sure his heart is in the right place and that he's simply as eager to meet you as you are to meet him."
Chelsea appeared to be choosing her words carefully.
"He is."
Emily's eyes snapped with excitement.
"We can't wait."
"I'm concerned about the two of you flying halfway across the country by yourself and spending the weekend with someone you've never met in person." She'd made a logical argument, but from the storm clouds brewing on her children's faces, they weren't buying it.
"We want to see him."
Rick's chin held a stubborn tilt.
"I need to see him in person."
The comment reminded Liam of his conversation on the porch with Rick last week. The problem was, if there was an issue with Barrett, their mom would be 2,000 miles away. Chelsea forked off a piece of Queen Amman and brought it to her lips. She chewed thoughtfully, though she might as well have been eating sawdust. After she swallowed, she took a long sip of coffee.
"I need to speak with your father. I realize this is a busy time for him, but I'm sure we can come up with a time for him to come here very soon."
"He worked it out with his schedule for us to go there this weekend."
Rick's voice rose. A muscle jumped in Chelsea's jaw, even as her expression remained serene. "His schedule is not the only consideration." Chelsea appeared to be trying for a matter-of-fact tone, but Liam heard the underlying tension in her voice, and he could see the kids did too. Rick's jaw tightened.
Emily leaned forward, resting her forearms on the table. "You're gonna let us go, right, Mom?" Chelsea's fingers tightened around her mug of coffee. She offered a non-committal smile. "I will speak with your father before any decisions are made." Rick pushed back his plate, which still held a chunk of pastry.
"I'm not hungry. I'm going upstairs."
Emily stood. "I'll go with you." Liam waited until they were out of the room to speak. She'd already made her decision. He knew it. The kids suspected it.
"They're not going to be happy when you tell them they can't go."
"I know, but I can't agree." Setting down the mug, Chelsea blew out a breath. "I'm so angry with Barrett right now. I realize he thinks he's doing something good by paying for their plane tickets, but I made it clear that I didn't want them going to Seattle until after he'd come here."
"He doesn't understand your concern about them flying alone, much less going so far away to spend time with a person they've never met before, because he's never been an active parent and isn't appreciating your concern for both their physical and emotional well-being."
A muscle jumped in Liam's jaw.
"Not to mention he's trying to do an end run around you in order to get what he wants. He shouldn't have put it out there with the kids without consulting you first."
"We are in total agreement on those points."
"What will you tell Barrett?"
"I'll remind him that he promised to come here first, and I'm holding him to that promise." Chelsea's lips quirked upward in a humorless smile. "My mother told me this weekend that whatever I agreed to give Barrett, he'll try to take more. I'm starting to believe she's right." Chapter 22. Despite her desire to put the matter to bed, Chelsea had not been able to reach Barrett. She'd left a voicemail on his cell phone, letting him know this weekend wasn't going to work. She'd also left a message with his receptionist, asking that he call her. The young woman had asked if Chelsea wanted to leave a detailed message she could pass on, since Barrett was so busy. Chelsea had declined. This was a private matter and required a private conversation. "When the twins learned I haven't yet spoken with their father, they seemed to take the delay as a sign I'm softening," she told Liam as they sat on his porch Monday evening.
"Are you softening?"
Liam asked. Chelsea gave her head a little shake. "Barrett hasn't called me back, but I doubt there's anything he could say that would make me change my mind."
"Have you tried texting him? That's how he usually contacts you, isn't it?"
"This isn't a conversation for text. Anyway, not allowing my kids to fly across the country at the snap of Barrett's fingers isn't me being hard. It's me being a good mother." Reaching out, Liam gathered Chelsea's hand in his.
"You're an excellent mother. No one can dispute that."
"I won't let Barrett walk all over me, or the kids," Chelsea insisted with surprising fervor. "I don't always go along and do what other people want." Liam inclined his head.
"Who said you do?"
She brushed a hand in the air. "Doesn't matter."
"Trying to thwart his desire to see the twins doesn't appear to be the issue."
Liam took a sip of lemonade.
"From where I sit, you've done a good job so far separating any issues you might have with Barrett from what's best for your children. The last thing you want is for them to be caught up in some boundary war."
"Is that what you think I'm doing?" She straightened in her seat, anger spurting. "Putting them in the middle of a tug of war between Barrett and me?"
"That isn't what I said."
Liam set down his glass.
"I was simply making the point that parents often have to compromise their feelings for their kids. Look for creative solutions."
She arched a brow. "Creative solutions." Her voice was dangerously low.
"You and I could fly with them to Seattle, be with them when they meet Barrett and Larissa. The 6 of us might even spend some time together."
Liam appeared to be warming to the idea.
"You and I could explore the city. You could show me some of your favorite haunts while the kids spend time with their dad and Larissa. What would you think of that?"
On the surface, it was a workable solution, but it didn't sit well with Chelsea, and his comment that she wasn't being willing to look for a creative solution rankled. Barrett had agreed to come to Good Hope to meet the children. Now, all of a sudden, she was expected to turn her life upside down to cater to what worked for him? It feels as if Barrett is trying to pit the kids against me by proposing the idea to them instead of to me.
That's a valid point. The thing is, Rick and Emily want to see him, to have the chance to get to know him.
Liam searched her face.
If you and Barrett are at odds, there could be emotional repercussions.
Barrett and I are not at odds, Chelsea snapped. The heat that had been humming through her veins just beneath the surface reached a flash point. The issues with Barrett, her mother, the twins, and her pregnancy were too much. She didn't need Liam second-guessing her. She was doing enough of that for herself. Just because you're a doctor doesn't mean you know my kids. I know them better than anyone else. They're not some textbook case.
Chels,
he began. My kids are my responsibility. I make the decisions about them, not you.
And if we're in a relationship?
Liam might have spoken calmly, but Steele underscored the words.
I told you, Chelsea, I love you, which means I love your kids, too. Just as much as I commit to you, I'm committing to your whole family. That means you can't shut me out if we disagree. It can't be no discussion.
Co-parenting with Liam was just one more concern to add to her already overflowing plate. Pushing back her chair, she stood. She raked a hand through her hair, suddenly incredibly weary. I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. Without another word, she strode off his porch and didn't look back. When Chelsea returned from Liam's house, she heard the twins arguing good-naturedly in the living room. As nothing more had been said since yesterday, she knew they still thought she'd give in, and they would see their dad this weekend.
Hey, Mom!
Rick called before Chelsea had a chance to even close the front door.
You have to see what we taught Serenity to do.
When Chelsea reached the twins, she watched dutifully as Rick used hand signals to guide Serenity through a series of tricks.
We've taken several videos to show Dad and Larissa this weekend.
Rick stroked the top of the dog's head.
That way, we can see their reaction to our wonder dog in person.
You're not going this weekend? There was value, Chelsea knew, in simply ripping off a Band-Aid. But the second the words left her mouth, she realized she should have eased into the conversation.
Dad has the plane tickets and everything,
Rick shot back, his smile disappearing.
It's all set.
Worry furrowed Emily's brow. Even Serenity, obviously sensing the sudden tension, emitted a low whine. No, actually, it's not. You don't get to decide for yourself if you can fly 2,000 miles away from home. That's a decision for me, your mother. But he's our father, Emily began, who hasn't been a part of your life. That means he doesn't make decisions for you.
He can't get away to come here, Rick reminded her. Not with his partner sick. It could be months until he can find the time to come here.
There are always video calls.
That's not the same as face-to-face, and you know it.
Rick pushed to his feet. His challenging gaze met hers.
You think we can't handle ourselves? Is that it?
Chelsea held on to her fraying temper with both hands. Part of being a good parent is not putting your child in a situation before they're ready or when there is no backup.
You still see us as little kids.
Rick shook his head, his voice filled with disgust.
Which is why you're determined to screw everything up for us.
Don't you talk to me in that tone, Chelsea warned.
Fine, I won't talk to you at all.
Rick glanced at his twin.
Come on, Em, let's go upstairs. The atmosphere down here is toxic.
Liam paced the small conference room at Connections on Tuesday morning. He and Trinity had set aside this time in his office to review neuropsychological test results on several patients they were both seeing and formulate plans of care. Instead, Liam had found himself telling Trinity about his conversation with Chelsea yesterday. He knew his words would go no further. There was no one in Good Hope he trusted more than his partner.
I was proud of Chelsea for standing strong. I mean, what would the twins learn from this situation if she let them go? That it's okay to manipulate other people to get what you want? That it's okay to emotionally blackmail someone to get your way?
That if you throw a big enough fit, other people will give in, Trinity added.
Exactly.
Liam blew out a breath.
It really pisses me off to see Barrett try to do an end run around her to get what he wants by pitting the kids against her, especially when he's been a deadbeat dad for 13 years.
Trinity sipped her coffee and watched as he began to pace.
Sure, he was influenced by his parents at 16, but where was he when he became a full-grown adult? Now he and Chelsea have a plan, but he still wants it his way. I just wish I could talk to Barrett and tell him the long-term ramifications of this type of immature behavior.
Trinity set down her coffee cup. I know you're frustrated. You want her to let you help.
She has, but
only to a point. Trinity's expression held sympathy. One thing I'd suggest is maybe quit speaking to Chelsea as if she's a client. Take off your doctor hat and just be her boyfriend.
You're saying I shouldn't offer an opinion?
I'm not saying anything of the sort. Trinity placed a hand on his arm, and her blue eyes met his. This is a tough time for Chelsea. Give her space and support her. If you do that, I believe she'll see the value in all you have to offer. Chapter 23. Chelsea flung herself into her work early in the week, knowing that her doctor's appointment on Thursday would throw off her day. The results? Well, the results might throw off much more. She texted Trinity and asked if there were any female doctors in the area she could recommend. Instead of telling Liam's partner that she thought she might be pregnant, she'd alluded vaguely to being tired all the time and to thinking that her hormones might be out of whack. Trinity recommended her OB/GYN, Dr. Janice Swanson, to treat Chelsea's hormonal issues. Chelsea's lips had twisted into a wry smile at the comment. If the tests she'd taken were accurate, her issues were all related to pregnancy. When she called, she hadn't had to wait long for an appointment, thanks to a cancellation. She walked into the modern 2-story medical clinic 15 minutes early, her heart pounding. Instead of being asked to immediately change into a gown, she was ushered into the doctor's office for an initial meet and greet. The doctor, slender and attractive, had kind eyes and short brown hair streaked with gray. Though the gray made her appear older, Chelsea guessed she was only in her early 40s. Once the basic introductions had been done, Dr. Swanson glanced at Chelsea's chart. It says you're here today because you believe you might have a hormonal imbalance. That was just the reason I gave the person who scheduled the appointment. Chelsea flushed. She hadn't wanted to lie, but she didn't know who was in the front office, and she didn't want news of her pregnancy to get out. I'm here because I think I'm pregnant. I'm almost positive I am. I have all the symptoms, and I took 2 pregnancy tests that were both positive. I see. I just don't know how this could have happened. Dr. Swanson quirked an eyebrow, and Chelsea blushed. I mean, I know how it happened, but I'm on the pill, and my partner and I used condoms. That's why I ignored the symptoms at first. Initially, I had some light bleeding at the time of what should have been my period. Nervousness had Chelsea continuing on, even when the doctor opened her mouth as if to speak. I looked it up, and I now realize that it was probably implantation bleeding. The color was very light pink, and the flow was very light. Are you still experiencing bleeding? Chelsea shook her head. What are your other symptoms? Nausea in the morning, dizzy a few times, and some foods and drinks just don't agree with me. Oh, and, Chelsea chuckled, I could go to bed at 8 every night if I could make that work with my schedule. The doctor's understanding smile eased the last of Chelsea's tension, and she could feel her shoulders relaxing. When was your last period? Chelsea gave her the date. Is this your first pregnancy? I gave birth to twins when I was 16. I've raised them on my own. Chelsea would have preferred having a supportive partner at her side instead of raising them alone. Then she thought of how she'd responded to Liam when he'd tried to offer his opinion about Rick and Emily. She reassured herself that situation was different. Dealing with Barrett and the twins was her responsibility. Chelsea and the doctor talked a little more before a nurse took Chelsea to an exam room. After some blood had been drawn, the doctor came in and performed an exam. Pregnant and due January 25th. Now back in Dr. Swanson's office, Chelsea fought to process all the confusing emotions battering her. "Is the baby's father in the picture?" Dr. Swanson asked. "He is." "How do you anticipate he'll react to this pregnancy?" "How will Liam react?" She thought of Barrett. Chelsea had known he'd be upset, but she hadn't expected the anger or the accusations that getting pregnant was somehow all her fault. "Chelsea?" Dr. Swanson spoke in a low, soothing tone. "Are you concerned about his reaction?" I believe he'll be supportive. Shocked, but supportive." Chelsea chewed on her lower lip. She thought Barrett would be supportive, too. "You don't seem too sure." Chelsea couldn't help but laugh. "Dr. Swanson, I've just confirmed that, despite using 2 types of protection, I have a second unplanned pregnancy. At this point, I'm not sure of anything." Chelsea didn't head immediately home after leaving the doctor's office. She needed time alone to think. Her nerves were too raw, her thoughts too scattered. She wasn't yet ready to face the kids. Or Liam. This pregnancy was going to disrupt all of their lives. What would her teenage children think of their mother being pregnant? A pregnancy was indisputable proof that their mother had sex. They would quickly learn that not only had Chelsea had sex, she'd had it with their neighbor. That would likely only add to the ick factor. Liam, well, he wanted children, he'd made that clear, but he thought that would be a down-the-road kind of thing. There wasn't a single doubt in Chelsea's mind that he would want to be involved. She wondered what that involvement would look like. Would Liam insist on being involved in every decision concerning the baby, no matter how trivial? Chelsea was used to being in control. Could she loosen the reins? Or, in Liam's case, share them? Her tangled thoughts turned to the numerous jobs she already had on the books, contracts that extended well into next year. She needed to work to pay the bills, and had set her schedule based on knowing she could pop into the sound booth whenever she wanted. The twins were old enough, and had been old enough for years, to be alone in the house while she recorded. There was no way she could leave a baby unattended, which meant she would have to find someone she could trust to watch an infant when she was recording. That wasn't going to be easy. A car honked, and a man called out a greeting to someone entering the ding-a-ling. Chelsea realized she was nearly to the end of Wrigley Road. Turning around at Good Hope Outfitters, she drove back into town. A baby. She was having a baby. Everything circled back to that fact. Taking one hand off the steering wheel, Chelsea rested it on her flat belly. She wanted to be happy about this pregnancy, to be filled with wonder and awe over having a new life growing inside her. "I'm happy." Chelsea spoke aloud, then said it again with more emphasis. "I'm happy about the baby." Despite the circumstances, Chelsea would make sure this child never doubted that she, or he, was wanted. As Chelsea drove down the main street, the crowds lingering on the sidewalk outside Muddy Boots took her by surprise. Then she glanced at the clock on the dash and realized she'd let time get away from her. No more driving aimlessly. She headed straight home. "Sorry I'm late," she called out as soon as she pushed open the front door. "Anybody hungry?" The first thing she noticed was the quiet. No Serenity, no kids. Where were they? Chelsea moved to the kitchen and glanced out the back window to survey the yard. No kids or dog. Next door, Liam's house sat dark. Her heart picked up speed. The twins knew better than to go somewhere without letting her know. Could they have run off? Surely not. But then, they'd left no note, and she hadn't gotten a text. Rummaging in her bag for her phone, she paused when she heard the front door open. Relief flooded her. "Where have you two been?" The words were out of Chelsea's mouth before she realized that it wasn't her kids, but Liam and Serenity.
"Hey, there you are."
Liam smiled.
"We wondered where you got hung up."
"We?"
"Me and the kids."
Liam unhooked the leash from Serenity's collar, and the dog bounded over to greet Chelsea, tongue lolling, tail wagging.
"I dropped Rick and Emily off at the Brodies."
Chelsea bent over to give Serenity a rub, then straightened as Liam's words registered. "You dropped them off? Did anyone think about asking me?" Puzzlement furrowed Liam's brow.
"Chels, you knew. The kids asked you the other night at dinner, and you agreed. I took them over because we thought you were running late from your appointment."
Chelsea hesitated. Something going on at the Brody house sounded vaguely familiar, but she still should have been notified. "You should have called me to let me know you were taking my children someplace." The easy smile that had lifted Liam's lips when he'd first walked through the door disappeared completely. His spine stiffened, and a muscle in his jaw jumped.
"I texted you, Chelsea, over an hour ago. You didn't respond."
"I didn't get any text." She pulled her phone out, then blinked at the dark screen.
"Do you see my text?"
"I turned my phone off before my appointment." She offered a weak smile. "I guess I forgot to switch it back on."
"I know things have been a little tense since our fight the other night, but do you really think I would take your kids somewhere without letting you know?"
Liam stepped closer, his gaze searching hers.
"My whole point is that I want to be part of the conversation, not supplant you when it comes to making decisions. I love you, Chels. I want to support you, not—"
I know, and I'm sorry." Chelsea blew out a breath. She turned to pace, then whirled back. "I don't think you'd ever do anything to come between me and my kids. I know that you want to be supportive, that you are supportive. I also know you always try to do the right thing. Which is why I can't marry you." Whatever Liam had expected her to say, it hadn't been that.
"Marry me?"
"I'm pregnant," Chelsea told him, her eyes large and serious. It took Liam a moment to find his voice.
"How did this happen?"
Even as her gaze remained solemn, her lips quirked upward. "I think you know how."
"We used a condom,"
Liam pointed out.
"You said you're on the pill."
"Neither of which is 100% effective." Chelsea expelled a sigh. "Dr. Swanson confirmed the pregnancy." Liam never took his gaze off her face.
"When is the baby due?"
Because I could pinpoint the date of conception, she placed my due date at January 25th. She offered a fleeting smile. "It seems like a long time away, but it'll go fast." Liam moved to her, intending to wrap his arms around her and still her nervousness, but she took a step back. Her breath began to come in short puffs. "I can't believe I'm in this place again." Liam looked puzzled.
"What do you mean?"
"What do you mean, what do I mean?" Chelsea scoffed. "A teenager making a mistake isn't great, but it's forgivable. But here I am, supposedly a grown woman, making that same mistake."
"The situations are not the same. Not at all."
Without giving her a chance to respond, Liam continued.
"You and I, we love each other. We want to be together and build a family together. You, me, the twins, now this little one."
Liam could see it all so clearly. The 5 of them as a family, sitting around the table and talking about their day over dinner. The baby throwing Serenity food from a high chair. The twins laughing and egging her, or him, on. attending activities together, supporting each other through life's ups and downs.
Marriage has always been in our future,
Liam said.
This will simply push up the date. We could...
And there's the proposal, right on cue. Chelsea turned from him and took several steps before whirling to face him again. I don't want to get married because I'm pregnant. Because you're the kind of guy who does the right thing.
We were headed there eventually, right? Now there's no reason to wait.
Chelsea shook her head. Liam, there are plenty of reasons to wait. A baby is not a reason to get married. A relationship based on obligation can't last. I want to marry for love.
We are in love, though.
Yes, but
nothing. I love you, Chels. We can be a family. I will take care of you, all of you.
Liam pulled Chelsea into him as he continued.
We can tell the twins first thing in the morning when they get home. I'll make pancakes and...
No! Chelsea pushed back from Liam with a force that shocked him. It's not up to you when and how I tell Rick and Emily about this. Liam laughed.
I'm sorry. I'm excited. I just meant that...
Liam, stop. This is too much for me right now. You're talking about marriage when we've only known each other a few months. There's still so much to learn. So much I have to decide.
Decide?
Liam's whole demeanor changed with that single word.
You mean you don't know if you want our baby?
How can you ask that? How could you think for 1 second that I wouldn't want my baby?
Our baby.
What?
This is our baby. It's not just about you this time, Chelsea. I'm definitely not Barrett. There is nothing in this world that could keep me away from my child. Married or not, I will be an active father to our baby.
Of course, I know that. I would never try to keep you away from our child.
Good, because you couldn't.
For a moment, they simply stared at each other. Finally, Liam ran his hands over his face. When he spoke again, some of the steel slipped from his voice.
I love you, Chelsea. I can see clearly why you're freaked out. To be in this position again, especially with Barbara gone.
His heart softened at the distress on her face. It took everything in him not to pull her into his arms and hold her tight.
I get it. Barbara was your rock, and her loss is still fresh. I hope you know that I'm here for you, and you can lean on me. I respect that you need to determine how and when to tell Emily and Rick about the baby. We don't have to make any decisions right now, but we will eventually have to make them.
Chelsea gave a jerky nod. He lowered his voice until it was a warm whisper.
Will you tell me what I can do to help you right now?
Right now? Liam nodded, his gaze never leaving her face. She opened her arms to him. How about a hug? Chapter 24. The streets in the business district had been closed off for the street dance. Vendors had set up carts on the sidewalks, and extra lights had been strung between the vintage street poles. Liam and Chelsea had talked about attending the festivities, but after the tension between them last night, he thought she might want to stay in, or, worse, back away from him. He still couldn't believe it. A child. He was going to be a father. Time and time again, Liam had seen in his practice the impact an unplanned pregnancy could have on a relationship, how it often brought unexpected stress and friction. Liam wouldn't let that happen with him and Chelsea. He loved her. Equally important, she loved him. He clung to that knowledge. If she wanted to wait to marry, even if she never wanted to marry, that wouldn't change his feelings for her, or for the baby they'd made. For now, he would simply savor being with her. When she took his arm as they strolled down the street toward where the band was set up, his world, which had been off-kilter since her announcement, settled. Emily and Rick seemed happier this morning. They were talking at breakfast about all the activities planned for the weekend. Liam heard the relief in her voice.
They're resilient, and the street dance is always popular with the teens. They'll definitely have a good time tonight.
Liam found himself wanting to talk about the baby. He wanted to know when her next appointment was and if she'd be open to him going with her.
There will be time for that, he told himself. You look great this evening. There's this kind of glow about you.
My mother said the same last weekend. Her chuckle sounded hollow to Liam's ears. I didn't know I was pregnant at the time.
How do you think she'll react to the news?
She'll probably be upset. Not that it matters. I'm an adult this time around. Why are you two talking instead of dancing? Trinity, her face flushed with excitement, rushed up to them and took Chelsea's arm. It's time for fun! After an hour of dancing, talking with friends, and listening to some good music, Liam could see Chelsea fading. It had been a long, stressful 24 hours. Once the band took a break, he turned to her.
I'm okay leaving at any time. I'm also okay with staying until the very end, if that's what you want.
I've had fun. She offered a weary smile. I'm happy we came, but I'm ready to head home. It took them close to 30 minutes to reach his car. Liam kept being stopped by friends and others he knew along the way. The car was in sight when Chelsea turned to him. I didn't realize how many people you know. She smiled. How did that happen?
For me, it was a gradual thing.
He patted the hand that encircled his arm.
Your time is coming. By the end of the year,
I know. I won't be able to walk a block without running into someone I know. She rolled her eyes.
Oh, ye of little faith.
He slung an arm around her shoulders.
You just wait.
The conversation remained light on the short drive home. Liam walked her to her front door and lingered, not ready for the evening to end. Chelsea must have felt the same, because she gestured to the door. The twins are spending the night with friends. Want to come inside for a few minutes? He flashed a smile.
I thought you'd never ask.
Chelsea knew she probably should have said goodnight at the door, but she liked being with Liam, and as tired as she was, she wanted more time with him. Can I get you something to drink?
I'm fine.
He strolled over to the caricature that Izzy had drawn of her family, a family that included her, Liam, the twins, and Serenity. Liam picked it up. When he turned, he was smiling.
You had it framed.
I did. It makes me happy to see us all together. Next year, there would be one more, a little boy or girl, to add to the picture. Chelsea thought of Liam's kindness to her children and realized the twins already thought of him as a member of the family. Serenity, too. Liam loved her. He would marry her, build a life with her. He would be a father to her children. All her children.
I want that for us, Chelsea. I want us to be a family, officially.
It could be so nice to let someone take care of her for a change. But she truly believed taking their time was the right course of action for everyone. She kept her tone light. The thing is, just because we look like a family doesn't mean we are one. And just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean we should be married. There's still a lot we don't know.
I know I love you, and we're having a baby.
Closing the distance between them, Liam took her hand and brought it to his mouth, placing a kiss on her knuckles.
Isn't that enough to make us a family?
There it was again, that almost impossible to resist yearning. While a part of her wanted to agree, to go along, to take what he was offering, another part of her knew that she deserved more. He deserved more as well. With that knowledge, Chelsea steeled her resolve. I want you to marry me, Liam, because you know all my flaws and weaknesses, and still love me. I want you to want to marry me because you can't imagine living your life without me. I don't want you to marry me because we're having a baby together, and you believe marriage is the right thing to do. She watched him take in her words, consider.
That's what you want for me.
He met her gaze.
What do you want for yourself?
I want to marry someone who I consider my best friend, who I can't imagine living without, someone I know and love with my whole heart. He offered a slow nod.
We can take time, if that's what you want. Just remember, I'll be right next door. Right there, whenever you need me.
Chelsea got ready for bed, with warm brown eyes watching her every move. Serenity hadn't let her out of her sight since Liam had left. She found herself grateful for the retriever's company. "To think I was once afraid of you." Serenity cocked her head. "It's true." Chelsea sat on the bed. When Serenity moved to rest her head on her lap, Chelsea stroked the soft golden fur. "I look back now and wonder how I could have ever been worried you would hurt me." The dog arched her head back, her eyes closed in bliss. "It's funny the things we worry about that never come true," she murmured as she continued to stroke. Chelsea glanced down at the dog. "Do you think my concerns about Liam and the baby might also be unfounded?" Serenity emitted a sound that could have been assent, but more likely was pure pleasure. The smile that lifted Chelsea's lips quickly faded. "I know how to be a single parent, Serenity. Sure, it's hard, but I know I can do it. While it would be nice to lean on Liam and let him take care of me, what if I screw it up and it ends up hurting our child? What if it turns out that being a wife is the part I can't do?" Serenity nudged her hand when she quit stroking. "That's enough for tonight," she told the dog. "Enough petting, enough thinking. You and I need our beauty sleep." Before Chelsea slid under the covers, she gave Serenity an extra long hug. Chelsea tossed and turned most of the night. When she finally fell into a deep slumber, her dreams were filled with Liam. She opened her eyes, thinking of his auburn hair. In her dream, her baby's hair had held a hint of red. "Their baby," she corrected, not just hers. Liam had reacted to her news just as she'd expected, shocked but supportive. Although she knew it couldn't have been easy for him to hold back, she was grateful he'd respected her decision to take things slow. He would marry her, he'd made that clear. It had been oh so tempting to go along and say yes. But they'd been dating less than 3 months. Was that long enough to know if the love they felt was the lasting kind? The only way to know if their relationship was capable of going the distance was to give it time. She glanced at the clock. 6 a.m. Chelsea already knew she wouldn't be getting any more sleep, not with the way her mind was churning. Since she had the morning to herself, Chelsea decided to give in to her cravings and treat herself to a cherry Danish. With little to no traffic at this hour, it didn't take long to reach Bloom's bake shop. The bells over the door jingled when she stepped inside. Chelsea was surprised to see a line at the counter. Apparently, she wasn't the only one craving a pastry so early in the morning.
"Chelsea!"
At the sound of her name, she turned to see Gladys sitting at a table by herself, a mug of coffee and a half-eaten Danish in front of her. The indecision of the woman at the front of the line told Chelsea it'd be a while before she could place her order. She strode over to where Gladys sat. "This is a nice surprise." She glanced around the bakery. "Where are Catherine and Ruby?" In the short time Chelsea had been in Good Hope, she couldn't recall seeing Gladys without her 2 sidekicks.
"I assume they're sleeping."
Gladys gestured to the empty chair at the table, this one painted a bright robin's egg blue.
"Please, join me."
Chelsea dropped into the chair. "What brings you out this early?"
"I couldn't sleep."
Gladys inclined her head.
"What about you?"
The twins spent the night with friends. Since I was up early, I decided to treat myself to a cherry Danish. Gladys gazed down into her coffee.
"My Frank loved the cherry Danishes from Bloom's."
The sadness on Gladys's face tugged at Chelsea's heartstrings. "Was Frank your late husband?"
"No."
Gladys's lips quirked.
"Frank is my son, and he's very much alive."
"I'm sorry, the way you said it."
"My fault."
Waving a dismissive hand, Gladys forked off a bite of pastry, but made no move to eat it.
Frank left Good Hope last year. He wanted to be close to his grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I miss him terribly. He and we've lived in the same town since he was born. Over 70 years. Leaving had to be difficult for him, too. I believe it was.
Gladys sipped her coffee absently.
I know if I'd put any kind of pressure on him to stay, he might have changed his mind. But staying wasn't what he really wanted.
It's often difficult to know what you want, or the right course to take. Chelsea spoke almost to herself. Sometimes it's easier to simply go along or stick with the status quo.
For some, maybe.
Gladys studied her for a long moment.
Strong women like us assess and then deal with the hard choices.
Just like that, Chelsea found herself telling Gladys what had happened with Barrett and what her mother had said. My mother told me that when I was dating Barrett, he called all the shots, not me. It was always where he wanted to go, what he wanted to do.
First off, you had no choice but to allow the boy to walk away. You couldn't make him want to be with you any more than you could make him want to see his children.
When Gladys paused, as if seeking confirmation, Chelsea offered a reluctant nod.
Even if you did let him make most of the decisions when you were dating, you were 16. You need to give yourself a pass.
Chelsea shook her head. Actually, I'm not sure that I do. When Gladys quirked an eyebrow in question, Chelsea took the plunge. I'm facing another one of those big decisions. I'm pregnant. Liam is the father. He wants to marry me. Do the right thing. I know he loves me, and I love him, but we haven't known each other all that long. As if simply giving the basics eased open the door, Chelsea found herself telling Gladys everything. I just can't believe I'm here again. Chelsea laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. It's like I'm still 16, a baby on the way, and totally unsure what I should do. Only it's worse this time because I don't have Barbara to lean on. I already know what my mother will say. This is what happens when you're weak and allow others to choose your path. You repeat your mistakes.
Bollocks!
Excuse me? Though far from offensive, that was about as close to a swear as Chelsea had ever heard from Gladys. It was enough to get her attention.
I said bollocks. Forgive me, dear. Your mother might be some kind of life expert, but if that is truly what she would say, then readers should return her books. Based on what Barbara told me when you had your twins, there were plenty of people, including your mother, attempting to push you down their chosen path. But you didn't listen. You knew what you wanted, and you made your own choice. A very good one at that, judging by the happy, healthy children you've raised. In what world is the family you've built a mistake?
Chelsea felt tears welling in her eyes. For once, she didn't worry about hiding them, as Gladys continued.
You listen to me, Chelsea Workman. You are not weak. You are not a 16-year-old child facing the unknown. You are a strong woman and an excellent mother. More importantly, this time around, you are not alone.
Chapter 25. Chelsea made the short drive home with Gladys's words ringing in her ears.
You are a strong woman. You are not alone.
Once she arrived home, Chelsea knew Gladys was right. She would take this a step at a time, starting today. Thankfully, with the kids still with their friends, she had the privacy she needed. Picking up the phone, she dialed Barrett's number. It took 5 rings before he answered, his voice heavy with sleep.
Chelsea, it's barely 7. What's wrong? Are the kids okay?
The kids are fine, Barrett. I realize it's early, but you haven't returned my messages. She heard him whisper something to Larissa and make his way into another room.
Look, I know, and I'm sorry about that. Honestly, I was angry that you wouldn't let the kids come visit,
And you thought you'd just ignore the problem and hope it went away? That checks.
That's not what I was doing. I just don't see what the big deal is with them coming out here. I have a right to see my kids.
Of course you don't see what the big deal is, Barrett, and that's exactly the problem.
If you would just...
I'm not finished. Chelsea knew her voice teetered on angry, but she didn't care. She was angry. And this time, Barrett would have to deal with it. Seeing the twins is not about your rights, Barrett. It's about what they need, what's good for them. Not being present, telling them you'll come and then canceling, expecting them to skip school and fly across the country alone, something they have never done before, all because it makes your life easier, is not good for them. I explained all this to you in Milwaukee, and we made an agreement. If you sincerely want a relationship with Rick and Emily, then you will honor that agreement.
Even over the phone line, Chelsea could feel Barrett's ego rise. I could get a lawyer, sue for custody. You want that?
Yes, you could do that, and if you want to put the twins through that, that's on you. Personally, I'd love to watch you explain to a judge how you abandoned the kids at birth, never reached out for over a decade, thought $5,000 somehow constituted a meaningful contribution toward raising 2 children for 13 years, and then asked 2 minors to whom you have no legal claim to travel across state lines to meet you without first obtaining their mother's permission.
When Barrett remained silent, Chelsea knew her point had been made. Barrett sighed. I'm sorry, Chelsea. I mean it, I am. I don't want to put the kids through anything more than I already have. I mean, I really do want to get to know them. I guess I still have a lot to learn about being a parent.
Chelsea could have chosen to stay mad at Barrett. She knew her mother would tell her she would be a fool to forgive him. But she'd meant what she'd said. Barrett having a relationship with Rick and Emily wasn't about him or her. It was about them. You'll learn, Barrett. Give it time. By the time they ended the call, Barrett had agreed to send her a list of dates over the next 2 months when he could fly out. Would he keep his word? For the kids' sake, she hoped so. Feeling better than she had in weeks, Chelsea showered and dressed for the day in a flirty summer dress perfect for the 78 degrees the forecasters were predicting. She curled her hair and put on makeup, smiling at herself in the mirror. Strong, she told herself, and ready to face any challenge. Once downstairs, she decided to bake a peace offering of sorts for the twins. Rick and Emily's favorite cookie was extra crispy chocolate chip. She gathered the ingredients and preheated the oven to 300. Baking at the lower temperature was the key to a flat and crunchy cookie with a toffee flavor. She'd just put the cookies in the oven when the front door opened, and she heard the sounds of her children's voices and footsteps. Not just voices, she realized. Laughter. "I'm in the kitchen," she called out. Seconds later, they burst into the room. Rick immediately took in the leftover ingredients on the counter. His eyes lit up. "Cookies? Extra crispy chocolate chip," Chelsea said. "The day just keeps getting better." Rick moved to the refrigerator and pulled out a ginger ale, then shot a questioning glance at his twin. "Sure." Emily began helping Chelsea with the cleanup. "Cookies sound good." Apparently not wanting to look like a sloth, especially since he would probably eat more of the cookies than his mother and Emily combined, Rick helped them put away the ingredients and wipe down the counters. Chelsea's heart overflowed with love. As the 3 of them worked together, she listened to their street dance tales and the activities at the firehouse. "The pole is still there," Emily told her mother as she put away the flour. "We took turns sliding down it." Connor timed Callum and me to see who got down the fastest. Rick glanced at the oven. How long?" "I just put them in, so a good 20 minutes, maybe a little more." Chelsea smiled at her son. "Who won? You or Callum?" "We tied," Rick shrugged, then grinned. We were both faster than anyone else.
It sounds like you both had a good time last night.
It didn't suck.
Rick opened his can of ginger ale and took a long drink.
How about you? Did you and Liam have fun?
We did. We had a lot to talk about.
Like what?
Emily asked. Chelsea gestured to the table. Sit down, and I'll tell you all about it.
Will this be boring?
Rick asked. I believe you'll be mesmerized. Chelsea managed to keep her tone light, even though her heart beat like a bass drum.
Mesmerized? I'm definitely staying.
Rick grinned.
And not just because I want to be right here when the cookies come out of the oven.
They have to cool, Emily reminded her brother.
Says who?
Rick shot back. Chelsea cleared her throat. I just want to say, if this is about Dad, it's fine, Emily said quickly.
Yeah, we get it, why we couldn't just fly off.
Rick met her gaze.
Sorry for everything.
It's okay. Reaching across the table, Chelsea gave his hand a squeeze, embarrassing them both with the gesture. I spoke with your dad. He's sending me new dates when he can come to visit. As soon as I get them, the three of us will go through them together.
Is that what's mesmerizing?
Rick asked with a teasing smile. Actually, Chelsea took a breath and forced out the words. I'm pregnant. Liam is the father. Ginger ale spewed from Rick's mouth. Did you say pregnant? Emily asked, her eyes wide. I am. On purpose? Emily asked. Chelsea hesitated.
You mean you got pregnant by accident again?
Rick blustered.
Aren't adults supposed to know about protection?
The heat rising up her neck told Chelsea her face was likely as red as the dress she wore.
Does this mean you and Liam will be getting married?
Rick asked. Nothing has been decided, but he wants to get married and for us all to be a family. Chelsea kept her tone easy. I wanted to discuss this with you before making any decisions, because this isn't just about me. It's about all three of us. Rick's gaze narrowed.
What do you mean that Liam wants to be a family?
Does he want to be our dad? Emily caught her bottom lip between her teeth.
Wait, what? Like our dad?
Confusion warred with panic in Rick's voice.
You just said Dad was going to come visit. If Liam is our dad, then how does that work?
Liam would never keep you from Barrett. He simply wants to be part of your and Emily's lives. He wants to support you and be your family, but he isn't trying to replace anybody. Okay? Rick nodded, and some of the tension left his shoulders. Do you want to marry him? Emily asked, her gaze more curious than worried. I'm not sure. I'm a little scared, Chelsea admitted. It's a big decision. You don't need to be scared, Emily told her. You're a great mom, and you'll be a great mom to this new baby, with or without Liam.
Thank you for that.
Tears filled Chelsea's eyes. Rick's gaze met hers as the oven timer dinged.
So, what are you going to do?
Chapter 26. The next 6 months passed in a blur. Chelsea did her best to keep her pregnancy quiet, but as Barbara had often cautioned, there were no secrets in Good Hope. By the time they held Barbara's memorial service and bench dedication, Chelsea was already showing, and people were openly congratulating her and Liam. Barrett had lived up to his word. The day after their call, he'd sent her a list of dates. She'd chosen the first available, and he and Larissa had flown out. He'd come a second time, and then the kids had gone to Seattle. As much as she loved Liam, Chelsea hadn't been ready to say yes to his marriage proposal right away. At first, she'd worried he'd pull away, but he hadn't at all. He had been there at her side during Barrett's visits, had planned a romantic trip to Boston so she could meet his family, and they'd even told her mother about the pregnancy together. He comforted her when she got hormonal and had driven all the way to Sturgeon Bay one night when the local grocery store hadn't had the brand of ice cream she craved. The only thing he hadn't done was bring up marriage again. Chelsea tried to tell herself it was for the best. They still had plenty of time. She and Liam had made plans to attend the Good Hope Christmas stroll and holiday market the first week in December. Because the stroll was a big event for teenagers, Rick and Emily had opted to attend with their friends. During the stroll, merchants stayed open late and served special goodies and treats. Sidewalk vendors set up carts and sold everything from roasted chestnuts to hot cocoa. Brightly colored lights encircled store windows, and holiday flags fluttered from ornate light poles on Main Street. Streets were closed off to motor vehicles for the evening, and groups of men and women dressed in outfits common to Victorian England serenaded shoppers with familiar Christmas carols. It was a time for tourists to be enveloped in the Christmas spirit, and for locals to stroll and reconnect with friends. There wasn't anyone Chelsea would rather stroll with than Liam. She slanted a sideways glance and tightened her hold on his arm. Over the past 6 months, her love for him had continued to grow, until she couldn't imagine her life without him in it. Liam had concerns about Chelsea being out on this wintry December night. The baby was due in 6 weeks, and her balance was a little off. He worried she might fall should she encounter a stray patch of ice. Gazing up at him through lowered lashes, she'd promised to hold on tight to him all night. Liam had to admit that he liked the sound of that. The twins were strolling tonight. It was their last chance to spend time with friends before they boarded a plane for Seattle tomorrow for a 7-day stay. They wouldn't be flying out alone. Barrett and Larissa were also here somewhere. This was the 3rd trip they'd made to the peninsula, and everyone was well acquainted by now. In fact, Liam, Chelsea, and the twins had all attended Barrett and Larissa's wedding in August. Tomorrow, Barrett and Larissa would fly back to Seattle with the twins, then put them on a direct flight home in a week. "Chelsea!" A tall blonde woman in a ski jacket stopped to give Chelsea a hug. "Thanks for your help last week. We couldn't have done it without you." Chelsea smiled. "I didn't do much except keep the line in some semblance of order." "That was huge." The woman extended her smile to include Liam. "Merry Christmas." "You remember Anissa, the rock climbing instructor at the Y?" Chelsea answered in response to Liam's questioning look once the woman strolled off. "We got acquainted when Hadley said they were short volunteers for a climbing wall competition. Last Wednesday night at the Y." Liam remembered now. "That's right." In the next block, another person or 2 or 3 approached to give Chelsea a hug or a friendly greeting. Liam loved seeing Chelsea's eyes light up when she recognized someone or they recognized her. In less than a year, she'd become part of the community. "Go ahead," he told her when the last person stepped away. "Tell me I was right." Confusion furrowed her brow. "About what?" "I told you that by the end of the year, you wouldn't be able to walk down a block without seeing someone you know." Her lips curved. "You were right." Chelsea looked so pretty standing there, her ski cap dusted with snow, her cheeks rosy from the cold. What he'd felt for her last spring had been a pale imitation of how he felt now. The depth of his love for her had only continued to grow. Each day, each week, each month, his love for her had deepened. He knew, because he knew her, that it was the same for her. "It's time," he thought. "Time for that next step." Her coat barely fit around her now, pulling tight around her huge baby mound. They were having a boy. Liam had been to every appointment. Seeing his son on the ultrasound had been an amazing experience. Falling more and more in love with Chelsea? Well, that was the most wondrous thing of all. He took her gloved hand and wrapped it more securely around his arm. "Come with me." They crossed the street to where the gazebo sat in the town square, decorated with greenery, red bows, and twinkling lights. It's lovely. She lifted her face to the sky, and the snowflakes drifted to settle on her face. I'm so glad we did this. She was, he knew, referring to them coming tonight, but the words meant something more to him.
I'm glad we took the time to get to know each other better.
I am too. Bringing a gloved hand to his cheek, she smiled. In her warm brown eyes, Liam saw love, the deep, lasting kind of love that matched what he felt for her.
I have something for you.
Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a velvet jeweler's box and flipped it open.
As the years passed, I found myself wondering if I'd ever find the one woman I couldn't live without. That question was answered when I met you. Each day, I love you more. I can't imagine my life without you in it. I love Rick and Emily as if they were my own, and promise that I will do everything in my power to build a happy home for you, for them, and for our other children.
Tears slipped down Chelsea's cheeks as she smiled. She opened her mouth, but he continued before she had a chance to speak.
Let me be your best friend, your shoulder to lean on, the one person you know you can count on. Will you do that? Will you make me the happiest man in the world and marry me?
Chelsea stared at the ring, then back at him. How did you know I was ready for this? He knew what she was asking, knew because he knew her now almost as well as he knew himself.
Because I know you. Because I know your heart.
His heart swelled to bursting.
I'm ready to be your husband, and I believe you're ready to be my wife.
I am ready. I'm ready to marry you, to have a family with you, and to love you forever.
So that's a yes?
He held the ring now between his thumb and forefinger and let it catch the lights. Yes. Oh, yes. As soon as he slipped the ring on her finger, she flung her arms around his neck, holding him as close as her big belly would allow. I'll never let you go, she murmured as his son gave him a swift kick in the stomach.
Good.
Liam grinned.
Because I'm not going anywhere. I'm right where I want to be.
Open Door, the official newsletter of the town of Good Hope. Weddings and celebrations. It's hard to believe that it's been 6 months since the wedding of Len Schwartz and Anita Fishback. Thank you to the happy couple for sending us this candid photo from their dream honeymoon in Banff. Wedding plans are in the works for Liam Gallagher and Chelsea Workman. Congratulations to the happy couple. From past celebrations to upcoming ones, the Open Door has learned that Isaac Cochran and Oakley Marshall are returning to Good Hope and planning a spring wedding. We don't have all the details, but we know the reception will definitely include karaoke. Business Buzz. Time to spill the tea about Good Hope's latest hotspot, the Good Tea. According to owners Natalia Gannon and Hadley Chapin, the tea room had a stellar summer season, and specialty events during the fall and winter months sold out quickly. If you haven't been able to get a seat at the tea table, don't worry. There are plans to offer even more events in the spring. The cocktail truck, owned by Ethan Shaw and run by Sage Woodard, now has a name. After considering several possibilities, including some lively ones contributed by various Dingaling patrons, one name stood out. Look for Last Call at a wedding party or birthday bash near you. Sage said it best. Just remember, when it's time to plan your next party, Last Call is sure to be your first choice for refreshments. Stork Report. The community eagerly awaits the birth of Ryder and Trinity Goodhue's bundle of joy. The baby, due at Christmas time, will join big sister Zoe, and word on the street is they'll be having a blue Christmas. Chelsea Workman and Liam Gallagher are looking forward to meeting their son, Ezekiel, in January. Zeke will join siblings Rick and Emily and honorary sibling, Serenity. This has been A Family Affair in Good Hope by Cindy Kirk, narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2023 by Cindy Kirk. Production copyright 2023 by Cindy Kirk. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.